opportunity. On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome to Business Outlook, your window into the markets, money, and economic developments shaping Nigeria, coming to you live from Aneke TV. Today, we are tracking key market movements, shifting economic policy, and the top corporate headlines shaping business landscape this morning. And this is the Business Desk, where data means destiny, and your weight finds his voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting from the Nigerian equities, we are trading on the Nigerian exchange kicked off the week on a decidedly bullish note as heavy bargain hunting in telecom giants and tier 1 banking stocks pushed the benchmark index significantly higher, despite broader market sentiment remaining cautious. The Asia index surged by 1.21%, gaining over 2,968 points to close at 248,542.41 basis points, while total market capitalization added 1.92 trillion naira to cross the 160.43 trillion naira mark. Liquidity saw a massive boost, driven by strategic positioning in high-cap tickers, even as market breadth closed negative with a trade decliners against 26 advancers. The total value traded rose to 658.93 million shares, valued at 20.44 billion naira in deals totaling 52,087 deals. Activity was overwhelmingly dominated by FTG Groups, FTG Insurance, which logged 305.34 million shares, followed by strong turnover in First Holding Corporation, Access Holdings, and Champs PLC. First Holding Corporation led market turnover by capital deployment, generating the highest value of trades alongside significant institutional flow into Seplat Energy and Access Holdings. I'm quickly taking a look at the top 5 market gainers. NACO PLC, which advanced a positive 9.29% to close its trading book at 153 naira. Sovereign Trust Insurance made a positive bullish adjustment of 8.98% to close at 1 naira 82 kobo. Airtel Africa closed on a positive note as it surged a positive 8.59% on a major index-weighted demand. Legend Internet and Tech closed at 4 naira 50 kobo, while UPDC PLC appreciated by a bullish adjustment of 7.04%. And taking a look at the top 5 losers here, where Avaca PLC shared a negative 10% bearish adjustment to close at 9 naira 90 kobo, followed by Captain Offshore Support Group, which yesterday closed at 5 naira, making a dip of a negative 9.09%. Ecobank Transnational Incorporated, traded as ETI, dropped a negative 9.99% amid profit taking. Royal Exchange PLC is down a negative bearish adjustment of 5.30%. In summary, yesterday's trading, rally was largely a heavyweight story, while sell-offs, persisted across mid and small cap stocks. Heavy capital allocation into telecommunication and tier 1 financial heavyweights delivered a net gain for equity investors. Analysts expect this selective value hunting to dictate trading section throughout the week. And then moving on to the forex market, where the naira, continued its run of relative stability in foreign exchange trading, posting modest gains in the official market while remaining range-bound across parallel market channel. It's boosted by sustained dollar supply and ongoing central bank liquidity measures. The local currency successfully limited volatility across both major trading windows. At the official foreign exchange market, the naira appreciated by 0.26% to settle at 1,361.25 points. 1,361 naira 25 kobo to the US dollar after testing an intraday highs of 1,367 naira against the US dollar. Meanwhile, in the black market or the power market, the street level trading saw the naira hold steady around 1,385 naira against the dollar, maintaining a narrow exchange rate premium of roughly 1.7% over official spot prices, a sign of converging market expectation. Now, taking a look at the factors that would work to drive the market yesterday, cued from the key market drivers yesterday. The one is that the parallel official rate convergence, where reduced arbitrage opportunities and clearer price discovery have anchored informal market demand, preventing speculative spikes on the street. Another factor that may shape the direction of the market is foreign portfolio inflows, where high interest rates on treasury bills and central bank open market bills continue to attract offshore capital into domestic fixed income markets. The Apex Bank's benchmark interest rate at 26.5% continue to drain excess systemic liquidity, dampening speculative hoarding in non-official channels. Another factor we are looking to determine the pace and direction of the market is the domestic energy sector offtake, where reduced reliance on imported refined petroleum products backed by local output has meaningfully curtailed corporate forest demand in alternative markets. The narrow spread between the official and parallel market rates point to an increasing unified foreign exchange environment, with strong institutional turnover shading official trades and parallel rates staying grounded. Analysts anticipate the local currency will sustain its current corridors of 1,360 naira to 1,385 naira across both segments through trading week. And quickly moving on to the global energy market, where the global crude benchmark rebounded as yesterday, where oil prices snapped a multi-day losing streak driven by lingering geopolitical friction and persistent uncertainty surrounding critical Middle Eastern shipping corridors. Investors pushed prices higher following last week's sharp sell-offs, recalibrating risk premiums in response to fresh supply concerns. And Brent crude futures gained nearly 3%, as of yesterday, rising by $2.48 to trade at $86.03 per barrel. The global benchmark, touched an intraday low of $83.03 before strong buy-side momentum pushed prices towards a session highs of $85.92, breaking back above key psychological resistance level. Now, taking a cue from the key market drivers as yesterday, as the factors that may push the direction of the market today, we are taking a look at the Straits of Hormuz bottleneck, where tensions and unresolved conditions surrounding maritime traffic through Straits of Hormuz reignited concerns over potential regional transit bottlenecks, injecting fresh geopolitical risk premium back into energy contracts. Another factor that will determine the flow of the market is bargain hunting post-sellers, where traders stepped in to buy the dip following a severe drop of over 7% last week, recovering lost ground as market expectations shifted. Supply availability and regional friction is another factor that would clearly dictate the direction and pace of the market. Reports of refreshed attacks targeting energy infrastructure in the Middle East exacerbated concerns over potential fiscal supply disruption. In summary, Brent crude's strong rebound underscores how rapidly supply scrutiny concerns can reassert control over energy markets, while rising U.S. rig activity provides an underlying counterweight. Volatility is expected to remain elevated as traders track diplomatic developments along strategic maritime transit routes throughout the week. And quickly taking a look at the Nigerian Commodities Exchange, including AFES and the Nigerian Commodity Exchange, which closed on a buoyant note yesterday, buoyed by strong domestic industrial demand and sustained export appetite for major commercial grains. Key export grains, led by sesame seeds and soybeans, maintain strong price support alongside persistent demand for domestic staple grains like sorghum and maize. Supported by a stabilizing foreign exchange regime and improving trade logistics, overall trading activity across warehouse spot markets signaled positive momentum for agricultural commodities. And now taking a look at grain performance yesterday, yes, SMC, the export leader, is up a positive 8.70%, speaking to Kano Sport, to close at 1,250 naira per kilogram on strong international buy demand. And taking a look at soybeans, speaking to export and industrial navigated advances of soybeans, we see advanced a positive 11.56%, to settle at 695 naira per kilogram due to offshore process bids, and this is akin to the Kaduna hubs. And then taking a look at white maize, which gained a positive 4.26%, speaking to the plateau to 269 naira per kilogram, while Kano contracts posted a positive 22% surge to 305 naira per kilogram on meal demand. And taking a look at white shogun, yes, which increased a positive 3.76% to 276 naira per kilogram, and this is speaking particularly to Kaduna, maintaining strong price momentum. And quickly taking a look at Ebonyi State, where paddy rice is up a positive 2.64% to 506 naira per kilogram, which is driven by continuous national consumption demand. And quickly moving on to take a look at the market that will determine the pace and direction of the market, drawing from the key market drivers. One is strong offshore export demand, where sustained international procurement for high oil content crops like sesame and soybeans kept export spot prices firmly elevated. Another factor is the forex stability and trade facilitation. Relative stability in the foreign exchange markets continue to encourage foreign buyers and structured commodity traders to execute forward contracts. Another factor is the industrial and domestic offtake, where breweries and animal feed manufacturers actively accumulate grain inventories, putting upward pressure on domestic maize and sorghum prices. And this quickly takes us to the international market, where international equity markets delivered a resilient performance as at yesterday, anchored by a strong Wall Street rally after softer U.S. employment data cooled expectations of an immediate Federal Reserve rate hike. Asian markets surged during the overnight session, led by tech-heavy rallies in Tokyo and Seoul, while European pauses posted a mixed finish as investors weighted moderate growth signals against ongoing corporate earnings reports. U.S. futures maintained steady ground and keeping Wall Street near record highs following the weekend surge. And taking a look at U.S. Wall Street, where S&P 500 closed 7,755.64 points, and Nasdaq Composite closed at 26,690.62 points. And taking a look at the Jones Industrial Average, which made a positive 0.30% to close at 54,036.93 points. In United States, technology heavyweights led the charge, with Nvidia and Broadcom posting solid gains following U.S. non-farm payroll reports that signaled a cooling labor market, shifting federal rate hike probabilities downward. And quickly moving on to Europe, where in Germany, DAX closed on 26,411.01 points, making a positive 0.30%. And in France, CAC 40 made a negative adjustment of 0.10% to close at 8,703.73 points. And UK FTSE 100 closed at 10,869.35 points. This divergent economic data created a split across exchanges. Germany's DAX edged higher on industrial and tech strengths, while Paris and London saw modest profit taking in healthcare and energy counters. And quickly, that takes us to the Asian Pacific, where in Japan, Nikkei 225 closed at 66,970.22 points. And in South Korea, Kospi closed on a positive 0.70% to see trading share off at 6,299.66 points. In China, Shanghai Composite closed at 3,966.59 points. And in Hong Kong, Hang Seng closed at 25,937.49 points. Japan's Nikkei 225 spearheaded regional gains with a massive 2% jump, driven by semiconductor equipment manufacturers like Tokyo Electrons and Advantest, and in Hong Kong and mainland Chinese stocks closed comfortably in positive territory. And that quickly takes us to our market advice for our Nigerian investors before we call it a day. We urge you to protect capital first. Yes, we are urging you to protect capital first. Hunt yield second. Yes, protect capital first and then you hunt yield. In today's high rate inflationary market, keeping your money ahead of inflation matters far more than taking big risk. For aggressive growth, keep it simple. High yield, strong liquidity, and hard currency export exposure. But here is a quick reminder. Before you trade, while we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. We urge you, as always, to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching the Aneke TV market update to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Once in a while I dream. Once in a while I think of you. I reminisce on days gone by when you and I were new. Once in a while.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist: insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno.
It's a beautiful morning. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, and we're here live on Aneke TV to bring you what's happening around the world of sports. Good morning. My name is Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle. I live, I dream, and I breed sports. Like I have already told you, we're here to just do justice to what we know best how to do, and I hope you are having a good morning. And I'm saying this because it's a Tuesday morning. A lot of things to just bring your way. Talking about the UEFA Super Cup that is coming over this weekend between Paris Saint-Germain, the Champions League winner, and the Champions League winner, and Aston Villa, the Europa League winner. And there are other things we are trying to bring your way today. Of course, it's not going to pass today because this morning is loaded and it's packed. Yes, I tell you for a fact, you know how we do this, and you know, of course, I've already used we, so you know that we are here, and we are really, really here. This guy is looking very handsome this morning. What's going on, you young man?
Good morning, my beautiful people. How you guys doing?
Okay, today people are beautiful.
People are beautiful. When you look at people while coming, to work this morning, you know that you are seeing a lot of beautiful, beautiful people walking around.
Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Remember, it's only you that have the right to beauty.
I had to behold a lot this morning.
So that's why the reflections of your beauty had to.
In fact, the guys were even looking more handsome, just like the way you are looking so handsome. I saw a lot of guys wearing suits. They were just looking so good this morning. I was like, this Tuesday, are you sure something is not coming this Tuesday? Everybody was looking so sharp and bright. Well, it's still your program, Aneke Sports, right here on Aneke TV. It did not allow me to introduce myself, so I will not forget that. I remember your humble host worldwide saying good morning, our viewers. How you guys doing? Hope you guys had a lovely night rest. Of course, it's Tuesday, and we are expecting a lot in the world of sport, talking about transfers, talking about, the news, talking about the events that are going to take place so soon. Like Mr. Goodhope said, the UEFA Super Cup, is something that we were expecting.
At some point, I was hooked with the, my brain was, going between Arsenal and Paris Saint-Germain, and my brain, because at a point I hooked.
Okay.
I was seeing Aston Villa, Arsenal, both of them have the same pronunciation. I said no, it can't be Arsenal.
No, of course, it's not Arsenal.
It's not Arsenal.
Probably if the penalty was not overshot, against, maybe shot to the crowd, probably we'll be seeing Arsenal versus Aston Villa. But as football will have it, I don't want to say as luck will have it, as football will have it, we're having to see Paris Saint-Germain and against Aston Villa. And somehow, of course, we are expecting Paris Saint-Germain to get a victory from that match. But I can tell you that my instinct is telling me different.
That Aston Villa will win.
Yes, like they are going to pull up a surprise. The way Unai Emery does his thing, I don't know. I'm looking at a surprise coming up. That man has a way of winning finals. He has gone to so many UEFA, Europa League finals, and you know what he has done. So him coming to the UEFA Super Cup final, which is a final between, the winner of Champions League and the winner of Europa. I'm just seeing something surprising. Well, it's just my own instinct. I'm just talking for myself. So I'm just
it's actually good that you are talking from your own instincts, because you're not talking from football instincts.
No, football.
Because if you look at football instincts, it's obvious that that match is
the way it's obvious. Of course, we football analysts and football lovers, people that watch football, with the way Paris Saint-Germain is right now, with the way Aston Villa is right now, these two clubs, we can say Paris Saint-Germain are very, very, in fact, in terms of club football right now, they are the number one, because if you are the holders of Champions League, of course, that's a league where everybody, top teams come, and play. And if you are having to be the winner, you know that you can be regarded as the number one. And these people has done it back to back. It's not just this the first time they are winning it. This is like the second time they won it in a row. And Aston Villa also put up a good show last season, where they had to also come and get a win in the UEFA Europa League against Freiburg. But despite that, we have seen football, going against all odds. We saw that in the World Cup a lot. And if I don't even want to go to the World Cup angle, we have seen that in the club football, where, you remember when Paris Saint-Germain played Chelsea. In fact, the whole world, I don't even want to use only football, the whole world that we are watching, even people that we are not football lovers or not, too inclined in the world of football, maybe that was their first time, I could tell you that from what they were hearing and what they had to say, because at least I interacted with a lot of people then, they were always on the Paris Saint-Germain side. Just a few Chelsea, you can see that these ones are inborn, they were born into Chelsea. They were, they head bent on their own decision, like even when they had that fear that Paris Saint-Germain should get a win, but according to them, as a Chelsea fan, they will never go down saying that Paris Saint-Germain will get a win. And we saw what happened. 3 goals to nothing. It was not even 1 goal to nothing. It was not even a match that maybe proceeded to the extra time and maybe we got penalties. It was 3 goals to nothing. Clear victory. Chelsea played good football. So that was what I'm just like seeing. Maybe Aston Villa can pull out that trick, despite we knowing Paris Saint-Germain, of course, on a good day is better.
We're going to see what happens, and we're going to see if Aston Villa would be able to handle Paris Saint-Germain, because I don't know if you've seen the current squad of Paris Saint-Germain. That's not their current squad, of course. It was an older squad, because the picture I have is the older squad. But currently, they are balanced. They're just still balanced. It's just like earlier they had big names. Now they don't have big names. They just have performance. Those who perform, not the names. So right now they are in a place and in a position where they can take on any team. And you are talking about Paris Saint-Germain, you're talking about Bayern Munich too, just coming behind. You're talking about Arsenal, you're talking about Manchester City, Manchester United. You are just seeing the possibilities that this top European top flight, 5 of them, 6 of them, they're able to, carry out the performance that they need to. They have the top flight performance.
But don't forget, this breaks has a way of affecting football. When you go on a break like this, you have not been together, playing together the way Paris Saint-Germain, who we are playing for the Champions. Now coming back together to just play a final, you don't expect it to be that same level which they were towards the end of the season. So like I said, it's just my instinct. At the end of the day, we are going to see what happens. But don't be surprised that, or don't forget to say I mentioned it, that Aston Villa might just get away from this match. Well, let's just move forward straight on what we are having in terms of Real Madrid, who have decided that Endrick, we talked about Endrick yesterday.
And you say it's linked to Arsenal.
I did not say he was.
You say he was linked.
Aston Villa or Manchester United. Those 2 people are the people coming for Endrick.
I remember it's Aston Villa.
I never mentioned Arsenal.
As Arsenal, would they even buy? Are they now Chelsea that want to buy Kemefuna from?
No, they might want to. Arsenal might be interested because, funny enough, their striker
Arsenal,
Jesus is almost probably going for a loan this season. You just have guy correct.
The thing is that Arsenal, I don't want to discuss Arsenal this one. I want to have a good day.
You are the one that mentioned Arsenal, so I was trying to justify myself.
We're still going to come down.
We'll get to Arsenal, but
but right now,
Vinicius Junior is staying.
And he's
wearing number 9.
Yeah,
number 9 jersey. That's what they are giving to him.
Who is wearing number 7?
I don't know. Sorry, I said Vinicius Junior.
It happens.
Endrick is staying and he's wearing number 9. And when I saw it because it was early this morning.
I think I got their squad numbers.
I was very happy. I don't know. I was happy for the young man. But I just like this young man has really struggled for playing time. Now Jose Mourinho has approved him to stay.
I think you understand what's going on in Real Madrid.
Yeah, he has struggled a lot.
Let me just explain a little of what's going on in Real Madrid. Jose Mourinho has this, flair for players who are kind of who are strong, who look strong, who look solid and
determined.
Yes,
you have to be determined to play.
Very strong guy. He has that. In fact, in Manchester United, you see him bringing out the likes of Eric Bailey. It was him that introduced Billy. It was him that introduced some players, and he has a wonderful flair for African decent players. And you will see that Jose Mourinho is a very wonderful guy. He's a very, very wonderful coach. When you talk about those who has been, seeing talent in people, and Jose Mourinho now.
That's why they call him the special one.
Yeah, the special one. He knows how to. For instance, it was him that brought out McTominay. Even though since they inscribed his, they used his header in the Scottish currency. Till now, I've not heard anything from him. Since that particular
he's doing well. He's doing quite well. He's doing inside.
Yeah, he's doing well now. He's doing well in the currency.
He's doing well in the currency. But when he left Manchester United for was it Napoli? He played quite. He scored a number. In fact, he was one of the most influential players that Napoli had.
No, you don't get what I'm saying. And I'm saying that he's doing well. He's doing well in the cash.
He's doing well. Of course, he's getting the currency, and
he's doing well in the cash. Now, looking at Jose Mourinho, you would see that every player he has signed this season, most of them are, you're seeing Brahim Konate, you're seeing Denzel Dumfries, you're seeing Yam Diomande, you're seeing Carlo Espi. These are the players that he has signed. Cucurella is Bernardo Silva. Now, I really would want to see 6 of them that have already been integrated into the team. You have players like, Cucurella, who's the World Cup winner, who is also a wonderful player, wonderful, wing back. You are seeing Carlos Espi, the special one. As a striker.
That day was very fast.
Very,
within 48 hours. According to SP, said it was not
there are sometimes I would tell you that deals can come. Just be doing what you're doing. Deals can come in 24 hours. You are out of nowhere. Now we are having Yam Diomande that took about 2 months.
Yeah, that was one that
it was a long time to sign Diomande, and he has 25. That's his JC number is 25. Then you have Bernardo Silva, who had to come from Manchester City. He came from Manchester City to Real Madrid, and it was also a snappy deal too. Now you're having Dumfries, who came from Inter Milan. You see that the kind of players, and Konate, who had to move from Liverpool to Real Madrid. You see, Konate has upgraded. Now, taking a look at this formation now, I will tell you that there's nothing that you could tell me in this team that will not work. Even Trent too. Trent looks sometimes it looks unserious.
But from this formation, for me, I don't like where Bernardo Silva is playing. Bernardo Silva is not a defensive.
Okay, good. He's not a defensive player. He can play in the left.
He can play in the left, even
left wing. Or he can even play in the right wing. He can even play AM.
So for me, this is just limiting Bernardo Silva. This is someone that likes to. Bernardo Silva is if you are playing defensive.
Who is limiting Bernardo Silva?
This role will be limiting him now because he will not be there to be creating this is a man that likes to go forward to get
just like Bruno Fernandes, just like what.
So if you are putting him here, I believe this formation he will not start off from this place. It's either he's even starting off from the bench or he's going to start where Diamande is.
Yeah, he's going to start where Diamande is. Of course, he's starting with Diamande, where Diamande is going to come in. Yeah, but then you are going to have Bellingham retaining that spot.
Of course, Bellingham.
Then you're going to have Vinicius Junior going to be starting, going to the flanks, and then you're going to have Mbappe maintaining his number 9 status quo. Yeah. Coming to the back, you will see too rugged. The way they don't even.
This pairing might not. You will see Jose Mourinho might not be using this pairing because Hodgson is still there.
Yeah.
He's still there. Who just took number 4 jersey?
Yeah, he's still there. So I saw him.
Probably anyway. We are going to see what is going to happen with this. Because in Real Madrid now, you have to struggle for your playing time because you can see there a lot. Look at Dumfries is not even here. So imagine where Dumfries is on the bench.
Dumfries is going to play where
he plays more of where
Trent
plays.
Yes, he's going to play where Trent is.
That's going to be a good competition.
The thing is that Trent will not replace Dumfries. Trent is good.
Mourinho would like to use Dumfries. He likes that physicality.
He likes physicality very well. So he likes physical.
Trent is more he's more attacking, attacking minded. So Dumfries though goes to the front, but more defensive than Trent. And Trent will any day, anytime you can bet that he will give you those good crosses that you are looking for. But Real Madrid does not play more of a crossing where you have to be waiting for someone to cross before you nod. So they don't play that kind of football. So probably Trent will not be starting.
Yeah, Trent will not be starting. And in fact, it's going to make a lot of sense when you put it together to have other players. If there will be other players that will be coming in, because they know transfers.
In this squad, what is Real Madrid looking for again?
No, Madrid.
What are they looking for?
Okay, they even have Tchouaméni.
No, of course there are so many people that
they even have Tchouaméni. They have
in fact, so many people are knowing this, but you cannot bring out everybody. This is just like a starting line. Of course, Hendrick is not there.
Hendrick is there.
Somewhere there. Okay. Adagula is still somebody that plays for Real Madrid.
Now you say Adagula is someone that plays for Real Madrid.
I want to just mention some names that we have never even tried to fix somewhere. Of course, that's why I say the squad depth. This is the kind of squad that you want to have. The way there is a squad depth. If someone has injury here now, it's not be too difficult to replace. Talking about maybe Trent has injury, there's somebody there. If Rudiger has injury, there's somebody. If Cucurella has, there's somebody. If you go to the midfield, there are a lot of people that can replace one another. If you go to the front, Hendrick is, in fact, is a fantastic young striker that you can put there and he will deliver. Mbappe can come and play where Vinicius is playing. So you will see that Mourinho has, and they are likely still going to sign more. Because I know Real Madrid. They will not end up just sitting back and just back. That's before September 1st now you might hear another person has come in, or before we get to January 1st they will start making another move. Well, let's leave Real Madrid for Real Madrid and move forward. We are having to see the Somalia referee, that young man that was not allowed to enter and officiate for the World Cup. He is the one that is going to be officiating for the UEFA Super Cup final. And I'm just happy for this young man. After that, saga, that scenario, of course, he was well compensated, right? His salaries and everything was covered. His match bonuses, whatever he was going to receive, was being duly paid. But now he's back on the center stage and he's the one to officiate. And I'm just happy for this news. Despite I don't know why, I'm just happy because the young man wanted, when he was not allowed to, you saw the emotions on his face. He had to go back to his country, and I believe the country we are supporting him, but you knew that this man wanted to do his job, and now he is back and has that opportunity to take the center stage of a very prestigious final, talking about the UEFA Super Cup. And I'm just happy. I believe the Somalian Republic will also be happy for this young man, and it's something that we are happy to see today.
Well, I will not differ from your opinion or your happiness. I will not want to add some lemon to your to your juice, but I will tell you for a fact that him being able to officiate, he has been on the news for a while, that why he was not able to come into America, into the US for the World Cup games that he was meant to officiate. It was also seen because of immigration laws. There are countries that have been banned, that they will never enter the US because of immigration laws. So you see, so now we are seeing a country who is taking these laws very serious, that no matter how professional you are, because in Africa he seems to be the number one. In Africa he seems to be the number one. Now imagine how the number one in Africa is not able to go into US to have a to do his job, which he should do. But we are still seeing FIFA and other bodies, UEFA, coming out to compensate him, to pay his match bonuses, everything he's going to earn. Just don't come to the World Cup, because if you come, you'll not be allowed into the US. The other countries that were not allowed into the US, or they were allowed, but they could not stay more than an hour after their matches. Talking about Iran, due to the tension in the Middle East. Iran, their jets, their plane was waiting for them. Immediately they finished, they did not spend up to an hour. That's the team. They had to, take off to the next country. Like they had to, go to Mexico, Canada, depends on where their matches had to, the places they are going to play their matches. Now, you see, it's just what international relations and laws had to, bring up. And I'm so sorry about that experience, but I'm sure that wherever he is now, he has seen a good compensation. In fact, it was that period that it was announced that he's not going to feature in the World Cup, that UEFA had to say, okay, this guy, we're going to bring him in. He's going to officiate the final of the Super Cup between Aston Villa and Paris Saint-Germain. And it's really amazing to see him.
It's something. In fact, it's one of the best compensations.
It's one of the best.
Officiating for the World Cup and officiating for the UEFA Super Cup final. I can tell you that this one seems, although the World Cup is more, people are
elaborate,
more, into this elaborate and all, but the UEFA Super Cup just coming back to compensate you for not going to the World Cup is something good for me. It's just a good step that the UEFA.
It's a very good thing, and I must tell you that it's amazing to see our very own Somalian referee to feature. Of course, you know that it's between two clubs, so there's no prejudice.
There will not be any. Somebody will now be saying, "Are you sure this guy is not?"
Are you sure this guy? Are you sure he's not supporting Paris Saint-Germain, or he's supporting?
We know the ref has no
Aston Villa. Yeah, you know that he's void of bias.
So Somalia, Paris Saint-Germain, France, Aston Villa, England. So
he's really void of bias, and that's the thing that we're going to see. Let's take a look at the fight week coming up on the zone. The boxing, we have the name, Terem versus Savage on August 12th. That's tomorrow. That's when the fight is going to take place. Terem, I'm sure this guy watched a lot of Moana because he's looking like one of the cartoon characters. Because why is his name Terem? But then they'll just bring you away that he is going to fight Savage. You see, Savage is not smiling, he's very serious, all put up together, and this fight is going to take place tomorrow. You can watch the fight live on that zone. That zone is going to bring you that match live, and it's going to be an amazing fight. We have youngest heavyweights world champions, talking about youngest heavyweight world champions. Mike Tyson, 20 years 4 months 23 days. And we have Moses Itauma, who's 21 years and 8 months and 8 months and 1 day. That's Moses Itauma. Moses Itauma has been making great moves this time around.
We have been seeing him so far, and having to be one of the youngest. Of course, Mike Tyson was the youngest, 20 years, and Itauma was 21 years. Then, of course, Patterson, who was also 21 years, 10 months and 26 days. Then, of course, the great Muhammad Ali was 22 years, 1 month and 8 days. Then Jay Lewis was 23 years, 1 month and 9 days. Let me tell you a shocking fact that is not here. There is a name that was omitted. I don't know if you have noticed. Youngest heavyweight world champions. The name is not here.
Whose name?
No, just take a look from the the boxers that that you are well familiar with. Which name do you think was one of the youngest fighters that won the world champions at early age?
Muhammad Ali.
No, Muhammad Ali is here. He's 22 years, 1 month.
Is he the rich guy?
No, he was not a winner of this competition at a very young age. The name is me.
Will you just go?
I did not see my name. You don't notice that my name was not there.
Your name was not.
Me that won the championship at 19 years, 20.
God.
Anyway, you are looking at me. You did not see, because I did not snap picture. There was no. It was not.
On, safe to say that
it was not on camera. That's why
it's fine because you existed before camera was invented.
It was not on camera.
Well, safe to say that our boxing match is still coming up, and it's coming up shortly. The boxing match between Worldwide and
because you not see,
is coming.
You should be scared of me now. You not see my name on record.
I'm scared.
What you should be looking forward to now is cancelling the fight. It's not something you should be wanting to proceed with.
Well, until Anthony Joshua, until he does something about his own, then I will do something about my own.
I'm just, you viewers, you people are here. I'm telling him, let's cancel the fight. If you are mentioning Moses Itauma, Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, Patterson. The other name that was there was Worldwide, but it was omitted. It was an error that was omitted.
How was it omitted?
Just be careful of what you are wishing for. I'm just letting you know. Anyway, still talking about fight with August 15th. We are having the ladies. While we talk about the men, we don't leave the ladies aside. We have Shields versus Scott. This is coming up on Saturday. That's August 15th. Shield versus Scott Championship. This is for the female. The women, we are going to see what they know how to do best in the world of boxing. Just before we continue, we are going to take a quick short break, and when we come back, we'll give you all the updates. We have not talked about transfers. There's still a lot of transfers coming up. Of course, don't forget that the Super Cup is coming up talking about the community shield between Arsenal and Manchester City. We have talked about the Super Cup, Paris Saint-Germain and Aston Villa. Arsenal and Manchester City coming up this Sunday. We're still going to talk about that. And of course, don't forget the league matches are also coming your way. But let's take a quick short break, and when we come back, we'll dive into other activities. Stay with us, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break. It's still Aneke Sports right here on Aneke TV, where we give you all the updates concerning sports, whether football, whether tennis, whether long tennis, whether basketball, whether cricket, whether high jump, whether low jump, whether short jump. We give you all the updates, and we can't afford to miss out anything. Mr. Goodhope, what next should we move into?
Well, we're moving into the Punch Sports Extra, where we're going to be looking into the newspaper headlines, especially in the world of sports. Of course, it's very created for sporting events and activities. So let's just take a look at the Punch Sports Extra. What is today? Time for change. Madugu hints at rotation after Nnadozie errors. We gave everything, says keeper. That's what she says. This talking about the just concluded WAFCON. Nigeria just concluded their WAFCON. And WAFCON has not been concluded, but they just concluded their.
We are already out.
Women's
Our own has been concluded.
Yeah, and also we are having just up by the left, Bayana ready to fight Falcons for World Cup tickets. Oh my days.
South
Africa is ready to fight the Falcons for the World Cup ticket, and that is just where we found ourselves. Imagine we won Cameroon. Imagine we won Cameroon. We will not be having this kind of, and then Malawi has qualified for the Women's World Cup. You see, that's a turn in life, and it's kind of what we cannot understand or x-ray right now. We have no excuse. Ucheibe apologizes to Nigerians. Please apologize. Come down to your knees. I don't even know how you are going to do it. Go down to your knees and stand up, however you can do it. Well, they really tried, because we can't even talk about this and not talk about the men's AFCON, how we left AFCON too. We are I don't know what happens when we're having the last moment. This happens, it doesn't really happen maybe everywhere, but it happens a lot of times with our Nigeria side. Now let's go over to Osimhen. Says Villarreal coach slams Osimhen. Why was Osimhen displaying the kind of attitude?
This attitude, sometimes we see Osimhen display this attitude quite a number of times.
Why?
I don't know why he's just prone to. And this was a friendly match.
But why?
This was a friendly match against Villarreal. I watched I was watching the highlights when I saw, like, you want to make a move, right? You want to make a move, then someone blocks you. It's normal in football, just to block you that. It was not like you were even going to score the goal. It was like a crossing that was coming, in the box 18, and the defender blocked him. That was all. And out of the annoyance, of course, maybe when you are losing, you get to flare up easily, and that temper just rushed in. Melanie and adrenaline was popping, and he had to grab, the way he grabbed that Villarreal defender, almost wanting to punch him, and they had to come together and start to separate, what will have turned into maybe a WWE WrestleMania 24 or 25. It was almost turned into a brawl, and the coach, of course, has come out to slam him, and he's not happy. This someone that they have given the captain ban, and he's supposed to lead Galatasaray, show an example, and I was not happy with our own Victor Osimhen. But I know in football, emotions come up where you are eager to make a move, wanting to get the goal, and someone comes and intentionally, it's not like the person was going for the ball. I understand. Intentionally just blocks you. But that was
a lot of people have been commenting on this. I've seen a lot of comments. They have been asking, and they have been insisting, and they have been giving the opinion. That's why big teams may not be able to come for Victor Osimhen because of this kind of attitude. You see, it's not that it's not right. He's not right to react because of the blocking. The guy, the defender blocked him because of the defender's block. It's just how he would have controlled the situation and not escalated. That's what we say is emotion. There's something about when a defender blocks you. Just like when I was playing, when I was the midfielder of one. Don't worry, a boxer. I'm a midfielder. Okay. When I was a midfielder, and then I was striking too. When a defender tries to do that, I tap them. Hey, stop.
Well, but you tap me to stop. Well, from what I understand yes, I understand this flaring up. There are some strikers that will even push somebody like a Haaland. Now you try to. He will just body you down. Someone like Lukaku, you'll be on the floor. Because you'll be on the floor. That is what should have. That's what he should have done. There's a way. You don't create an opera. Like it's not a rule in football, but I think that when we both go for the ball, and it looks like you are intimidating me, I should just body you. I should body you. I should body you. I should body you and do what? Then I could take a yellow card. Yes. Moreover, this is a friendly. Well, at least this striker, this defender, I will come back again. I know when they are playing their PS5 or PS6. When they are playing their PS5 or PS6 now, there could be some movement here. They are seeing how they would have. They are using they are seeing how they would have scored the goal. But at the end of the day, it's not a rocket science. Somebody can come and block that goal, and it's fine. You just have to take. But that was not a good one. That's not. Both of them are wrong. We advocating. Both of them are wrong. If Osimhen, not say both of them, because in football we see that all the time. When you want, that's what I'm saying. And somebody will just block you. You will see someone do 1, 2 pass, and they'll just block. Who is wrong? No, the defender. If the defender was wrong, you will have been brandished that popular yellow card that we know. It will just come and give you. But it's something that you do in football. You have to block somebody that is making a move, and the ball was not coming towards Osimhen. He's just trying to impede him that he should not go anywhere. So it's part of football. Football is a contact sport. There has to be contact. I have to touch you. You have to touch me sometimes. So the card was not brandished to the defender. So Osimhen reacting to that extent, we might just say maybe it might be too much, but we understand that it's emotion, so we'll allow it to go. Yeah, of course, we'll allow it to go. Now we have Salah. Osimhen is a good striker. Yeah, Osimhen is a wonderful striker. But then Salah has moved into Nwakeme's house from the Punch extra, headlines. You say Salah has moved into Nwakeme's house, and then I started asking who is Nwakeme. There's Anthony Nwakeme, who became a major Trabzonspor figure, playing 2 spells for the club. I mean, Salah had to move into his residence where he stayed when he was playing for the club, and he made 193 appearances, scoring 50 goals and providing 48 assists across those spells, according to reports. When Nwakeme left Trabzonspor after his contract expired at the end of last season, I saw this news. I even had to, break it here too. Mohamed Salah has now arrived at Trabzonspor superstar signing and has taken over the former Nwakeme residence. And Salah's move to Trabzonspor has generated the most excitement, and with the club reportedly expecting a major commercial and sporting. See this move. It turned the whole team, the whole country, the whole club around, because what Salah aimed, what the club aimed, and what even the commercial, enterprise that are attached to this particular signing, this particular unveiling. It's not the signing that gave them this money. They spent and they had to aim. That's the unveiling. They have sold about 180,000 of their jerseys just since and they will still sell more. They'll still sell more because they are not done selling, and it's business. Of course, it's really good business for them. And I would say Trabzonspor, they are in for a wonderful time. This is the positive aspect of getting someone so influential. When you saw when Ronaldo moved to Al-Nassr, the number of jerseys that was sold. You saw when Messi moved to Inter Miami. Even when Osimhen moved to Galatasaray, you saw the celebration. So this is the positive aspect. When you spend, the mouth-watering deal that Salah signed. In fact, I can tell you that it's basically more of enjoyment, because you are going to get a private security guard, a private chef, your house, your children will be taken to a good school, your parents, they have their own place to stay. You have nothing to worry about. So it's just like a preferential treatment for Mohamed Salah. So, and of course, they are also reaping the fruit of their labor. So they didn't just spend so much that they are not getting anything in return. Just within how many weeks? Look at the number of jerseys that have been sold. Imagine the next 2 to 3 months, how many of these jerseys will be sold. So it's a good deal for, you know, Trabzonspor. It's also a good deal for Mohamed Salah. Still talking about the Punch Sport Extra quickly. Let's just, you know, finish the headlines that we're having there. We have Guy Kores, Mamouche, fire community shield shot. That's talking about the community shield match that will be coming up. Of course, this Sunday, you know, Mamouche, of course, plays for Man City, and Guy Kores plays for Arsenal. So they are already.
You see the news? You see the news down?
Guy Kores, Gunners. all right. I will have to retake this again. Gunners tipped to win 100 million euros Baccarat race.
Gunners. Is it like another Gunners?
But first of all, Baccarat is not even 100 million euros. Paris Saint-Germain has placed a figure way above 50 so this 100 million euros is right. If it's 100 million euros, the deal will have been done.
Yes, Liverpool came with 140.
So this just
you know the problem that these guys are having is that as the sports oracle, they don't do some consultations.
They never consulted.
I know that. You know, remember that deal with Chelsea and between Chelsea and
was it
Henderson.
Oh yeah, I remember.
You remember how and Chelsea as well. But you see,
you had to interfere. Of course, they did not come to you, and very soon I hope they learn their lesson and come to you. Still talking about Punch Sport Extra. We are having Kane to get new 3-year
buy-in deal.
Of course, he deserves it.
He deserves it. Kane scores 66 goals.
66. In a 66 or 69. Because he scored how many in the World Cup?
Oh, you're adding World Cup now.
Yes, you add everything to
it. Okay, I'm talking about his club goals. Like every game he played. That was why
about 61 to that figure that you said.
That was why Nicholas Jackson was not able to play, because how many times did Kane? Imagine
we can even give the coach, we can give company a reason to start Jackson ahead of
no.
He will not give you that reason. When you put him in the match, there was a match I was watching. They were awarded a penalty by Munich, and Olise, instead of watching what's going to happen in the penalty, he faced the other side like, I'm 100% sure this guy will score the penalty. He was not bothered if somebody wanted to take, but he just turned his back, was walking towards, to go and wait they should kick off the match again. And that confidence that you have when this person is playing is quite.
And Harry Kane is very good. Harry Kane is super good. I really love that kind of player. It's making a lot of sense now, because we are seeing someone who has been suffering, who has been trophyless.
Yeah.
Almost
trophyless, not suffering.
Yeah, he suffered trophylessness.
He was getting the goals. Funny enough, when he was in
yes. He was bagging
consecutively. He was being one of the top scorers in Europe, in England, but the trophies you are not there to show for it. After you score a lot of goals, you will not get the trophy. And he made the best. In fact, that was the wisest decision that he took to go to Bayern Munich. And of course, today he had that counting trophies. It's not even one now that he has gotten. He has gotten more than one. Still counting. Of course, he will be given the Golden Boot award very soon. I think it's this month that he will get that award, because he was the highest goal scorer in Europe. Now, still talking about Punch Sport Extra for words of time. We are not having much time. We want to check all the updates that are here. We have Bura Sport debut, Tris Nacho, of course, the senior man. We saw him getting a goal and an assist on his debut. Then down there we are having Mikel Lodz United 35 million euros Tillerman's deals. That's talking about John Obi Mikel. He was praising Manchester United. Then of course, Prenga warns of Joshua punching power. Anyway, this experience is the best teacher. when you have experiences, you now go into the world and tell the people what you have seen. So Prenga has come out and he's telling people, he's not the one preaching that you people should be aware.
Be aware of Anthony Joshua's
punches that comes from. It was a knockout round. So he felt it.
Yeah,
and he's still feeling it.
It was a good one. It was a good one for Anthony Joshua. I remember that last year, just before Anthony Joshua had that incident that took two of his associates, he had a fight with Jake Paul.
Yeah.
Now Jake Paul is nowhere back to boxing.
Jake Paul is still injured.
Jake Paul lost two of his.
It's still quite
he was, in fact, after making about $15 million from that fight.
Yeah.
In fact, on even having a private jet, like he's a wonderful guy, big guy. But guess what? Jake Paul till now, he has not recovered from that fight. Anthony Joshua is not somebody. That's why his fight with Tyson Fury is going to be furious.
Yeah, he's going to be furious.
It's going to be very
when
furious.
you lose your teeth, you're no more a kid now. You don't grow those things back just like that. So when you lose it, you just know that it's good. It's either you go for aesthetics and just put artificial one there, because I don't expect a grown man to start growing teeth. It's not going to be possible. So that's one of the losses that you are going to encounter in the world of bosses. Just before we round up with this Punch Sport Extra, we are having Kalu braces for final China test ahead World Cup. Then, of course, down there, the last news that we are having there is flag football. Nigeria keep 2028 Olympic hope. I hope the hope is being kept. I just hope this hope is being kept. Now, moving back to the world of football, where we are having, Jeff Bezos on buying 30% stake of Liverpool Football Club. This young man wants to come and buy 30% stake, and he said he's not interested in coming to sit down with the board, having meetings and whatever. He just wants to buy the stake. Then having to, if possible, he mentioned some names, talking about Ronaldinho, talking about Yama, talking about. He was just like, he's ready to bring in these people, to come and play for Liverpool. And I was like, young man, this is football that we are talking about. I know you're a businessman. Are you sure you know what you are saying? You want to bring in Lamine Yamal? You want to bring Mbappe? Are you sure you know what you're talking about? You don't just bring these people just like that because you have got 30% stake. These people are playing for Real Madrid. You don't just move Mbappe from Real Madrid to Liverpool. You don't just move Yamal from Barcelona right now to Liverpool, But I know you have good plans for, the Liverpool side. But these names you are mentioning, just, have a rethink of whether it's going to be possible to, come true. Then still talking about, football, where we are having UEFA, CONCACAF, and the Asian Football Confederation, where I'm talking about the Infantino saga, released an open letter on Monday morning criticizing FIFA President Gianni Infantino and calling for his resignation. Wow. UEFA, CONCACAF, and the Asia Football Club. 3 important bodies are already calling.
And what do you want me to say?
Are calling for. We have flogged this issue.
So I think it's high time we just have to take a side.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to side anyone here. I'm going to be very, very honest. He had to introduce that 20% stake. That was his proposal. It's actually a proposal. However, there's a need for understanding from what UEFA wrote, from what they explained. That was their issue. Was not the acceptance. It was actually lack of time for deliberation and for investigation. Not the kind of investigation that where we are trying to know. No, it's for research to know how. Just give us a privilege or open up the conversation. Let these bodies that make up FIFA, more than 200 bodies that make up FIFA, let them have conversations about this. Let it be what you see the best, of these people who are in the business of sports. Let it be a deliberation over this. But he was like, there's no time. You guys have to do this very fast, and it has to, come out. In fact, I'm sure that there would have been this lack of patience from his side. However, we're seeing UEFA has been on their stance, saying no, they are not going to be part of this deal. Why are they not going to be part of this deal? There's no time for deliberation. The timeline or the deadline is just from ending of July, from July, to August, to September, or ending of September. That was when they had to bring the deadline. But now they have been asking that questions. If you want us to take it to that ending of September, why can't we? It is already, the World Cup is coming already. We are not going to sell the stakes now. It's the stakes of the one that is coming, so that investors can come in and buy, and so that billions can be made for, and then you have that teams will expand, like from 48 teams to 64 teams. That's what Gianni Infantino. Of course, it's a very good, vision as the FIFA president. It's just the attack and the reprisal conversations around this that we could see that it's not really working out. For me, I will still maintain my position. If UEFA is not coming or is not backing Gianni Infantino, they may not be the majority, but they have influence in Europe. And if they say that if they eventually boycott the World Cup, there will be a problem in the world. Now, imagine a World Cup without UEFA. Now imagine a World Cup without CONCACAF.
It's not. In fact, if they should boycott it, probably the only thing that we are going to see is that Infantino will have to resign, because there's no way these people will boycott the World Cup and the World Cup will hold. No UEFA nations in the World Cup. CONCACAF is not there. The Asian side is not there. Who is now going to? The
funny thing about this, the people that are supporting Gianni Infantino, you see CAF there. You see Middle East. You see the Middle East, like you see Middle East Football Association, something like that. Yeah, you see Morocco there, like Morocco, they are there. Then you see, I wanted to say one name, but let me
don't mention the last name you want to say, but that's why you see these people supporting. We can just see it. It's clear, it's open. Our eyes are open that it's just for personal reasons. This is not for the interest of the country itself. It's just for personal reasons. And what you are gaining.
And the argument is very sound. The argument is, imagine a World Cup without France, without
there are so
Portugal,
many. When you want to
without
list
Spain.
Imagine
a World Cup. Imagine
to play a World Cup.
Imagine they now create another World Cup.
Yes, that's what they will definitely do.
And it doesn't.
How will you not be playing the FIFA World Cup that we know? Are you going to explain to everybody that these people did not qualify for the World Cup? Because when you say probably this one that will not see Italy, we even say okay, you did not qualify because they were not able to skate through the. Now, are you not going to come and explain to everyone that all right, France could not come, the Spanish side could not come, the English side they are not here, the Portuguese side they are not here. Then who is here? Young man, let me know who is not here. If you go to Japan, they are not coming. Maybe the South Americans, of course, Argentina in support. Or then you now come, you now say, okay, we are having the African continent, and the South America and the North America. These are the people that are going to play the World Cup. At the end of the day, you see that's not. You can't call that a World Cup. It's either you call it something else, but you cannot call it the World Cup. Just before we go, still talking about there's an extra that we want to bring to you that the Mountain of Fire's ministry. Mountain Top Korah has won gold medal in the spiritual category. Wow.
It's amazing. That's
why I say this is
it's a special category, and we are seeing, of course, you know that Mountain of Fire, they have a football club, they have a football, there's MFM, the football club, like they are in the league, they're active in the league, active. Like in the MPFL. I remember a few years ago, they were active, like they were playing, and it tells you why sports it's not just to be in a particular domain. Sports can be everywhere.
You can go and watch choir games, just
yes, and this is not in Nigeria. This is not in Nigeria. This is actually
in Sweden.
Yes, this is Sweden. That's Sweden. So you see how this cut. I intentionally had to bring it so that we can, just see one second how you can diversify sports. A lot of things can be sports, but this is just a peak, or we could say the part of what is in the world of sports, because there are many.
Just for singing.
Yes. And you're here
with this my voice.
Please hold your voice.
If I should go into just imagine me taking soprano.
Please hold your soprano. Hold your soprano because of time.
Yeah,
please.
See, let me give you one verse.
No, don't give
one
me.
Recently written by me.
Sing yourself.
I know my viewers want to see.
No, they don't want to see. I am your viewer. I don't want to see.
You don't want to hear this bass.
No, hold your bass, because you're moving from soprano to bass, and this is where we're calling today on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. It's a wonderful morning. Thank you very much for watching. Until we come your way same time, same station tomorrow. By then, we will be bringing you more and more updates, as you know, and as the games are approaching. I am Good Chukuma, the Sports Oracle.
All right, I remain your humble host worldwide. I wanted to give you guys some soprano voice, that was written by me, but we'll have to leave it to another time, where I will have about an hour to just drop some tracks that were written by me. But stay tuned, don't worry, don't go anywhere. I will bring those tracks to you on a good day. It's still your humble host worldwide. Say have a lovely Tuesday. Bye bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, ASU authorizes 14-day ultimatum across 20 universities over unfulfilled agreements. Sensitive materials arrive at Osogbo as INEC mobilizes 30,000 members for Osun poll. Ukraine hits Russian e-commerce warehouse as drones retaliatory attacks. Escalation kills 9 Nigerian exporters. Nigerian exporters suspend onion shipment following 1.2 billion naira losses in Ghana trade bottleneck. Now the news in details. Workers of the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, are preparing to down tools over long-standing unpaid minimum wage arrears, heightening operational tensions across Nigeria's aviation and weather tracking sectors. The labor unions representing the agency's workforce have issued a notice of a 24-hour warning strike scheduled to begin on Wednesday, August 12th, following failure of government authorities to fulfill repeated financial promises made over the past 2 years. The industrial action is being spearheaded jointly by the Amalgamated Union of Public Corporations, Civil Service Technical and Recreational Services Employees, and the Association of Nigeria Aviation Professionals. Both labor organizations have publicly accused the agency's management and supervising ministries of continuously reneging on signed agreements concerning accumulated wage back pay, staff subsistence allowances, and the structured implementation of the newly approved public salary scale. Union leadership stated that patience among workers has been exhausted amid prevailing economic pressures and deteriorating labor relations. They cautioned that the planned one-day warning strike serves as a preliminary measure to signal the severity of their grievances to regulatory authorities and executive decision makers within the federal government. Should relevant authorities fail to address and settle the outstanding financial obligations during the initial 24-hour window, the unions have pledged to embark on an indefinite, immediate strike without further notification. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has authorized its local chapters across 20 higher institutions to issue a formal 14-day ultimatum to their respective management boards, threatening fresh industrial action over unfulfilled operational agreements. The directive follow resolutions adopted at the union's National Executive Council NEC meeting held at the University of Abuja, where leadership expressed deep dissatisfaction with the pace of policy execution. ASU leadership severely criticized the federal government's haphazard implementation of the 2025 FGN ASU agreement, alongside the persistent non-release of vital institutional subventions and revitalization funds. The union noted that the continued delay in honoring legally binding commitments undermines the stability and academic integrity of the country's public university system. The national body specifically called out the state university visitor boards for failing to enforce agreed terms, thereby empowering local chapters to activate formal dispute procedures immediately. Once the 14-day deadline expires at the individual branch levels, affected academic staff are mandated to proceed with coordinated strike actions until full compliance is achieved. State institutions currently on high alert include Nasarawa State University, KEFI, Kaduna State University, and Enugu State University of Science and Technology, Enugu. Lecturers across these campuses are finalizing preparations to withdraw their services, demanding immediate government action to resolve salary disparities, subvention backlogs, and infrastructural funding deficits. The federal government of Nigeria has reaffirmed its commitment to guaranteeing that every child born within the country is formally registered at birth and granted legal recognition before the law. Speaking in Abuja during events commemorating Africa Civil Registration and Vital Statistics Day, the chairman of the National Population Commission (NPC), Dr. Aminu Yusuf, outlined national progress in expanding vital registration frameworks to hard-to-reach populations. Dr. Yusuf announced that digital birth registration services have now been established across more than 6,000 political wards nationwide. He revealed that the digital expansion has successfully captured and documented over 14.5 million children, particularly targeting rural, underserved and geographically isolated communities that previously lacked access to civil registries. The initiative is being executed through a strategic interagency partnership involving the National Population Commission, the National Identity Management Commission, local government councils, and UNICEF. The collaborative framework integrates birth registration directly into routine primary health care deliveries, immunization drives, and community outreach campaigns. Official representatives emphasize that securing a legal identity at birth serves as a foundational human right, granting children crucial access to public education, subsidized healthcare, and state social safety nets. Furthermore, the verified demographic data generated through the civil registration networks provides essential statistical input for long-term national development planning and resource allocation. The Niger State House of Assembly has called on the executive arm of government to implement urgent intervention measures aimed at mitigating severe environmental and health hazards caused by unregulated gold mining in residential areas. Lawmakers adopted a formal motion highlighting the dangerous practice of processing gold ore within populated neighborhoods, warning of catastrophic public health consequences if left unchecked. Presided over by the Speaker, Right Honorable Abdul Malik Sarkin Daji, the Assembly noted that unsanctioned crushing and chemical processing of mineral ores releases hazardous concentrations of toxic silica dust into ambient air. Exposure to these airborne particulates significantly elevates local incidence rates of severe respiratory illnesses, including silicosis, chronic bronchitis, and aggressive lung cancer. Following extensive floor deliberations, the House mandated relevant state ministries to conduct immediate, comprehensive health impact assessments across all affected communities. Executive agencies were urged to deploy medical teams to evaluate contamination levels and provide specialized care to residents exhibiting symptoms of toxic dust inhalation. While acknowledging that solid mineral extraction falls under the exclusive legislative list of the federal government, lawmakers maintain that the state holds a primary constitutional responsibility to safeguard the health of its citizens. Consequently, the Assembly recommended the establishment of a dedicated mineral processing hubs equipped with industrial pollution controls strictly located away from residential centers. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has urged Nigerian youths to reject illicit substance abuse and utilize their social influence to foster community health, civic responsibility, and national development. The call was made by the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the NDLEA, retired Brigadier General Buba Marwa, during the official opening of the 2026 Rotary Youth Leadership Academy in Abuja. Brigadier General Marwa emphasized that genuine leadership requires personal discipline and service, cautioning that drug addiction poses a severe threat to national security, public health systems, and family cohesion. He urged young citizens to actively resist peer pressure and serve as anti-drug advocates within their respective educational institutions and social circles. The event which featured key remarks from the Minister of Youth Development, Mr. Ayodele Olawande, focused on empowering young people with functional competences alongside their academic qualifications. Minister Olawande highlighted the necessity of equipping the young demographic with practical problem-solving capabilities to effectively navigate contemporary economic challenges. The 2026 Rotary Youth Leadership Academy brings together selected young ambassadors for specialized training in digital innovation, financial literacy, vocational skills, and leadership ethics. Program organizers aim to build a network of young leaders capable of driving sustainable grassroots development while spearheading peer-to-peer campaigns against drug abuse across the country. Troops of Operation Fasanyama, supported by air assets of the Nigerian Air Force, have engaged over 200 suspected bandits in an intense firefight along the Kebbi-Zamfara border corridor. The heavily armed criminal elements, operating on a fleet of motorcycles, were intercepted while attempting to advance toward vulnerable agrarian communities located in Kebbi State. The military intervention was confirmed by Army spokesperson Lieutenant Colonel Olayinka Oshoba, who reported that joint ground and air units moved swiftly to block the advancing convoy. The decisive operational response prevented the armed group from penetrating rural settlements and launching coordinated attacks against civilian population. Lieutenant Colonel Oshoba stated that tactical joint operations remain active along the border axis to neutralize fleeing combatants and secure sensitive rural pockets, including territories within the Zulu Emirate. Ground forces are maintaining aggressive patrols to deny armed groups freedom of movement across state boundaries. Military authorities assure the public that comprehensive updates regarding casualty figures and recovered weaponry will be released upon the conclusion of ongoing engagements. Security forces continue to maintain heightened tactical pressure across the Kebbi-Zamfara operational zone to safeguard life and restore stability. A joint security operation in Enugu State has successfully rescued a Catholic seminarian who was abducted during an August 2nd, 2026 attack at St. Joseph's Catholic Church in Enoyi-Afa, Udi local government area of the state. The tactical rescue mission successfully dismantled the criminal hideout used by the armed kidnapping syndicate. The coordinated operation involved personnel from the Department of State Services, DSS, the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Police Force, and the Enugu State Forest Guard. Tactical units raided the deep forest encampment, resulting in a fierce gun duel that neutralized one suspect and led to the immediate arrest of 3 surviving syndicate members. During the search and clearance phase of the hideout, joint security operatives recovered the full paid ransom cash previously extorted by the gang. In addition, team members seized an armory consisting of 4 AK-47 rifles, 7 fully loaded magazines, and 133 rounds of live ammunition. The arrested suspects remain in military and police custody, undergoing detailed interrogation as state investigators finalize charge sheets. Command authorities assured that all individuals linked to the church invasion will be prosecuted under extant anti-kidnapping laws upon completion of the preliminary investigation. Troops of the 82 Division Joint Task Force Southeast, Operation Udoka, operating in close coordination with the Department of State Services, have apprehended a high-profile commander of the kidnapping syndicate in Enugu State. The strategic arrest followed weeks of intelligence gathering, targeting organized criminal networks operating within the state. The success of the intelligence-led operation was confirmed in an official public statement released by the Acting Deputy Director of Army Public Relations, Lieutenant Colonel Olabisi Olaleko Ayeni. He stated that the joint force tracked and intercepted the key suspect in the Gariki general area of Enugu as he attempted to evade security cordons and flee the state. Following the commander's arrest, tactical teams conducted a follow-up raid on a concealed forest cache disclosed during preliminary interrogations. The search led to the recovery of 4 AK-47 assault rifles, multiple rounds of live ammunition, and a substantial sum of illicit cash linked to recent kidnapping activities. Military authorities confirmed that the dismantled network was directly linked to the August 2, 2026 abduction of 2 citizens in Udi local government area. The suspect is yielding valuable operational intelligence to assist joint security forces in identifying and apprehending remaining criminal cells operating across the southeast region. The Commissioner of Police, Enugu State Command, Mr. Maman Bitrus Giwa, ordered immediate enforcement of all extant traffic laws and regulations across the state. The directive follows an increase in reckless driving, illegal parking, and intentional traffic violations by motorists, which have caused severe gridlock, fatal road crashes, and destruction of property. The command enforcement drive aligns with the nationwide directive issued by the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Rewan Disu, commanding state police directives to strictly enforce traffic regulations, restore public order, and protect road users. Mr. Giwa emphasized that lawlessness on public highways will no longer be tolerated under his command. Speaking through the police public relations officer, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe, the command urged all motorists, including military personnel and police officers, to comply fully with traffic laws. Sensitive electoral materials have arrived in Oshobo, the Osun State capital, ahead of the governorship election scheduled for Saturday, August 15, 2026. Simultaneously, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, announced that it will mobilize ad hoc election personnel from an administrative pool of over 30,000 National Youth Service Corps members. Security arrangements for the election have been intensified across the 3 senatorial districts, with a joint force of 25,310 officers deployed to secure the voting process. The deployment comprises personnel drawn by the Nigeria Police Force, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, nscdc, and the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to counter voter intimidation and financial inducement. The Chief Press Secretary to the INEC Chairman, Mr. Adedayo Oketola, confirmed the arrival of sensitive voting items, noting that all critical logistics are currently secured within the Oshobo branch of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Oketola stated that systematic movement of personnel and voting materials to local government areas and registration area centers will commence on Thursday. Official figures provided by the Commission indicate a total register of 2,339,233 eligible voters across Osun State for the upcoming gubernatorial poll. Electoral authorities assure the public that robust security protocols and transport logistics have been finalized to guarantee the prompt opening of polling units and the protection of election materials on polling day. You're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. ASU authorizes 14-day ultimatum across 20 universities over unfulfilled agreements in the state. Sensitive materials arrive on Shobo as INEC mobilizes 30,000 core members for Ocean poll. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Ukraine hits Russia e-commerce warehouse as drone strikes and retaliatory attacks kill 9. On business, Nigerian exporters suspend onion shipments following 1.2 billion naira losses in Ghana trade bottleneck. Stay with us.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. Overnight missile and artillery attacks executed by Russian forces across multiple Ukrainian regions have killed at least 9 civilians and wounded several others. Local emergency services confirmed 6 fatalities following severe strikes in the southern Zaporizhzhia region, while 3 individuals lost their lives in the neighboring Dnipropetrovsk province. Explosions were also recorded in the capital city of Kiev, where air defense systems were engaged to intercept incoming aerial threats, leaving at least 1 resident injured and causing structural damage to residential property. Ukrainian municipal authorities continue to clear emergency debris as local healthcare facilities treat surviving casualties. Concurrently, Ukrainian forces sustained long-range strike operations targeting strategic logistics infrastructure deep inside Russian territory. A targeted Ukrainian drone attack sparked a major industrial fire at a commercial facility operated by e-commerce company Wildberries in the Voronezh region. The facility, belonging to the digital retail enterprise frequently described as Russia's equivalent to Amazon, has been subjected to repeated long-range drone strikes in recent weeks. United States President Donald Trump has issued a formal demand requiring the Iranian government to pay financial compensation for American military personnel killed or wounded in regional conflicts. The executive statement marks a sharp escalation in diplomatic rhetoric as international negotiations aimed at reopening the strategic Strait of Hormuz hits a severe deadlock. President Trump released a public statement on Truth Social in direct response to Tehran's demands for economic reparations following U.S. and Israeli military strikes. The American president insisted that Iran must first compensate victims of roadside explosive attacks, historical state-sponsored actions, and domestic human rights crackdowns against Iranian protesters. The diplomatic impasse follows official statements from Iranian negotiators asserting that a proposed maritime agreement brokered through Oman remained conditional on Washington lifting economic sanctions. Iranian authorities had demanded full financial restitution before granting permission for international commercial shipping to resume safe transit through the waterway. With both Washington and Tehran insisting on substantial financial compensation and policy concessions as preconditions for maritime security arrangements, diplomatic momentum surrounding the Strait of Hormuz has stalled. International shipping firms continue to report heightened operational uncertainty across the critical oil transport corridor. A major magnitude 7.4 earthquake has struck Western Colombia, resulting in at least 132 confirmed deaths and widespread structural destruction across multiple urban centers. National disaster response agencies have declared a nationwide state of emergency as search and rescue teams work to extract survivors trapped under collapsed concrete structures. According to data published by the Colombian Geological Service, the powerful seismic event occurred at 7:34 local time at a focal depth of 103 kilometers, centered near San Jose del Palma in Choco province. Despite the epicenter's proximity, local mayor Leon Fabio Marin Moncada reported no immediate casualties within the village, though primary access roads sustained extensive landslide damage. The heinous loss of life and infrastructure destruction was recorded in the city of Pereira, located within Colombia's central coffee-growing district, alongside severe casualties across the Valle del Cauca region. The Association of Capital Cities confirmed in an official bulletin that more than 480 individuals are currently receiving treatment for severe injuries. Verified visual reports from the Pereira Central Plaza Bolivar indicates multiple multi-story building collapses, with emergency crews prioritizing heavy equipment deployment to clear high-density debris zones. International aid organizations are mobilizing field hospitals and search units to assist Colombian authorities amid ongoing aftershocks. Lebanese judicial authorities have filed formal financial crime indictments against the disgraced former governor of the Central Bank of Lebanon, Riyad Salameh, expanding ongoing state anti-corruption investigations into the nation's commercial banking sector. A Lebanese judge formally charged Salameh alongside Samir Hanna, the former chief executive officer of Bank Urdi, on multiple counts of public corruption. The formal indictment charges both financial executive with bribery, illicit enrichment, money laundering, and the unlawful embezzlement of tens of millions of dollars in public funds. This judicial ruling marks the first instance in which a major private commercial bank executive has been criminally indicted alongside the former central bank head, who directed national monetary policy for 3 decades. Judicial documents indicate that the charges stem from complex financial schemes involving the systematic diversion of public assets through offshore shell entities established in the Cayman Islands. Independent financial auditors and anti-corruption watchdog organizations have linked the network to more than $250 million in missing public funds. Riyad Salameh currently remains under law enforcement custody and medical supervision at a healthcare facility near Beirut due to pre-existing health conditions. Meanwhile, co-defendant Samir Hanna was released on a record $1 million cash bail as preliminary judicial proceedings continue before the Lebanese courts. And now to business news. The National Onion Producers, Processors and Marketers Association of Nigeria has officially suspended all international exports of onions following severe financial losses estimated at 1.2 billion naira. The commercial losses resulted from prolonged border delays and offloading restrictions enforced by authorities at the Kotoku market in Ghana. Addressing journalists in Sokoto, the association's president, Alhaji Issa Aliyu, explained that large volumes of perishable agricultural cargo were left to deteriorate inside transport trucks due to administrative bottlenecks. Aliyu disclosed that Ghanaian market officials restricted offloading clearance to just 2 trucks per day, disregarding established high-level bilateral trade agreements. The Ogun State Internal Revenue Service announced that the complete digitization of its tax administration systems has successfully reduced revenue leakages and eliminated systemic corruption across the state's fiscal framework. Executive Chairman of OGIS, Mr. Olugbenga Olaleye, disclosed the achievements during the Stakeholder Perception Survey on the 2026 tax reforms in Abeokuta. Mr. Olaleye stated that technological integration has modernized revenue collection, ensured greater equity within the tax architecture, and reduced administrative burdens on low-income earners. He noted that automated tax processes eliminate human discretion, thereby curbing informal revenue collection and optimizing state receipts. Tax authorities emphasized that the steady increase in digital tax compliance provides necessary capital to fund public infrastructure projects, healthcare facilities, and educational services throughout Ogun State. The agency reiterated its commitment to maintaining a transparent, taxpayer-friendly environment designed to stimulate regional economic growth. To further consolidate fiscal compliance, all these urged corporate organizations and individual taxpayers to fulfill their civic tax obligations promptly. Additionally, the service proposed strict enforcement of state regulations, requiring all private enterprises to display registered business titles visibly at their operational premises to enhance regulatory oversight. And now to sports news. Nigeria Premier Football League (NPFL) side Niger Tornadoes have completed the official signing of experienced forward Wasiu Jimo from Nigerian National League NNL outfit Bichi First FC. The strategic acquisition aims to strengthen the Mina-based club's attacking options ahead of the upcoming domestic league campaign. Jimo brings substantial top-flight experience to head coach Kabiru Dogo's squad, having recorded 18 goals and nearly 140 NPFL appearances throughout his professional career. The versatile striker previously enjoyed successful playing stints with major domestic clubs, including Kwara United, Kano Pillars, and Shooting Stars SC. The forward notably won the 2025 President Federation Cup during his tenure with Kwara United, demonstrating proven competitive success at the national level. Coach Kabiru Dogo expressed confidence that Jimo's tactical awareness and goal-scoring ability will add essential depth to the team's offensive structure. The arrival of Wasil Jimo forms part of a broader tactical squad overhaul executed by the management of Niger Tornadoes during the current transfer window. The club continues to rebuild its playing staff following the off-season departure of several key squad members. And to entertainment news, Nollywood actor Uche Madragu led a public rally through major streets in Lagos to demonstrate support for Nigerian musician Peter Okoye, popularly known as Mr. P. The movie actor marched alongside fans carrying customized banners and placards to generate public awareness and solidarity for the recording artist. Video footage capturing the event circulated rapidly across digital platforms, showing Madragu engaging pedestrians and motorists along major traffic corridors in Lagos. The public rally created significant visibility, drawing mixed reactions from onlookers and online commentators across the entertainment industry. The street demonstration highlighted the continuous public discourse and shifting personal dynamics within Nigeria's popular music sector. Madragu maintained that his public advocacy was intended to show visible brotherhood and professional solidarity with Okoye amid ongoing industry developments. Social media platforms witnessed increased engagement following the rally, with entertainment analysts and fans debating the public display. The event underscores the strong interplay between Nollywood personalities, pop culture figures, and public fan bases within Nigeria's broader media landscape. And now to end the news, the main points again. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has authorized local chapters across 20 state institutions to issue a 14-day strike ultimatum to university management boards over the non-implementation of the 2025 federal agreements and unpaid subventions. Sensitive electoral materials have arrived at the Central Bank of Nigeria branch in Osogbo, with INEC deploying over 25,000 security personnel and preparing to engage 30,000 NYSC ad hoc staff for Saturday's Osun State governorship election. Ukrainian long-range drone strikes have hit another wild-berries commercial warehouse in Russia's Voronezh region as retaliatory Russian airstrikes attack across Zaporizhzhia and Dnipropetrovsk killed 9 people. The National Onion Producers, Processors and Marketers Association of Nigeria has halted cross-border onion exports following a 1.2 billion naira financial loss triggered by severe offloading delays at Ghana's Kotoku market. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a good morning. Welcome to another edition of Street Conversation. Now, with the rising case of kidnapping, banditry, and cultism and terrorism in the country, the federal government, the National Assembly, and the Senate has proposed or are proposing a state policing bill, one that would help decentralize the policing system from the federal to the state levels. And this will help curb insecurity, banditry, such that these members of this force are familiar with the terrains of the environment. So today on the streets of Enugu, we are asking a very vital and important question. The state police, is it a welcome development? Is it a welcome strategy or a risky experiment?
Well, I would like us to remain in federal police because of a lot of corruption that is happening in Nigeria, in Enugu here. They are supposed to be a controller. Like as we have Abuja, Umuahia, all those zones. Yes, if they wake up or order come from above, like Inspector General come up and advise them or tell them what to do to make sure all those corruption stop. Police know their work. Their work according to individual. If you come to federal police, they are working. They know their work. When they want to work, they will work. For example, when they say they kill a police, I see how they work and got the person. That is how, if they're ready to get all this insecurity apprehend, they must get it. It depends. But some of them don't want to die. Some of them don't want to come at work. What they depend on bribe. But when federal come in, like Abuja, you see, no, there will be no bribe because I have gone there and see what is happening there.
My advice for state police that we need state police, and the advantage of state police is for street and some location, because not all the area with federal police you can conquer, and not anything state police can handle. Sure, you understand? And when you have state police, because yesterday someone came to this car and thieved the battery. Last 2 weeks, yesterday through this morning, the same thing. But this car, but once he 10 o'clock, everywhere is quiet. Anybody can do whatever they want to do. But when you have state police stay here 24 hours, another one in that junction, another one in Mayor, all the state police conquer all this actually out. Everybody will stay peaceful.
So, but I think it's a very nice thing to do, in the sense that when it comes to employment, each state will have to, it won't be a scenario where maybe 80% of the quota goes to the north or to the southerners and the rest of it. And I think if it's being done state by state and all of that, I think it will be able to checkmate, you understand, and it's going to curb insecurity, at least to the barest minimum. I think it's a nice, I welcome the idea.
My own opinion, all the very okay, because abiagodi na employment okay help our people, because almost here na no na Igbo land bo ndị Hausa, ndị North beyond send here as policemen, but in ya by state there will be recruitment here. There will be employment here.
Very, very necessary. If they can put that effort to make, for instance, this is Enugu State, I'm in Enugu State, then they make Enugu State to get their own policemen. All these Enugu people, they know all these forests in Enugu State. They know every forest in Enugu State, they know them. If anything happens to Enugu State, if you call them, they will know. They will know the particular people that cause that conflicts. So let them have their own. Each states have their own policemen.
From what we have heard and listened to, we understand that one thing is predominant. The citizens of Enugu believe that the state policing system is one that would help curb insecurity on a very larger scale. We do understand that every policy, every system may have its advantages and disadvantages, but we understand here today that the advantages probably may outweigh its disadvantages, as this would help curb this to a large extent, because we understand that these recruits, these persons in these forces are citizens and natives of the said state and the said community. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Please and greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bring you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Kiana Choma. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. You're welcome.
And I'm Uche Osai saying thank you for joining us and good morning to you, our global audience. Arise. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. While we urge you to go grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy this ride because the sunrise is set sail.
It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, just like Ochoma has already, announced, and I hope that you are having a beautiful Tuesday morning. Ochoma, you having a beautiful Tuesday morning?
Yeah, the day started off quiet. I've been a little bit under the weather.
You should actually be under the weather, and the day actually started quite good for you. So I know how. I should not say it here, though. Mr. Che is very, very, calm and together, even while it's a beautiful morning. I'm sure he has a lot to say today. Anytime I see Mr. Che this regularly, I feel like, today is going to be a long day. And he has a lot to, bring out there. So, Mr. Che, how is today going?
It's another beautiful day. We wake up, we're grateful to God, and we brace up for what the day will offer. We're here today, and then we'll push the much we can, and then leave the rest in the hands of God. But it's a beautiful morning, and we are hopeful. Being a Nigerian is a beautiful place to be. You expect the unexpected, and then enjoy your day.
All right, we go back to the quote of the day. That's our inspiration segment on this edition of Aneke TV Sunrise. And we are having someone who has motivated us, who has been motivating. And today, there's a motivation for you this morning. It's a quote from Dennis Waitley. It says, there are two primary choices in life: to accept conditions as they exist, or accept the responsibility for changing them. There are two primary choices in life: to accept conditions as they exist, or to change and take the responsibility, challenge yourself to change and, take the responsibility to change situations. So this morning, we are being inspired to, change anything that we don't want. It's either we accept the status quo or we push for a change. That is actually what this quote is telling us this morning. So wherever you are, as the election draws close, you know that you are getting set for the next transition. When we talk about transition, we're talking about either the government who is there continues or another government comes in. And it's very okay, because people had to make that choice. I hope you're not going to make your choice just behind the phone. You're not going to make your choice behind the keypad or hashtags. You're going to make your choice by going out there to vote and to make sure your vote is going to count, because that's how you vote. And of course, INEC themselves are bringing out a lot of ways to make sure you know how to vote, or ways for the vote, for you to understand voter education. That is very important. So you must go out there and ensure that you change the status quo, or you keep the status quo going if you don't go out.
Two situations that await, or that humans face. Situation, the first is when you're in a position where you cannot change anything, and another where you have the power to change something. And these two situations provides you with two choices that we're learning about them this morning: to accept conditions or situations the way they exist, because of course you can't do anything about it. But most predominantly, and most often than not, is the choice of changing situations, opportunities to change things. And this is where you take decisions by your hand, take decisions to alter situations, take decisions to decide what happens next. Yes, you may not have had a hand over where you were born or the country you are born in, but you also have a responsibility of deciding some of the major elements that transcend in that society where you live, in that country where you live. And just as Good Hope has said, one of those responsibilities, as it behoves on us citizens, is that of election period. And as we're preparing for the election, understand that yes, you may not have had a hand, like I said, in the country you are born in, or things that have happened before this moment, but anything that happens after now is your responsibility. If you fail to act in what happens in the future, if you fail to in a way or two affect the realities of your tomorrow, then that's on you. So the choice you have now is to be intentional about what you do regarding who, becomes the next leader, who rules you first, what you eat, how you move, how you interact with people based on the information that is made available to you now. You have that responsibility and that choice to alter your future.
Very well said. When we look at this issue, two critical issues of which in this day people continue to live in denial about. One, that we do not want to accept the condition as they are, while at the same time not wanting to accept responsibility for the changing the situation or the changing times. So when we do not want to accept the condition as it is, we always want to push the blame on others. However, life reminds us that one, we are responsible for any situation we find ourselves in, and therefore, when we talk about freedom in life, you remember there is a previso that yes, freedom with responsibility, because where this freedom starts, maybe where another person's ends, and where one person's freedom ends could be where your own starts. So in all, it's all about responsibility to accept the things that you can't while working towards changing them. But the fact remains that there are no situations in life that are unchangeable. Where there is a will, there is always a way. So we urge you this morning to first of all realize that when you discover who you are by answering the question, who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? And where am I headed? The only primary foundation upon realizing these goals is to take responsibility for who you are, for where you are, and for where you're going.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we bring you the weather updates. Stay with us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities.
You're welcome back. Now you're welcome to our newspaper headlines and review segment, where we bring to you analysis from stories as it appeared on the newspaper headlines across all newspapers in the country. And I'll be looking at a few headlines from The Punch, The Vanguard, The Guardian, The Daily Trust, The Nation, and The Daily Sun. Starting from The Punch, this is on Osun election. Sensitive materials arrive Osogbo. 30 core members mobilized. Soldiers guard Osun INEC office as 25,310 security personnel deployed for poll. Adeleke's wife lead protest against alleged arrest and violence. CSO's others raise fears over INEC's new result system. Now onto The Vanguard. Why we planned coup against Tinubu, says Colonel Maji. Why we planned coup against Tinubu, says he acted out of patriotism, frustration with Nigeria. Moving on to The Guardian newspaper. Opposition kicks as states hike permits, tighten campaign rules. Opposition kicks as states hike permits, tighten campaign rules. On the Daily Trust this morning, on 2027 election, opposition revives coalition against Tinubu. Opposition revives coalition against Tinubu. On The Nation, battle for Osun, hot sub. And finally, on the Daily Sun, APC Akume dismiss Atiku, Obi, Duke, and others.
And joining us for deeper analysis on these news issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res. Mr. Res, you're welcome to the Sunrise.
Thank you for having me this morning.
All right, let's take a look at the story on the Punch headline. The story on the Punch headline, which says that Osun election sensitive materials arrive Osogbo, 30,000 core members mobilized. That's the story on the Punch headline. Ahead of the August 15, 2026 Osun governorship election, inec has received sensitive materials, which are being stored at the CBN Osogbo branch under heavy security. The commission also disclosed that 30,000 NYC core members have been mobilized as ad hoc staff, while the voter register stands at 2.34 million and 95% of non-sensitive materials have already been distributed, with 14 political parties contesting and 18,426 policemen deployed. INEC says training of electoral officers is ongoing to ensure a credible and heat-free poll.
All right, Mr. Rice, let's start this conversation. Osun has been in the limelight. Now we are counting down to Osun election. Materials has arrived. The security agencies are deploying their men.
Yeah, we are expecting that the earlier skirmishes that heralded the election that's going to come on 15th, that is on Saturday, today is Tuesday, a few days from now, the election will be ongoing in Osun State. And then based on the headlines, most of the materials needed for the election has been, taken to Osogbo. And security have been arranged. They have about 18,000 security men, which includes the police, the civil defense, and the EFCC. So these people are there to maintain order, ensure there is a hitch-free election in Osun State. We were worried earlier when the issue of distribution of PVCs started generating some problems where young people, some carrying machete, were, swooping on people who want to collect their PVCs, and of course, taking these PVCs away. But with the intervention of the security agencies, and of course, with the problem, the sealing of the Osun account, and the intervention of Mr. President, it tends to have, stemmed the tide somehow. We do not know if there's going to be any further security challenges associated with that election. And if there's none, then I believe that all things being equal, there may be a free, fair, and credible election. But if some of the parties become so desperate, because it is based on being desperate about winning, that result in people adopting to the principle of Niccolo Machiavelli, not minding what happens, but minding where they are getting at, which is the end, that will justify the means, that we want to win at all costs. So I believe that the election should be civil, and most of the things should be civil, so that Nigerians will select who become their leaders at various levels of government. And that is the expectation of Nigerians. And we will be hopeful that there won't be any further skirmishes or any further security breaches. We have had the history of security breaches in the West. It has since independence, since during independence, or pre-independence anyway. We have had several stories going to the Second Republic. We remember that of Ondo State when Akim Omoboriowo was there. People were killed, and so on and so forth. So, but we do not expect that we'll have such thing or such boiling situation in the Osun State election. Now, we even had the other few months back, the Anambra election, we had a Kitty election, and they've all come and gone. The expectation is that Osun will come and go without serious security breaches. So Nigerians will be ready, or be expecting that INEC will prove themselves in all their claims, because INEC had claimed earlier, before now, that they're going to give Nigerians come 2027. And these off-cycle elections are the litmus paper to know exactly what we'll be expecting from them. So the Australian election, we're expecting that INEC will distinguish themselves, or distinguish itself as a body, and show Nigerians they are ready and unbiased, as had been, because Mr. President defended INEC. I thought he would have actually left INEC to defend itself, but he already defended INEC that they are not biased. So I do not know why he was in a hurry. He's not part of INEC, although he's the appointing body. The presidency is the appointing body for the chairmanship of INEC. So our expectation is that INEC will distinguish itself in such a way that Nigerians will say we have actually gotten an INEC that is truly independent.
It is very important to see how INEC is preparing, how they are gearing up for the Saturday election, which is going to take place in Osun State. I mean, we have seen a lot of stories how the election, the ras that came at the process of announcing the election and as the election is approaching. And so far we're seeing that there's some calmness due to the deployment of several ad hoc staffs. We have about 30,000 NYC core members who are going to work as ad hoc staff. We have about 20 several numbers of police officers who are going to still oversee in trying to bring security in the areas of the INEC, and it's very of the election. Sorry, it's very important to see how these preparations are coming together. And even though that there has been some rumors which we have seen over the weeks, and actually events that happened, but we're seeing the INEC themselves getting ready and preparing for the next election that is coming.
Well, for me, I would want to highlight the issue of, or maybe not necessarily an issue, because it's something that is, often prevalent during elections. I'm referring to the ad hoc committee by or set up with serving core members, and honestly, I don't know how core members would feel about this, seeing the whole situation that is currently ongoing in Osun State. But I understand that it's one of the core responsibilities of a serving core member. Once you're in a state or during election periods, you are made to apply, and all that process. But one thing I would like to emphasize is safety. Aneke has come out to say across all four, agencies, the police, the Nigerian Police Force, the Nigerian Army, EFCC, and civil defense, that they have over 25,000 personnel set up. I hope this 25,000 will be enough. Prior to this moment, we've heard, just as Good Hope have said, we've seen issues that have emanated from pre-election practices, pre-election preparations, and then with the withdrawal of the UN emissaries to the election, and now hearing that, we wouldn't get earlier they said they wouldn't be involving the Nigerian Army in this process. So I hope this 25,000, not just about the numbers, is about placing them strategically, having strategic placements at points where you understand the terrain, or you understand the possibility of things getting intense in that moment. I hope these personnel are ready, because it's fast becoming a reality that this election is happening, and whatever that has happened prior to now is inconsequential, because come Saturday the governorship election in Osun State will hold, and INEC has made promises. They have set up committees, so we hope and pray that things turn out well with all these preparations that they are making.
All right, very well said. Osun State for quite a while now has been in the limelight, not for very palatable reasons. We've seen the rhetorics concerning the off-cycle election in Osun State, where it's as if we're going to return to 1999 and 2003, where elections were do or die affair in Nigeria. Over time, we've come to believe that we've outgrown those modern approach to election. But here we are, seeing the seemingly attitude of not just the participants, but party faithfuls and even youth and people in Osun, especially given to the what we term the militarized civilians in Osun State, because we've seen individuals who are wielding machetes and dangerous weapons, in preparatory to this election. We've seen campaign meetings being disrupted by, rival interest and group. And then here we are this morning being inundated with the fact that the sensitive materials have arrived. But beyond the arrival of these materials, which we know will be very safe, at the CBN office in Osun, where they are very secure, and then given the number of armed securities that will be around. But one thing that is particularly of interest, beyond, let me mention the fact that we are being told that about 30,000 core members will be deployed in Osun State. But the question remains that it is the responsibility of INEC and the government to ensure that these 30,000 core members that will be deployed in Osun election are well and adequately protected. If one goes into history and understand the manner of election conduct in Nigeria, then, and the outcomes, you've seen situations where we end up losing core members who were just, partaking in their civic responsibilities of serving their fatherland, ending up being victims, of elections outcome in Nigeria. However, we just hope that there is an adequate preparation at ensuring safety. But that does not mean to concede the fact that the whole outlook in Osun State at the moment is looking that like the Osun election will be heavily militarized, and is something that over time, given our experiences in especially Anambra State, that Nigerians were celebrating, thinking that we've come off that era where elections are so militarized, because we saw the civil manner in which that off-cycle election in Anambra State was conducted, we saw, yes, there was the presence of the military and police, but they were nowhere near the polling booths and polling centers. You saw security forces guarding, the roads and areas close to polling centers. But the way and manner things are moving on in Osun State, one will continually hope that this, at the end of the day, that it won't be heavily militarized. And we've seen the wife of the governor, the first lady of Osun State, leading protests in Osun State, to the police headquarters, where she was making demand, and protesting against violence and other arrests, form of arrest. One thing that is quite disturbing is the manner and level of what one will perceive as intimidation in this very election. Here in the studio, we've had, a lawyer who, alluded to the fact that he had a client that was arrested and taken to Plateau State. By the time he got wind of it and went to, to get a bail for his client, and then they were interacting, they now discovered that a lot of the persons that were in cell with him in Plateau were people who were arrested in Osun State and were moved to Plateau State on the guys that allegedly that they were somehow, affiliated to rival political parties or the Accord party, that once there's this perception that you're in support of a particular political party, you will be arrested and whisked away from the state and perhaps waiting release after the conduct of the election. So seeing this situation is very worrisome and is something that we do not, expect to spiral beyond Osun, and we'll still have time to see that there are adequate measures in place to check these things. But beyond the preparedness of INEC in telling us that sensitive materials have arrived, that adequate preparation have been made, that core members will be deployed, no one is talking to us about preparation in terms of ensuring that there is no vote buying. There is no form of voter intimidation, because these are the factors that continue, to impact negatively on our elections and its outcome. So, in this election, while we will continue to play with every stakeholder to be civil and go about their, business and campaign in a civil manner, but it is the responsibility of INEC, the security forces, to ensure on that day that though the lives of voters will be well secure, that people will go about, casting their votes for whichever party they want in a civil and orderly manner without any form of intimidation. But most importantly, like I did mention, is to ensure that these tendencies of vote buying are checked, especially given the rhetoric that has followed the campaign so far. We've heard highly placed Nigerians come out publicly to talk about winning Osun State at all costs. That people are using words and rhetoric that we would not want to associate with the election, because these are civil conducts. Like we did say yesterday, after this election, there is life after the election, and every one of them will continue to be residents and indigenes of Osun State. So we do not need to create a crisis that could, degenerate to a level that may be very uncivil and uncontrollable in Osun State. Therefore, we call on all parties, both the INEC, the security forces, and other well-meaning Nigerians, to ensure that this election is conducted in a very civil manner.
Moving on to the next story, this is from the Vanguard newspaper, and it reads, "Why we planned coup against Tinubu," says Colonel Maji. Colonel Mohammed Maji stated that he and his co-conspirators planned a coup against President Tinubu due to extreme economic hardship, poor governance, and deteriorating military welfare. The operation involved roughly 400 million naira in alleged funding linked to former Governor Timipre Silva, alongside 65 million naira spent on 6 logistical vehicles. Following their trial before a general court-martial, Maji expressed deep remorse and pleaded for a presidential pardon. Okay. I mean,
you see, initially, when this coup issue came first, although the military at that time had denied there was this coup card, until after a while, possibly that was a means to conceal so that it will not affect their investigation, the investigations they were doing. So by the time they came out with the investigation and people were arrested and all that, they now came out to tell the world there was a coup. And today, even when they say there was a coup, some Nigerians were saying it was just a kind of a plan to, make people get afraid there was no real coup. But you see, it is now open that the people who are involved in the coup, especially Colonel Maji, who was spearheading the planning and all that, has come out to make confessional statements. You see, these are statements made in his trial that he had reason why he planned a coup against the president, against the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, and he said it is because of hardship, because of harrowing experiences that Nigerian people are having. So he is now beginning to, detach his personal interest from what happened. He is now becoming a defender of the people. And that was why they planned a coup. So you see, wrong is wrong. Coup is mutiny against the state. It's now pleading for leniency. And I wonder how the law will not take its course. I wonder why anybody will begin to think about having leniency on, especially when they planned a fatal coup. Fatal, that is where people were supposed to be killed and, killed and sent out of the way for something to succeed. And even some of the aides to the former governor of Bayelsa State, who said their master traveled there, he's not running, he has not run away, he has this, and so on. Eventually, those things have been upturned to be lies. They told lies in defense of their master. The man was said to have sponsored, brought out money, and you have seen from the report that about 400 billion were earmarked to be used for the coup. A lot of people were, of course, supposed to come into the queue, including the allegation that the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, wike, was to be contacted, although the man who gave that angle of the story said that he did not eventually contact him. Ordinarily, if he was contacted and he didn't say anything, he would have been in for it. Because about Q is that you heard and you did not reveal. Or you did not participate and you don't reveal, but you heard, you are part of it. So, and that is the way, Q plotters are tried. If you hear anything like that against the state, you must get yourself out of it. Today, Maji, or whatever it's called, has completely opened up and is now telling you the nitty-gritty of what they planned to do. And somehow, because of the hardship in the country, if there had been a coup, possibly a good number of Nigerians will herald it, because people supposedly are suffering. You understand it? But they always say that the worst military, the best military administration, the worst civilian administration is better than any military administration whatsoever. So, no matter how you want to look at it, the fact that somehow, to a large extent, some fundamental rights are being obeyed, it is better than dictatorship, where somebody says, do this thing, and that's the last order. If it is not done, something will begin to happen to such person that has flouted the order. But here, you have constitutional provisions that sometimes you go to court, you know, all these court everywhere now. Nobody will be going to court to challenge these things because the military can stop or even tell the courts to give verdict the way they want it, and it will be done. If you are a judge, you don't do it, either they sack you, or they will even kill you, or they will even jail you. This is military dictatorship. So, and a situation would have been from frying pan to fire for Nigerians. We go back to military, it may be difficult to get back to civilian administration again, except God, not the will of God for Nigeria not to exist again.
This is something that when I read the news about it a few months ago, that there are some discoveries that have been made, because earlier when the news came out, it was debunked. Now it later had to resurface that their names linked to the coup. Now the people that are the Major General that has been court-martialed, that has been revealing these things, mentioning the amount that was used, in the process, about 400 million naira plus some money, allocated for vehicles. You see, that money can change lives. Why we are still talking about economy? Why they are still talking about that was for the interest of the citizens. Now you see how bad it is that money that was used or that would have been used for this is something that would have changed lives. Now my question is, how many lives would have been changed just with that money? So it does not matter whether, like Mr. Rex has pointed out, the worst civilian rule is better than the best military rule because of the dictatorship, how they are straightforward in their ruling. And it is what we have been seeing, and I think they are in for the time, unless there's a presidential pardon.
One thing I'd like to highlight is the reason why a colonel of the Nigerian army would be part of any coup whatsoever. And oftentimes when we hear, or anytime we hear a coup against a government, it is often to overthrow. It is often because a certain sector do not appreciate the leadership style of that particular person and would want to overthrow his government and install another. But in this case, we're looking at a sect of people who organized a coup because they were frustrated about the happenings in the country, because of the worsening condition, as they put it, of the country. He mentioned how he's not able to feed his family, how he has 5 children, and then there are bills to pay. Yes, it does not justify the action. All right, the intent does not justify the action. But let's look at the intent for a moment. If things at any point were favorable, right, some person who had a personal vendetta would not have leveraged on the economic situation of the country to coerce an army general, an army colonel, and some other members to organize a coup. Yes, the coup was interrupted. It was court, and they are facing trial. But let's not also forget that these are men who are living with the harsh realities of the economic situation in the country. They have families, they have children, they have responsibility, and they got themselves entangled with someone who probably had a personal vendetta against the government. But with this, I hope that every other person gets to learn that it's better to air your grievances. And with the way the military works, you cannot question the authority directly. Whatever is given to you, you take. Whatever is bequeathed to you, it's yours. So you can imagine how he must have felt, however the whole conversation went to the point of where he said, okay, do this, and then you get some money, awarded to you, or just so you can stay up some sort of conversation so the government can make an adjustment where you ought to. There could have been better ways to relay their grievances. They could have had conversations, they could have spoken, or I don't know, whatever it could have been. But this is a stain on the integrity of the Nigerian army, understanding the level, the prestige at which they are, rated, the level at which they are rated, to have a colonel be part of a coup against a sitting government. And even as he has asked for the presidential pardon, I don't know what the laws permit for a coup with a military personnel, but whatever it is, I wish them all the best.
Well, it takes a military man to be involved in a coup, and in this very scenario, like you've rightly highlighted, there are laws guiding this thing. At the very day you submitted yourself to be a partaker and you either heard and did not report, you've somehow become complicit, and the laws are explicit on what it should be. If at the end of the day you're convicted that you're a part, the law is so obvious what it is. And I think the QPs in this very instant are somehow lucky that we're not still listening to martial music, because this should have been dealt with by now. The trial must have been over by now, but we're in a civilian rule or civil democracy where the rule of law plays out. So they will be given fair trial, and I suppose some of them are equally, the civilians are undergoing normal trial, while the military at the end of the day would face the military rule and what the military law says. So the day you submit to Q, you understand that if it fails, that failure results in death, and you should be prepared. However, the point in all this is that when you look at the reasons he has mentioned why they plotted or they started planning, because he's still at the planning stage, and I understand that at several intervals they planned, and then they forgot the issue and disbanded. Then at a certain point they had to come together and then start the planning again. But when you look at the reasons stated, and it is equally important to mention that in fairness to Colonel Maji, he said it didn't start from this very administration. It started from the previous administration of our late dear President Muhammadu Buhari. But the one thing that is obvious for me is that the factors he reeled out as to why they wanted to overthrow the government of the day. And when you go back to marry it with the reasons why, with the queues of 1966, speaking to Chukwuma Kaduna queue, and then you move on till 1985, the Babangida queue, the queue that brought Babangida to power, minus the bloodless queue of General Sani Abacha, you will see that the reasons, even the Dinka queue or Oka queue, you see that the reasons that they are now given still the same reasons why the military over time has made the incursion into our politics. So why we are discussing this issue, I think is worthy of note and should be something that our leaders should somehow be very mindful of, that these very factors upon which Chukwuma Kaduna over made attempt and then staged a coup, and upon the same reason why the late Muhammadu Buhari came to power, upon the same reason why Babangida's administration came to be, and who had this checkered history of military regime in Nigeria, are still the same very reason these QPs are being, are mentioning as to reason why they want to overthrow the government of the day. It's quite pathetic, because it tells you that things have not really changed. Away from this, the other day I was somehow privileged to see the campaign posters of Shehu Shagari in Nigeria, and you may be mindful to note that his same promises he was making years back, decades back, are the same reason upon which the next 2027 election are being campaigned upon. So it means that while we are moving forward in years that things have really changed in Nigeria. If Konemaji is telling us today that this, decision to overthrow a government is not stemmed from personal desires, though that's, in itself, should be more further interrogated, but when they are citing the patriotism, they need to see a better Nigeria. They need to see a Nigeria that is working, that people are still poor, that insecurity is being cited as one of the reasons, and then, of course, inadequate welfare for the military has always been reason why the military over the years, take power. So we should be very, very cautious of these issues and go back to rethink and begin to, rethink how we approach and handle issues, especially when it comes to welfare of the people in Nigeria. And again, when you look at these issues real, given to the controversies that has, made the headlines over the week, given to the position of the Catholic bishops in Nigeria and what Cardinal Naikan did say, you now begin to marry that with this. You see that we are still on the same spot. Yes, they may have taken a wrong approach because, mutiny or plotting a coup to overthrow a government is not the way to go. They will have better means, better ways to interrogate the government, like the Catholic bishops have done by engaging the government frontally, by letting them know that things are not working, that the people are hungry, that there is insecurity in the land. So when you see this situation, I think that one area that the government should be particularly concerned is the marriage of these intentions or spoken issues about Nigeria. Here they are talking about insecurity, they are talking about welfare of the people. And a fortnight ago, the Catholic bishops spoke to these very things. So we need to be very cautious of these things. Yes, they've erred, and he is asking for clemency or leniency from Mr. President. But the point is that a very worthy point has been mentioned. Irrespective of the fact that we want to argue that the reforms are working, that there has been hunger in Nigeria even before Methuselah, the point remains that we have to do whatever necessary to see that these things don't rear its head. Today, this coup failed. Will you be able to stem another coup if they begin to plot another one? So you have to ensure, and that's why I'm happy that Mr. President has increased remuneration for our soldiers. It means that they've observed, they are listening, and they are hearing, the reports as to why these men, are planning to overthrow the governments of the day. So I think that's a step in the right direction. But beyond that, I think for the military, they should equally go beyond the welfare and provide the needed equipment, for them to, engage in this whole, security challenges that is confronting Nigeria. And particularly, again, is the issue they mentioned, the welfare of injured soldiers. If one will continue to listen to and watch news, you will see the pathetic situation we've left our veterans, especially wounded soldiers, who fought for this nation. And these are part of the reasons they've raised. For me, one will continue to interrogate the issues raised, but the fact obviously is that yes, they've done the wrong thing, they've erred by Nigerian constitutional rule and by military rule, they've erred. And irrespective of what the outcome is, we know what the law says when someone involves in coup, but irrespective of what the outcome is that the Nigerian people, the leadership need to sit down and think, have a rethink in direction in moving Nigeria forward to see to it that these policies transform to better welfare for the people of Nigeria. And until then, if anyone would come up and tell us that, yes, they have the intention of changing the nation, is not born out of their personal desire, they will not have any reason to cite. Tomorrow you will see somebody coming to cite the unavailability of electricity in Nigeria as the reason why they want a change of government. You will see someone coming tomorrow to cite the dilapidated infrastructure in Nigeria as the reason why they want a a change of government. Why these arguments may be legitimate, yes, we would discourage any form of violence. And I'm happy that he has said that the time in custody has given him the fact to understand that there have been better ways to channel these grievances. But above all, the military hierarchy should note that there's need for fair hearing and creating appropriate channel for junior officers and the officers of ranks and file to be able to channel their grievances, send in their grievances to the military hierarchy without being stopped. And when this is done, we'll see there could be improvement, and this may be the least or the last time we hear of queues in Nigeria. But even subsequent administration that will take over from this administration needs to watch these things.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates. Stay with us.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back, still on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we take a look at the story on the Daily Sun, where we have APC Akume dismisses Atiku Obi due orders. Leaders and stakeholders of the All Progressives Congress, APC, including Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, have publicly dismissed opposition alliances involving figures like Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi. Party representatives asserted that a unified opposition coalition poses no significant threat to President Bola Tinubu's 2027 re-election bid. Consequently, the ruling party plans to focus on its campaign entirely on the verifiable governance records and structural reforms achieved by the current administration. Well, Mr. Rex.
Well, it is not the first time some members of the ruling party dismisses the opposition. Remember that sometime, was it early this year or last year? No, early this year. There was this coalition meeting in Oyo State. And it was pointed out that the opposition are coming together as a common front to face the incumbent administration. And before you could spell Jack, it was over, and some of the members of that opposition started saying that they were not there to form a coalition as to face the incumbent administration. And that same story, fizzled out until most recently. It is beginning again. But I do not see, if there had been this idea about opposition coming together to face the incumbent administration, possibly there wouldn't have been the emergence of parties like the NDC and the PRP, because we had an opposition political party that was growing with a very great force, the ADC, the African Democratic Congress, that wanted to actually form a formidable front. Possibly those who are some of the factions in PDP would have joined finally to create a very strong opposition political party that would have given the incumbent a tough game. And it is based on the fact that these group of coalition members have been decimated. People have been taken, some people have gone to PRP, some have gone to NDC, some are still in ADC, and somehow some others who would have come from the other factionalized PDP would have stayed, but they have gone to, is that APM or what? And so on. So these things, these opposition groups have been balkanized and then made to be smaller opposition groups. So the opposition, that is exactly why people like Akume, the Secretary to the Federal Government, and others continue to dismiss that these opposition groups cannot stop the re-election of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Somehow, in politics, or politicians, they are the most optimistic people. They're very optimistic. They believe that they will win. Even when they are drowning, they still believe, convinced within them, that they will win. I remember many years back when we had the Obasanjo, Ekweme, and Jimade, few minutes during the vote count, before the vote count, Jimade granted an interview to NTA and said that he, in a matter of time, will emerge as the presidential candidate of the biggest African political party, what's the name again? That's Obasanjo's party now. That is of
PDP.
Yeah, the PDP, of course. Few minutes to vote count. And after that interview, just a matter of seconds, the vote count started, and he eventually scored 2 votes. While Obasanjo, and Obasanjo, with one, after many Obasanjos, you see Ekweme. So you... Yes. So Toby Kimi was doing that. Yes, Obasanjo and Obasanjo. So you see, the optimism was that he was coming out as the president. And that is also the way the leaders of these smaller opposition parties believe they are coming out. Atiku believes he's going to win and become the president. Obi believes he's going to win and become the president. And so on and so forth. I remember that in this studio, when these parties were balkanized, when there was emergence of NDC, Mr. Uche here did an analysis on the fact that they are now being decimated because they are separated, finding ways. That if they had been together, there would have been a more formidable opposition to face the incumbent. I remember vividly that it was said in the studio. So that is the situation. So why wouldn't Akume and others have that confidence to do so? But anyway, it is easier said than done. In my local dialect, in Igbo language, he said, "Eji onu eti azu n'ofe." When you are cooking your soup, you just don't use your mouth and begin to put fish and all the other, you know, good things, meat, fish, and the rest of that into the soup. You must buy the fish and prepare it the way it ought to be. And so it's not about what people are saying or dismissing political parties. It is about the votes of the masses. It is the masses that will select who will govern them. And if that vote counts, certainly the unexpected may happen. It's not about what you say. It's not about your optimism. It's about what the Nigerian masses want for themselves. Because if you come, campaign, you know, woo them, tell them what you have done, and tell them what you intend to do, and all that. It's only when you have convinced the masses that you eventually get those votes the way you expect it will come. It will not never come if you are unable to convince the masses that you are the champion.
This is very, very weird, because we're seeing the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, that's George Akume, coming out to, you know, make it obvious from his statement that if the coalition, if the opposition party are looking up to overruling or overriding the current incumbent government, that it's not going to be possible, that they're going to win, you know, with the stats and figures and with the projects they have been able to carry out as a government. It is, like you rightly pointed out, Mr. Rex, it's not going to be on the newspapers or on the television. It's not going to be on the, there's something we call Photoshop. Let me use the word Photoshop. It's not going to be on the details that we're seeing. People that are living in the society, they are the results. People that are in the grassroots, they are the result. For instance, we have been saying it here often, that when a government is in power, it is the people that you will use to check, not the economic reform, the structural adjustment programs, the regulations in the oil and mining sector, all those informations and all those programs, they are important. But what is happening to the common man? This is where we have hanged our boots on. Just like Mr. Uche pointed out in the other conversation that he was addressing about the coup from the colonel. You would see that the reason, like he said, that the campaign has been moving on since the time of I'm not sure I was even born then, but the reason the reason for the campaign has still, that's the reason why people are still campaigning till date. And it doesn't show that there's something that is improving in the economy. And now, just the other day, I said, and I stated it categorically, that if any of these government officials or anyone in the presidential aid could spend a day or a night or even some hours, let me just say some minutes, even if a second, with the masses, in a way, even if it's a town hall meeting, or just, okay, let's price how much is rice in the market. I was seeing a details about some events that happened many years ago where you have $230,000 as of 2013 was 45 million naira. And it is so ridiculous right now when you compare the pricing that 230,000 naira as of 2019 is 2013, sorry, is 45 million naira. So what is actually happening with the economy? This is where, when they say there are facts, let them engage the common man and let these facts, of course, I really would appreciate how the security, the improvement in the military salary, the general salaries, and then the normal, soldiers, like normal soldiers, the improvement from 49,000 naira to 100,000 naira and more still yet to come. We're seeing the improvement in the salary adjustments. We're seeing other sectors that is improving. Even in the central bank, they are doing so well. We're seeing the adjustment programs, which is helping our economy in a way. What I'm saying generally,
you are seeing all these things,
yeah,
but you have not seen the lives of the people change in any form.
So
what you are seeing is a mirage.
But we're seeing
because you have seen the central bank trying. That's exactly what it is.
Yes,
and you have seen the reforms coming on board, and you have seen all those things, and you have not seen that the tide has been stemmed in the area of insecurity. You have not seen that the common man is now living under reasonable comforts. You have not seen that. You have seen, but you are seeing that the Nigerian masses are suffering and crying foul for maladministration, for bad government, for bad economy.
Perception, depending on where you sit.
Yes, I said the Nigerian masses. I'm talking about the number, about 70 million. I mean, 70% of 250 million people that is living under poverty. That is World Bank, IMF, 65 million, 70. It is 65 million by IMF living under poverty line. Are these the indices that the government will tell us that Nigeria is improving? The economy is improving. Can you bank on such indices and tell us that Nigeria is improving? Nobody.
But Mr. S, it's what the Secretary to the Government of the Federation is saying, that there's a lot of improvement, and that's what they are going to use as a threshold.
The improvement, those things he said are mere rhetorics. They don't exist in real terms. If they exist in real terms, you and I will be having the effects.
Depending on the divide you sit.
But Mr. Rex,
that I've already said the divide. I'm talking about the 65.
Even amongst that number, the 65 million.
I mean, the 65% of 250 million.
You are living in poverty, given by IMF. When you question the numbers among these people, all of them would say, some of them would allude to the fact that their life has been far better under the incumbent president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So it's a matter of perception.
Have you done any? Have you done any random?
I have listened to many Nigerians speak, and when you think that the people who are the ones worse off with the situation that you want us to believe, they will tell you that this administration is the best, and the next thing that's ever happened to them.
Have we had a vox pop in the streets, which has been aired in this studio to tell us exactly?
Depends on the streets.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Have we had it so that we'll get a vox pop, and then we know the number that we say that things are improving and things are better and things are this or that, concurring with the position of the government of the day? If we have such, then that is real. That's what I'm trying to say. We're not going to, bank on. We're not going to bank on.
Mr. Rex, we are talking on the reality of politics, which Akume and the APC are backing on.
But Mr. Rex,
it's not my time yet. Let me yield to Ochoma. When she's done, then I'll take my time.
But Mr. Rex,
you know why I'm laughing.
The same thing I'm saying.
You know why I'm laughing.
If he's talking about, the point, the threshold that they are going to, get into the, they are going to retain the position. That's talking about the incumbent government.
Yes, you cannot detach. You cannot detach politics.
It shows that
you cannot detach politics.
Can we let Ochoma make a submission? Then we'll go into this conversation.
No, listen, politics cannot exist in isolation of the economy. We are talking about governance. Yes. So you cannot detach. It is a holistic thing about the lives of the people. We come together as a people, as an organized people. When we say organized people, a country, a nation with sovereignty, if you're doing that, the leadership is supposed to handle security, welfare of the people. And welfare is one of the most important things that human being, wants to exist with. A good welfare. But go ahead and
I'm laughing because this is APC we are talking about, and for the secretary to this government coming out to tell you that nothing, right? I mean that these other candidates are no match for APC. That just tells you that these big guns are ready to fire. I mean, they have all the resources, they have all the manpower, they have all the strategies laid out. So it's just left on the opposition to take this maybe not as a threat, but as a bid to readjust, because this was done at the unveiling of the campaign in Abuja, and he has, with I think they tagged it Renewed Hope Project 2027. Okay. So when one comes out to call something a project, we understand how we took project in school for those of us who wrote project, and you understand that it will take any and every resources. So whatever resources that's available to the APC, they would use it. And if you bring up the conversation of economy, they will always have a counter rhetoric. We've seen it play out. Yesterday we were talking about the new REA chairman, about what he said. I remember having a conversation. He said that the reason why we don't have, how did he even put it? The increase in population is increasing because there's no light. Yes. Now, these statements might not make sense to people like us who want to find reason in it. But in that space where they see, this is how they view it. And Good Hope asking them to come down, they will not.
No, I'm not.
Right? No, they will not. Because the reason why
what did you call it? Renewed
Hope Project
2027.
So hope is now renewed. Then the hope we've been having in Nigeria, where has it been?
That's why I said this opposition.
So we are now renewing the hope, which means that Nigeria has been down and out, and almost the hope is not working. So there is a hope now that is being renewed, and they are now being renewed. And somebody is telling us it is already good. It is now Eldorado. When you want to tell us everything is working, you want to tell us everything is working, and you are still using the word renewed hope, which means you are beginning to renew the hope.
Mr. Rex, this is where they are now. The only just one more thing, Mr. Uche. The only thing left is it's like a game. This post is fixed, so it now takes whoever that is coming to the post understands the game that is being played and would know how to maneuver, understand your tactics, have your force, it's like when you play against a very tough team, you understand their defense is tight, their midfield is tight, and their goalkeeper is top notch, so you will know how to maneuver. It's now on the populace and the opposition, as they've stated, to find a strategy that is different from what is that is already existing.
And that statement is part of the strategy.
Because Mr. has mentioned that some campaign agenda for over 25 or 30 years as it is what keeps reoccurring, what keeps coming up at different.
It's not the fault of APC alone.
That's what I'm saying. It's the system. So once you're in power, whatever you have to do to complete the statutory, unspoken 8 years, and it's not like they are trying to, we are playing. They have made plans. I told people that whatever APC is doing now, they planned it even before they came into power.
Ask you a question. Is the opposition not making plans?
Well, I hope they are.
Not making plans.
I hope they are.
Are they not making plans?
I really hope. I really hope.
Stop them from making plans.
No.
All right. Can I take my time?
Yes, please.
All right. Now, when we look at this issue, let's talk politics. Politics at times don't obey facts. Yeah. Politics don't engage facts sometimes. The truth remains, and I will submit. I do not mind being a low voice. I still do not see the opposition in Nigeria. Unfortunately, that's my opinion. I do not see the opposition. Yes, I am excited that you mentioned the Ibadan Convention. You mentioned the Ibadan Convention. At Ibadan Convention, you and I, and every Nigerian who wanted the democracy to thrive, was excited that at least we'll have a unified opposition that will be able to engage the government of the day, the APC. But from all the way from Ibadan, we saw disintegration take place on altar of personal interest, not being able to be sacrificed for common interest. And to that, I still give it to the APC and to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for being able to read the room, sacrifice his personal ambition, and then worked for the common interest that brought APC to power today. That's what the opposition lacked. And yet, they've gone their separate ways. And I still do not see the opposition. And I speak this knowing that the APC has become a winning machine. So I do not see the fragmented opposition being able to challenge the APC of today. I'm sorry, but I speak to these facts. When we look into the facts and then you would want to present the people's sentiment, we'll come to that. But let's stick to the APC Anakume. Why they will tell you that Atiku, Obi, Duke, and others are no match. Yes, they are not. And the reason is this. Because you have a fragmented opposition. The tides and time have turned. It may have worked in 2023. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu did speak to these things himself. He said when he didn't have power, he fought for it. And today, he sees from a vantage position where today he has mileage. There are things he can bring to the campaign ground that he has changed. Need I mention a number of them before you accuse me of campaigning for the APC? But the point remains, yes. When we talk about opposition, which opposition are we talking about? Do we speak of the fragmented PDP? Or do we talk about the ADC that is not certain that they will be on the ballot? Are we speaking about which other party? The NDC? Do they have the capability to walk the whole mile alone? No. The opposition in Nigeria has created a very fertile ground for APC to tell you that they do not see the opposition mounting any change. Mr. President, I have a lot of things to campaign with. He will talk about subsidy removal, why you want to counter that. He will talk about infrastructural renewal. He will talk about a number of policies that he has brought to bear in Nigeria. And today we are having a conversation around state police. So, yes, in as much as we don't want to agree to these things, a President Bola Ahmed Tinubu today sees from a vantage position where he could screen out things he has done and things he wants to do. He ran on hope. And today, that hope, we are being told, is being renewed under the Renewed Hope Project 2027. Now, you tell me politics is local and is of the people. I agree with you, Mr. Rez, wholeheartedly, that it is of the people, anchored on the IMF data. Very beautiful. But the same people you talk about that wallow in poverty are the same people that would accept a mood of rice. 2,000 naira. Speaking to the factors that will determine the outcome of the election. So when I look, I do not see anybody engaging the APC in a contest. Yes, if they can come together, there's still chance to shield personal ambition. And until then, I do not see the opposition. Until they come together and present, and I know it's not possible. Because if it wasn't possible in Ibadan, it wasn't possible under the shield of the ADC. Is it now that everyone has his own certificate as a candidate, except they share their ambition? Then we can begin to talk about a contest in 2027. Sorry to those who feel offended, but the facts on ground is that as we speak at this moment, where is the opposition coming from? Let me talk about NDC, starting from Enugu State where we sit. The crisis of leadership in that political party. of who leads the political front? Are they the ones competing? The APC led by a petermbah in Enugu State, who is doing everything, positioning APC in front of the people. I understand, and I have studied a little bit of the history of Enugu politics, where APC was rejected. But today, across the 17 local governments in Enugu State, I see people dancing on the streets for APC. And for you to dislodge that, you do not need a fragmented opposition political party. Need I speak about the ADC? So, these facts speak for themselves. That as today, yes, those in opposition listening to me would want my head. But until they go back to the drawing board, the APC are organizing. And they are organizing very well. And they should know, whether we love it or not, Ebola Tinubu is a good organizer of men and resources. They are mobilizing. They will mobilize everything at their arsenal. And if the opposition do not come together, they may not match. Yes, we'll bank on the people who say that are reading in poverty. I saw a woman we're speaking about Australian election, in an SUV filled with what? Bags of rice.
In Ocean State.
In Ocean State. That people will take and not eat for 2 days. They will vote. So when we talk about these indices and changing the ties, when you remove the factor of vote buying, remove voter inducement, take away the security architecture that is being at the control of the very individual who control the subnationals, then let's talk about the contest. If you speak of free and fair election, I tell you that in 2027, I do not see it happening. So yes, APC and Akume cannot be dismissed for the want of it, irrespective of the data available. Data do not play politics. The facts are always subsumed when politics is on the table.
Nobody intends to dismiss them. Of course, by the submissions you made, they're organized, better organized than these other opposition political parties. And these opposition political parties are merely new and still trying to, get themselves together. They are not together. How long have they been? ADC, NDC, and the original opposition political party, the PDP, is already balkanized. That is where the serious opposition could have come from. But they made sure, of course, politics is, you see, every political party tries to outwit the other political party because it is struggle for power. And that is exactly what happened to PDP. Now today, the upcoming opposition political parties, because before the APC came into being, you had the AC, and it never worked. The smaller opposition political party to PDP. CPC, it never worked. Smaller opposition to political party. Until they now merged and came together. They now had a very credible opposition that was able to unseat the PDP in 2015 election. So, 2015 election. Yeah, 2050. So that is the way it is. I agree with you. But remember that the ball stops on the table of the masses, those voters with their franchise. It's only on the grounds that you do not see a free, fair, and credible election in 2027. That's the grounds upon which we can begin to look at it differently, which tends to interpret that that same system inherent in Nigerian polity with reference to elections will still come to play out. And that is where I agree with you. If not, the masses are still the ones to pick up whoever leads them.
At the end of the day, yes, is what the people desire. But from where I sit, I tell you about the people's desire. That is a matter of perception and divide. That those primordial sentiments and factors that play out in our politics are still very inherent. Those you speak of who are hungry are the same people who will not think that 2 cups of rice would last beyond 1 pot of a mill, and they will collect that and then thumbprint. But away from all that, when we talk about the masses, they are still the part of the masses who have bought into the APC agenda. There are those of them who, speak eloquently about the policies of the APC. They will tell you about NEM fund. They will tell you about where the economy was before the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came with hope and rescued us. That without the emergence of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that at this time, that you and I may not be able to have 3 square meals. There are people amongst the masses who so believe that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the person and he is the better presidential candidate in Nigeria, and they will vote equally for him. So the point I'm trying to make, yes, it is about the people, but the opposition, without putting his house in order, will not be able to harness that goodwill from the people going into 2027 election. I'm hoping, as is being bandied in the media, that there is a conversation amongst the opposition leaders, speaking particularly to the ADC, the NDC, peterobi, Atiku, and the likes of them. And I tell you, it's not in my place to dictate or direct for them, but for them to stand a chance moving into 2027 election, they need to sit down and have that honest conversation. That's where the strategy will start from, because that's where they start getting it wrong.
Okay, we'll move on to the next story. This next story is from the Guardian newspaper, and it reads, Opposition kicks as states hike permits, tighten campaign rules. Opposition parties in several states are protesting new government policies that hike campaign permits fees and tighten approval rules ahead of the 2027 elections, calling them unconstitutional and anti-democratic. In Enugu, the coalition of PDP, LP, NDC, and SDP sued the state over a 150 million naira advertising permit fee, while Kogi charges between 500,000 and 10 million, and Rivers Executive Order 21 demanded a 5 million naira fee for rallies. The parties argue that regulating electioneering is INEC's exclusive duty under the Constitution, and warns that such measures are aimed at stifling rivals and shrinking the civic space ahead of the polls.
So, who regulates elections?
State or INEC?
Who regulates elections in Nigeria?
INEC.
Beautiful. So, why would the state now turn out to become regulators of elections and begin to marshal out laws on how campaigns will be done in their states and how things are done, when constitutionally that has been given to INEC to regulate? You have a regulatory agency. It's a national matter. Elections is a national issue. It is not a state issue. It is not exclusively for the states. The nation regulates, and the nation created a body that does the regulation. And this body that does the regulation has already given out things, regulations for these states. You follow those regulations. Now the states are coming in to become part of the electoral regulators. And then now usurping the job of INEC. And that's exactly why they have gone to court. Well, it's always good. The courts are there to give proper interpretation to the laws of Nigeria. So now they have gone to court. Very soon, these issues will be laid to rest. Whether the state has a right to begin to, give orders for payment of hundreds of millions and several millions, tens, 20s and hundreds of millions for the purpose of political parties erecting billboards, having campaigns and all that. It is not done. It is a kind of stifling the political space. It's a kind of, an attack on democracy, because it means that those who do not have money to contribute to the coffers of their political parties will not get involved at all. Those who of course, we believe are credible candidates that are knowledgeable, that have capacity to rule. We don't come near politics. So it means that those who will be in politics will be those with money, plenty of money, so that they can pay for these things. And what happens? How do we regulate and know that government in power at the various places in various states are paying the same money on the behalf of their own candidates and political parties? How do we do? Where do we see that from? We don't know the accounts. They don't tell us anything. How many states have been able to tell us exactly what they have received from the Federation accounts since the 29th May of 2023? How many states and how they used it? They're only telling you that we have done this, we have done that. You can't even know how much was used in doing that. You want to tell people you bought a phone. Whether you bought the phone for 50 million or you bought the phone for maybe 500,000, nobody knows. If you have 50 million and you spend it for the phone, then people will take it. Oh no, he bought a phone. And when he bought a phone and there's a phone there. So if we are told that government has built this, then we take it that it's been built. Some people do a lot of things, even concessioning, some establishments, and the monies are not, the government monies are not into this concessioning. It's a matter of partnership, PPP, private partnership, and then it is concession for 40 years, for 50 years, as the case may be, and then we clap. Yes, good idea. Somebody has an idea to get people involved to put the infrastructures on ground. But the infrastructures, do they have effect on the lives of the populace? For instance, we have seen world-class hospitals around, but you and I cannot go there to take any form of treatment because you can't afford it. So these things are ostentatious establishments that the poor masses do not have access to. So when they begin to say in Abia is about how many 100 million?
I think 100, 200.
Across all the states is between 20 to 200 million.
So you see,
in opposition,
no, I mean Federal Capital Territory, 750 million for presidential campaign. Then now those who are coming to campaign in Abuja, how do we know that the incumbent administration pays its own 750 billion?
I was about to ask.
And what does he, even if he has plenty of money, he's going to pay it almost across all the states that are demanding this kind of thing, and so on. So it is ridiculous. In fact, we don't even know the kind of politics we are practicing. We don't even know how to enforce laws. The governance has been difficult for Nigerians. Those who climb to various offices of authority do not even know exactly how to use it for the benefit of the masses. The masses are there. What they are supposed to, that is their welfare. That is what they are supposed to enjoy. You are stifling the whole thing. You are making things very difficult for everybody. Why are you making it difficult? We are supposed to be enjoying, we are supposed to have a kind of governance that will benefit all and sundry. And then you are making it not to benefit most people. It is benefiting just a minute number of people. Is that the way governance should be? Is that the way governance should be? And more so when you talk about democracy, government of the people, and you are saying the power belongs to the people. How is the power belonging to the people? Before you took decision of what taxes you make on several issues, has there been input from the masses? Because power belongs to the people. Were there consultations? Even if these laws were made in the House of Assembly, have the people come to say, the representatives, do they go to their home constituencies to ask them, government want to put this kind of thing, put this, what do you want? So that if I go there, I will be the voice of my people. In the House of Reps, the same, in the Senate, the same. What kind of representation do we have in Nigeria? It's something that we have to question. And that is exactly what we call governance. That is what we call good politics. That is what we call the existence of rule of law. You go through the channels and things will work out fine for everybody. I don't know if those in power actually want people to have things to work for them, for the generality of the masses. They want people to work, things to work for only them that are in governance. Now, how many are there? They're not even up to 2 million persons out of the 250 million. And they want things to work for them. That is why people shy away from politics. That's why there's apathy. That's why people believe, because when Richard was talking, he said that he doesn't rule out the fact that there won't be in 2027 free, fair, and credible election. So if people are seeing it from his perspective, who would want to come and vote? Because the person knows that the votes will not count. If you know the votes will not count, you stay out of it instead of going to become an scapegoat. Maybe if some people, hoodlums, come around the polling units, some people will be wounded. So you will not want to, be part of any such thing. So you stay in your home. That's exactly why. Some youths don't even go to vote. They play ball in the streets. The roads, the streets are empty, so they play. You understand? And why is it so? Because the people in government have made things not to be good enough for the people to be happy to do them.
All right. My question is, if everybody is paying these permit fees and there are, bodies to check persons who have paid or not, who regulates the states or the ruling party in that state, whether they have paid or not? Because like in Kano State, there's a complaint that, we are seeing the political banners of the governor and some candidates in the ruling party already pasted on the walls, and because this permit allows that when you pay, you can paste your posters, your flyers on walls, on poles, vehicles, and all of that. So my question is, who now regulates the payment? Because if a certain party is not able to pay, and of course the ruling party, we don't know if they've paid or not, starts to flaunt their flyers because they can afford it, because it's their state. This, like we are saying, limits the chances of every other person. And also we're looking at persons who can't afford, because some persons come to parties because, or maybe join a party because they do not want to join the ruling party for reasons best known to them, and then you have this levy or these fees added to each position. And you've already, like I mentioned when we first discussed this here, you've purchased the certain form in the party and you've come out as a candidate. Now you have to spend 5 million, 10 million just so you can carry out your campaigns in the state. What then happens if you don't have the money? What then happens? And I remember Mr. Tuche asking me a question. He said, if you don't have money, would you engage in political activities? That's a that's a food for thought anyway. But this, in its generality, just has a feeling of, if you don't have money, don't come out. Whatever your intentions are of the people, just keep it and have money till you have any political interest.
All right, Mr. Rice, just before I say it, I have one question. While we are talking, something occurred to me. How are we able to separate state finances from the individual that wields authority in that state? Because a number of times, given what has happened in Osun State, for example, where the state's account was frozen by EFCC, under the guise that there is a misappropriation of fund. Many have come up to say that it was politics because they feel that money is being doled out to enable, campaign and electoral activities. And I'm asking, in view of what we're discussing, because everybody is raising the question, how do we know when the incumbent or the party in power, has paid their own signage fee? So I'm asking, how are we able to separate?
That is exactly the question. You're asking me the same question I have posed. how do we now know they have paid theirs? How? So there is no transparency in anything that we are doing. If there's going to be any such thing like that, it could be possibly linked to the regulatory body, the INEC.
No, but the point I'm making now, you see,
if it is now linked to regulatory body, let's say everybody should pay to the account of INEC. Possibly, if they pay to INEC, let's say, okay, that will be a general fund. If you pay to INEC, it will be a general fund. This fund shall formally come back to be remitted to the states. That is after the elections. And anybody who wins, maybe the incumbent then may not even be the winner. The same money will be now returned to such state. And then the other one that was not the incumbent can begin to make use of the money. But there must be a way to check how they are funding elections, the incumbent powers.
That's the question I'm asking.
Yes.
The point is, for
example, and there's no way to check it. There's no way to check it. You see, government should have been full of checks and balances. But we have not seen the checks and balances working in Nigerian system of government.
You remember the case of Olisametu at the advent of the APC government, why he was, taken to court, sentenced, the inability to separate the state's money from campaign funds, and one would think that would have continued over the years. But speaking to this very issue, let me point you to another direction. With the exception of Imo State, have you taken particular notice that it is southeastern states that are at the forefront of this new regulating the political space?
You are making a point.
And then the question is, if one is looking at this issue, are there individuals who are trying to scare away from the campaign grounds that we don't want to be seen, perhaps being outside power may not be able to muster the financial muscle to.
That was part of my submission, that people are now being, intimidated out of the system because they cannot muster the kind of fund that is required for such campaign to be done. People without money is being taken away, pushed away from politics, which is unconstitutional. And impeding on their fundamental rights. It is impeding on their constitutional fundamental rights of participation. The freeness of party, because it's a free thing for any legitimate person. That is, the condition upon which the law said you should participate or not to participate. If you're an ex-convict and other things like that, then you will not participate. But if you fill the requirements, you are free to participate. Then the free to participate is, may not have been or would not have been anchored on money, on being a money bag. So the kind of sums they are now pushing for campaigns, it's not even the kind of sum. INEC does not even take such sum from candidates. Political parties do not take such sum from candidates. So how come states want to skyrocket the campaign permit funds to high heavens, which means there are people, and then more so the incumbents are doing that. How do we not know that they have even paid their own monies? And even if they paid their monies, where did they get the money from? Where is the money coming from? Is it coming from their individual pockets or from the state coffers? Who owns the money? So these are the questions we ask. So there's no need for them to begin to make people to leave their legitimate ambition, legitimate right to contest election for the purpose of service, just like they did contest for the purpose. And many of them did not go through that rigorous process before coming on board as people who hold power for the people.
You know, while we wait for the court to make a pronouncement on this, you can understand why some people will tell you that there's no way APC will not win 2027 election. It's very clear to you, where only the government in power have the capacity, the ability to be seen, heard, and on the campaign front. But there are still other avenues available to other political parties. The electronic media is there. That's why we're here. They could take advantage of that, and the radio and the rest of them to campaign. However, the other point here is this, that those who are in power today should realize and know that one day they will be out of power. If anyone had told El-Fai today that he will be, outside circulation, that the very government he helped to bring to power would keep him out of circulation at this time, I guess he would never believe that, or he would think that such a person may be mad or from outer space. But today he's out of circulation, so those who are within authority and making these laws today should know that one day this same law may turn around to hurt them as well.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we bring you more updates. To stay with us.
So,
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly, with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use the kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch. Every week only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now let's take a look at the Vanguard story, which says visa application from Nigerians to South Africa doubled despite xenophobic attacks. That's from the Nigerian envoy. South Africa's Consul General in Nigeria, Professor Bobby Moreau, disclosed that visa applications from Nigerian citizens have nearly doubled despite persistent concerns over xenophobic violence. The envoy assured the public that the country remains fully open for travel and commerce, dismissing online rumors that diplomatic missions had suspended visa issuance. This is the update on the attack.
Nigerians are still going to South Africa.
Yes, that's Nigerians for you.
Why is that?
Even with the issue of xenophobia, Nigerians still believe that there are numerous opportunities, and exactly because of the fact that the many nationals from other countries of the world that are resident in South Africa that are doing jobs in South Africa. If you watch some of the visuals in the social media about the condition of South Africa presently, it means that a lot of people have left and some of the streets are empty. So some Nigerians are cashing in on that to go back to possibly find things to do for themselves. And remember that even those who were returned to Nigeria, many of them do not have their documents corrected. Possibly coming to Nigeria, they may have actually processed their documents in such a way and go back to get a visa back to South Africa and possibly continue to help themselves and have legitimate stay as to participate or do whatever thing they're doing. Beyond that, many Nigerians who are resident in South Africa, many of them are still in South Africa, many of them who have already gotten the citizenship of the South African country, are there doing their businesses. Some of them are married to South African women, so they're doing their business. So because now people have gone, various countries have gone away, and the South Africans are even, advertising that people should come there, that some countries are visa-free. Nigeria is not among the visa-free countries to South Africa, but about 21 countries are visa-free to South Africa that are African countries, and Nigeria is not visa-free. So those Nigerians are wanting to go back to South Africa, they must go for visa. But is the South African government ready to actually give them visas to go back to South Africa? That is the problem. They believe that many of the Nigerians are involved in illegal activities, and somehow when the government tend to deny the fact that they were not instrumental to the problems and xenophobic problems in South Africa. But we have seen that when they are denying that, they are now trying to show that it is in their consent that Nigerians, the xenophobia, should continue, because they are not even giving visas to those who want to travel to their country, even while they are trying to woo people from other African countries to come back, because their streets are empty. They want people to work for them. The South African people don't work. The South African men are lazy. That is the picture. So these people that are from various countries of Africa, that are in South Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, and so on and so forth, these are people that are doing most of the services in South Africa. So, and now they stay, most of them, they come out, they believe in their women. Their women, do most things for them. The South African women do most things for the South African men. So, that is the situation in South Africa. So, Nigerians, well, if you want to go back to meet xenophobia, fine and good for them. It is their decision going back to South Africa. But some are into businesses. Some of them abandon their businesses to come back. So many of them are trying to rush back, possibly to tidy up certain things. Some did not come with their things. Some even had houses. Some had cars. Some were car dealers, and so on. So they want to find out if those things have been taken away by those South African people that were into these xenophobic attacks. So some are rushing. That is why the visa issue became high. They want to go back to tidy up a few things, possibly to come back.
Well, I would say that this is just further highlights the issue with Nigerians. Earlier, Mr. Uche was, making a reference when he said, when we're talking about, people who are suffering, and then he mentioned that these same people are people who would see rise and collect and vote. I mean, they'll tell you that this economy is the best thing that has happened to them. So this is Nigerians that have been crying that they are being maltreated, or those there that are being maltreated, they are being killed, and they need to come back. For some persons that were able to come back, they were brought home. Now we are still seeing people. Is it that they've not heard, or they just want to go and try firsthand, or they just want to go to an African country? I'm trying so hard to understand why anyone would go back to a fire that they're being tried to pull out of. Yes, some may say, oh, it's not as serious as this person. We have conversations like that. You hear things like, it's not really that serious. Maybe they're just making it up, but let me go and see for myself. So I just hope, for whatever reason anyone desires to go back to South Africa, they don't, get to blame anyone when they go there and experience the same things that those who are returning are crying of. It's like when you hear people being exiled or maybe have to go through the desert, Libya, to get to Libya. And then when people come back, they are sharing their stories, and you hear, oh, if anybody comes to meet you and say you're traveling without proper documentation or don't follow, you still find people who will still go ahead, and you hear things like in the pidgin, all die and I die. Right? So this is just something about Nigerians. I just hope that when they get there, the things that they experience, they don't experience it, and they learn from the experiences of others, so as not to, go through the emotional turmoil that they went through.
It is something that we have seen so far that, where there was a rejection, or we could say a disapproval of things, there are people that find their greener pastures there, and we are having this report coming back that Nigerians are even going back to South Africa, maybe for business trips or whatever they're going back to do. It's important for if they have something tangible, because I mean, South Africa themselves are working. They have started working on their relationship with Nigeria. They have started, making things to, get in line, just to sync up after the, the whole issue that have resulted out of this xenophobia issue. But we're seeing this, that Nigerians are still everywhere. That even whether it's good or bad, Nigerians are there, and they're still finding their way to improve their life.
All right, very well said. Mr. S, human being must survive. You see, hunger, when you're hungry, when a man is hungry, he doesn't look at the danger, he just wants to be filled. And I say this, let me give you an example. I was in Kano when the first bomb, when the first, the first Boko Haram bomb detonation happened in Kano. And with that, one expected that non-indigens in Kano would live in droves. Yes, people did live. But let me tell you one thing. The very vehicle that took people home came back filled. Yes, Ochoma has cited Libya. People have heard the horrifying experiences of Nigerians who were in Libyan prisons. Yes, they still go back to Libya. They want to follow Libya and go to Europe. People keep moving back. And South Africa is no exception. And you've heard, the number is on the increase. So people must look for a way to survive. The point is this: until we make our economy good, until we make the economy work for all of us, for the common man and for every Nigerian, people will continue to seek for greener pasture, irrespective of what is at the other end. Tell people that it's crocodile-infested water. They will tell you they will survive. They will drink olive oil and go to Navija and tell you they will cross through. So this is what is happening.
All right, that's the much time we're taking this morning. Thank you so much for sitting with us. Yes, it's been an extended edition, and more of this to come here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Till we come your way again same time tomorrow. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukwuma. Thanking you for watching.
Mr. Resa, thank you for your time. The in-depth analysis.
Thank you for having me. Yes. Thank you for having me, and for you, our viewer, continue to hook to Aneke TV. We'll give you the best.
Unfortunately, we cannot exhaust the stories we'll have for you. However, I am Uche Osai, saying thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
As political activities continue ahead of the 2027 general elections, concerns are again mounting over the increasing use of inflammatory language, ethnic profiling, religious intolerance, and misinformation during political campaigns. Political scientists and democracy advocates warn that hate speech remains one of the greatest threats to peaceful elections and national unity in Nigeria. Studies show that divisive political messaging has repeatedly contributed to tension, voter intimidation, and violence during election cycles. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has repeatedly cautioned political parties and supporters against the use of abusive, provocative, and discriminatory campaign language. Ahead of the 2023 elections, INEC warned politicians to avoid what it described as bullying, cyber abuse, and hate speeches, capable of undermining peaceful campaigns and democratic stability. The United Nations also raised concerns over Nigeria's political climate before the 2023 elections. The UN resident and humanitarian coordinator in Nigeria, Matthias Schimel, warned that election violence starts with divisive statements and hate speech, urging politicians and supporters to focus on issue-based campaigns instead of inflammatory rhetoric. Political observers say Nigeria has witnessed several dangerous examples over the years. Following the 2011 presidential election, post-election violence erupted in parts of northern Nigeria after months of heated political rhetoric, resulting in deaths, destruction of property, and mass displacement. Researchers studying the elections of 2011, 2015, and 2019 concluded that hate speech had become a major driver of election violence in Nigeria's democratic process. During the 2015 and 2023 election cycles, several campaign messages on television, radio, and social media openly portrayed opponents as enemies of particular ethnic, regional, or religious groups. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, repeatedly sanctioned media organizations for airing inflammatory political content capable of inciting hatred and public disorder. In February 2023, the NBC fined a television station over what it described as hate speech and inflammatory comments linked to election coverage. Experts say the rise of digital media has significantly expanded the spread of political hate speech in Nigeria. According to a recent academic study published by the University of Just Journal of Political Science, Facebook, WhatsApp, X, formerly Twitter, and other platforms were widely used during the 2023 presidential election campaigns to spread divisive narratives, misinformation, and hostile political propaganda. Another research project titled Echo Hate found increasing levels of abusive and hate-filled political conversations online, particularly during elections in Lagos and other politically sensitive states. Political communication experts say hate speech often succeeds because it manipulates fear, identity, and historical grievances. Instead of discussing policies on the economy, education, insecurity, healthcare, and infrastructure, Some politicians and supporters resort to ethnic stereotypes, religious sentiments, and personal attacks to influence voters. Analysts warn that such rhetoric weakens democratic institutions, deepens social division. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. What's up, Enugu? What's up, 042? What's up, Coast City? It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday evening. But you know, I'm in my community and I'm coming to you live from the entertainment side. I have gifts. Yes, we are here again today. It's a beautiful day.
Alpha and 042.
Well, it chooses to be a princess today, and I'm seeing the reasons why. You know, someone being on a red gown. Gift. I think
I'm called Peter for you
are going on a date. This lady is going on a date. I am seeing something that is happening. That's why she's on the red. Like no one appears to, you know. No one appears from nowhere, especially ladies, just with your red kind of.
Must you spill everything?
No, I'm just telling you that nobody does.
They did not ask you.
So they did not ask me. I should not say it. Okay, but let me say it. No one appears. No one appears, you know, just without any, no smoke without fire, no red pepper without.
Is there any fire here?
And you know, today let me hyper a little. Wow, you are amazing. You know, you look very, very, very amazing. How are you doing? How was yesterday?
Yesterday was stressful.
Yeah.
And today
promises to be stressful. You know, tomorrow is already
with this
stressful.
refreshing air and breath I received this morning. I don't know, but it's something I want to prophesy to someone this morning.
This one you are already prophesying. I bet.
But let's keep it. I look like Tonto, but I'm not.
Oh, okay. This is where she's dragging. You see the problem. But then, before we talk about Tonto, Boy has come out to say that there's no big three. Just tell anyone who asks if there's a big three that there's only a big two. And then that big two is this one Burna Boy in the big two. I mean, who could be the last guy? Who could be the first guy? I mean, who could actually be the first guy?
It could be Fela. Yeah.
Are you sure Fela is the big two? Is the big two?
Yeah, Fela is the big.
Are you not talking about Obi or Davido?
This guy don't like Davido. He don't like Whiskey. So he's always like, I am ahead.
No. He should like one.
No, one thing about Burna is that Burna is like, he feels that he's the giant solely because they have been calling him African giant. He feels every other ones are beneath him. So every other ones are very just much like inferior to him. So I just don't blame people when they say Burna is down and like he's so over himself, like it's too like
Yeah, but Burna Boy, who will you say in Nigerian music industry is the big two?
For me, it's Davido and Burna.
It's Davido and Burna.
But let's be real comparison is Davido and Wizkid.
Davido and Wizkid. So where is Burna falling into this category? Now where is Rema falling into this category? Okay, where is well, it's only Rema that I've seen over the years.
I am.
And Tiwa is the biggest female artist in Nigeria. When you talk about Rema, I'm talking about the category those who blew and unblew.
Okay. So we talk about Wizkid, we talk about Davido, we talk about Burna, we talk about Rema.
Then we talk about who else can we add in this category?
We can add
Ashake,
yeah.
Ashake is not as big as Burna.
No, but aside Burna, these three, the big three.
Ashake is in the category of Rema.
No, Rema is way above Ashake.
Yes, Rema is way above Ashake.
Because if you see the word tall, you see that this three has told the world.
Okay.
Ashake has not really told the world, because I think the hindrance in Ashake's aspect is because of his language barriers, and not everybody understands Yoruba.
Okay, so
they can actually flow and jam to the music, but not to understand. So there's something that you understand the rhythm, and there's something that you don't understand, but you are just jamming to the beat.
And that's why we have rhythm, Akula,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I think in that category, when we are talking about the big three, big 10. Okay, let's do the big 10. Countdown to the big 10.
Okay, my own countdown.
Yes.
So Davido, who happens to be my 001?
Yeah, your 001.
Wizkid.
It's not my 001.
Wizkid, Burna, Rema, Asake, Kiss Daniel. Is it male or both?
Everyone.
Okay.
We'll start afresh.
Davido, Wizkid.
Why is Davido? Where's was Savage?
No, okay, Wizkid, Davido. You said my own. Davido, okay, Wizkid, Burna, Asake, Rema, Tiwa Savage, Arya Star, Kiss Daniel. I like Kiss Daniel a lot.
Yeah, he sings beautiful song. Yeah.
Fireboy.
Yeah, Fireboy. I will tell you if it was not that Kiss Daniel started singing very way earlier, I would bring Fireboy and Kiss Daniel, because Kiss Daniel there's something about Kiss Daniel. And there's something about Fireboy. Fireboy is a lover boy.
Yeah, he's just a lover boy.
And the way he flows in melody, Kiss Daniel doesn't flow. Kiss Daniel likes Jan. What I mean is he cuts melody. But Fireboy, for instance, I may not be able to say this again, but let me say it one time. When he released his album Laughter, Tears and Goosebumps. Good. It was a wonderful album that he released. Then there's another one he released just the next year. His song Tattoo, because it's YBNL, there's no YBNL song that does not have melody. That does not have
Olamide's song somehow has that both rhythm. Just take it.
Olamide is the king of rhythm. I will tell you in Nigeria.
Okay.
Currently, Olamide is the king of rhythm. Then you are talking about Davido is the king of Afro vibe. What's his name? Burna Boy is the king of reggae dancehall. He's the king of Afro dancehall. Wizkid is just when you talk about an Afro that also kind of suits you. He's an Afrobeat. Wizkid is also in the Afrobeat, but his Afrobeat it has
a foreign touch.
Not really. But his that kind of Afrobeat is more like I would say it has melody.
Okay.
It has the harmony, but it does not possess the strength of
an African Afrobeat. Yeah.
Since if not that you hearing.
The only one I think the only one that gave me that the African Afrobeat is Ojuweleba.
Okay,
I know my story.
Right?
Hey.
Do you know your story? Do you know what Commissioner has done for you? That's the story.
There's nothing Commissioner has done for me at this point.
What have Commissioner done for you? Okay, let's move on. Now, let's just go over to the next gist that we have today. We're talking about Pella's wife. Congratulations to Pella again. Pella's wife. The way she's adding these days, people were.
And then her low cut.
And she's looking very.
Her low cut, Malam.
And look at what Pella said. Let it be known that my wife is my wife.
Yeah.
And we are officially married. Yes, he's right. If you want to use her name for trend, content, or engagement, please do so with respect. Do you see what it says?
Yeah.
Please do so with respect. Just do so with respect. In case you want to use the name for engagement or Kini, you have to do so with respect, because if you don't do so with respect, he is going to disrespect you. And he has, seen how many people have been, criticizing this young lady just because she got married to Pella, and people have come out to badmouth her because of her weight. What do you think about ladies adding weight just because they got married? Because she does not have this.
No, but one thing is that this allegation that she's pregnant, I think is not far-fetched. When you see a pregnant woman, you will know. You don't need, and I think when pregnancy comes, especially I think the male folk, when you are carrying a male alpha in your stomach, because I'm using an example of what I see my sister, what she goes through, like when she's about to give birth to a male child, she will go low, she will go bad, she will just, everything irritates her, and the weight is there. Because they try to eat more doing that. So I think it's not, for me, she's not far-fetched from being pregnant, because if you see her body, see her weight, see everything, and if you notice the way her clothes is not like going normal, Jarvis fittings. It's just like, trying to give her space to breathe and the baby to breathe. So I think it's pregnancy weight, and it's not, because you're not eating for one person, you're not eating for two. So you will see yourself eat a little bit bigger. If you're eating smaller portion, you eat bigger, because the child needs to feed well. So when I saw how this, I was like, Jesus Christ.
Why did she barb her hair?
Who did this to
That's
Jarvis?
Actually, why did she barb her hair?
I don't know.
Jarvis, why did you barb your hair?
Some people say it's frontal, but I don't think it's frontal. This is just an excuse. If you see her weight, see the way she's carrying herself, she's heavily pregnant.
Oh my days, that's so good.
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing because they are married.
Yeah.
But, when we look at the conditions of surrounding this, we're going to see how now let's go down to where we are going to be anchoring some conversations, talking about the trending matter, the trending issue that's been going on between P Square and the brothers and Jude and everyone that has surrounded the matter. Right now we are seeing some updates that was coming up. Let's just talk about it in a positive angle, because Akon was the one that nearly got them to record a song with Michael Jackson. Now imagine P Square recorded a song with Michael Jackson.
I swear.
It would have been the biggest deal in the world of Afrobeat. Now they were about to record this song with Michael Jackson. Do you know somewhere? How do you think? I don't know if that happens to any other person. Do you think Akon? Do you think Michael Jackson, that somewhere he's not dead? Does it happen to you that one day you wake up, you say like, it's like Michael Jackson is not dead? You're looking at all the things surrounding him, right? Because we're looking at Michael Jackson, a legend who lived and who, let me say, people were graced to have him in this world, to living with them, because there are some crazy people in this world too. But Keith, do you think Michael Jackson, this would have been the biggest record ever for P Square?
Yeah.
Bring your facts.
So one thing about Michael Jackson is that he is a very big fish in Africa, and not just Africa, whole world. So just that there's something that is like, well, I say sometimes some people at the peak of their success, something will just happen. I don't see any reason why their collaboration with Michael Jackson wouldn't have been a big shoot for them. Like, it would have just been dropped in history, like, you know. And somehow I feel like this man is alive, just watching the world. He's just trying to look at the world and see what they have said about him, what just maybe later on he'll just come out and be like, so
ta-da!
I feel it all. So
yeah,
think about me.
Give it up. For instance, I saw in the news yesterday, someone who many years ago, Tupac died about 26 years ago, and the person who allegedly shot Tupac, would be the trial will start. So imagine that kind of delayed justice, and the controversies that have been surrounding Michael Jackson's death is kind of weird also, because a lot of issues that have come out of it, but you're seeing people that ever had to end well with Michael Jackson coming out to become big. For instance, you're talking about Michael Jackson's daughter. You're talking about Michael Jackson's pet, the monkey.
Yeah.
And you're seeing that the monkey has an estate and Gift does not have an estate yet.
It's so unfortunate. But anyway, I'm not jealous.
Gift does not have a estate.
Well, I'm not jealous.
You should not be jealous.
I'm not actually jealous. I know that because I will have more than that.
Yeah, I know. I trust you, Gift.
I will have more than that.
I know, as commissioner, all that I do, I spread my tentacles to help the people that needs. Don't you need an estate?
Yeah.
I have. How many do you need? Do you need real estate or fake estate?
Yeah, you're insulting me at this point. You're insulting.
All right, let's just move over to the next story. Now we're talking about Very Dark Man. No, Very Dark Man has been trending also for days now. Like, I don't know how these guys, they find their way into what you know, what has been going on. I don't know how Very Dark Man has, you know, gotten into the wrong hands. And there are certain rumors about Very Dark Man
losing his followers,
losing his followers,
and people are looking down on him.
But I think this guy, I don't know, but I'm not emotional right now. I'm actually gonna stay with my facts. Gift, what do you think about this?
Okay, I like Very Dark Man, but to be honest, there are some issues. You see life, when it happens when you keep winning, back to back, it comes to a stage that you become overwhelmed by the winning, and you start acting on your own will, not in the will that gave you that win. Do you understand? Yeah, so people brought you up, people will still bring you down. Do you understand? Now he there's some issues that he has done, you know, choked him out into, and you know, brought his own fight and won the people's view. But you know why do you know why this one about P-Square is dangerous? Peter was not saying it without evidence. He was saying it and was dropping evidence back to back. Receipts. Do you understand? It was believing. Assuming he was saying it, and he came just to narrate story without dropping factual evidence. And then his brother has come now to tell the people that his one brother is going up, one is going down. So it actually also pins down to what the other one is saying, that this one don't like me. Because you can't come to twin brothers and tell the public that one is going up, one is coming down. It makes no sense.
Yeah, and when we're talking about, look at what Cynthia Morgan has come out to say about, you know, Very Dark Man, you know, the claims that he has been claiming. And Cynthia Morgan, who's not even taking it easy right now, because the lady is really, really running riots to make sure that justice is served. And everyone, there's even this celebrity that Maduago that came out yesterday to, you know, organize a protest for Mr. P. And many people have been looking at that kind of scenario. Even me, I was so surprised to have someone rally around for Mr. P, and people had to join him on the protest. And
now the love is massive now.
Now I'm asking, what really is going on with the protest? Why would people protest for Mr. P? So now we've not even heard about Paul, you know, Mr. Paul, what he has.
No, this is actually confirms what his other brother Henry Okoye said, that Paul is under hypnosis.
Yeah.
So you can't just tell me that they are pointing accusing fingers at you. You can't say, because what will he say at this point? Evidence choke. Peter brought out evidence. So if let me tell you something, if it was against, you see, when he was pointing at Jude, Jude came to defend himself. Now when the throwbacks were coming to Paul, do you understand? There was nothing to counter. He brought out evidence, receipt. He was posting receipt back to back, posting account details on how the money transaction went down. So it was not like, actually it was manipulated. This one will drop his own.
But then
he will counter it.
But then I'm asking this question. I'm still asking it. How much do you think that P-Square has now?
I can't measure person. I never make money.
No,
don't do that. I don't like it.
You know why? You know what I'm asking?
Yeah.
Even in all the controversies, even all the, you know, even all the back and forth in the case and in the matters, they are still more richer than millions of Nigerians. Like one of them, even Jude, even Peter, even Paul, seems to have, you know how much it was as of 2003. They have started going around the world for shows. 2008 they started going around the world for shows. Then you could see $100,000 was the amount they take for shows. Then
I'm not surprised by their quarreling, because the money they are talking about is not one naira.
You know when they sang "We Travel All Around the World"?
Yeah.
You know that song?
We travel around the world.
You don't know. Please don't spoil.
No, they sang that song. I think they sang Alingo. Then see Alingo before that. We travel all around the world.
Please don't sing again. Let her not sing again. Because she just wants to spoil this.
I know you guys enjoyed my. What was this? Why you doing?
Just like your counterparts in sports that wanted to sing.
Yeah.
Sing.
Oh God.
We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates on this edition of entertainment. Do stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, so welcome back. We're talking about the, Two-Face and the other people in the music industry. That's where we're going in right now. And before we had that short break, we were talking about P Square. Now, I can remember that song, P Square, we back again. Let
me break down.
No, please don't break down. Let's not call emergency medical. Let's not call it national emergency.
This is when actually you are looking down on me.
I'm looking down on you. I don't know if you are that up. I should look up to you because you are not. I'm taller than you. Well, so when we're talking about this, let's just go right into one of the things that we have been looking around. Someone built a house, and this is what we're calling the jive. Today's jive. Today's jive on this edition of entertainment. Does this? We're going to be taking our jive from some X screenshots that we got from the internet. Someone built a house, a very beautiful house, and someone had the infantry to ask, that stairs, where is it actually leading to? And just say congratulations, yours is coming soon. And the guy was like, okay, thank you very much, congratulations. Now he didn't even say congratulations. How rude was he to ask where that stairs, where it lead to? If it was you that built the house, and someone asked you this question, what would you answer him?
It's related to your father's bedroom. Some people don't like peace. You come with pieces.
Yeah. So the thing is that when I look at this and I see how it is going,
I don't know why people on X people cannot be nice.
No. X was not meant for people. That's why it's X. Your job is to. I hope you know the story behind. Let me tell you something.
Twitter is not for the weak.
Yeah, most times when you read some of these clapbacks on X, you wonder why people clap back on X. And I'm going to tell you the background story. Elon Musk, what happened between Elon Musk and the X. So Elon Musk kind of was intimidated, that's allegedly was intimidated by some man who took the X. And now this guy had to buy Twitter and then change the name and say it is X. So that's where the name X is coming from. So nobody should be nice on X. Well, I should be nice because I'm really, really nice. You can catch me up on the Commissioner for Enjoyment on X. Now let's take a look at this beautiful story, which is not really beautiful, but for some people they are just laughing. It's actually a clap back from OBO had to clap back a particular big wig in this country, and the man was like, there's no way he wrote this. And this is what Davido said. Come on, I don't think Davido is even in the mood for any negotiations to be nice.
He's married. If you come for him, you come for you.
And he's doing it intentionally because many people came for him. Just like a few days ago, many guys came for him. And I won't mention names because if you go on X, you check those that came for Davido, search it on your Google, you'll see. Look at what Davido had to clap back on this government official. It's just funny, and I don't know how it happened. But when you look at this, I think there's something about Davido right now that is not really nice. Is it because of this election that is coming up in Osun State? Even though this is not the ground to discuss it, but is it because of the ground that is in Nigeria? Because when he was in Atlanta,
this is not nice.
Yes, he was actually nice.
Is he trying to say that the APC, the senator is?
They actually have. Background story where he posted his results, his correct results. So it was so painful, and I will tell you.
Let's be truthful to ourselves. That result, you don't even smell heaven in your life.
What he did,
even God will tell you still.
Why would Davido do such a thing? I really don't know why Davido will do such a thing.
God, I beg my heart.
But let your heart not
no, when I need to laugh because I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at anybody. Please don't get me wrong. But
you're social lawyer.
Jesus Christ, when I saw that result, I said, even somebody would not come, like someone that don't have common sense. See the result now.
It's fine.
The person that made that result. The thing is when it's just like somebody you know. Have you ever been in that situation? Have you ever seen yourself like someone right back in school days? The person was getting phenine. And tomorrow you come to treat yourself in the hospital. Is the doctor and the chief surgeon in the hospital?
You're not I will treat myself.
Now what just happen here?
Well,
now that is a good scenario here because the results you're telling them that you are giving us.
I may not want to say this, but let me say it. Let me say it. Nobody will die. Let me just say it. It's just about the nation, and I'm coming from a humble perspective. Okay. So you see, it's not about results. It's actually about a factor that we may not be able to de facto. You need to shake me. I'm too good with this.
Yeah, too good. But that's actually the truth, because in this life, let's just feel ourselves like you actually know this particular guy in school. He doesn't know anything at all. He plays around though.
Yes, but then when it comes to, and then you actually know that what we call Olodo uprising is it's not just in the entertainment.
Maybe in the university use money to pay his way into.
No. Let's talk about this. Olodo uprising is actually not just in entertainment; it's also in other places.
Yeah.
Because we're seeing Olodo uprising happening just in the, happening here in Nigeria, happening outside the country. You see some people who are entertainers who you look up to, trying to fast track events that does not have meaning, that does not really add up. But while we're talking about that, let's go to Eniola. Why is happening? What's wrong with this guy?
I don't know. Some people say that he should just come out of the curtain. That we already know. You don't need to.
What's wrong with Adeoluwa? Adeoluwa had to do an Afro style for his portrait in school. I'm sure this guy, he's so beautiful. He's a beautiful guy.
She beautiful.
No,
you
guys should stop. No. You guys should stop. This is a man. I don't know what you guys are.
Are you serious? This is a man?
Right, you not serious? This is a man.
Oh
wow.
He's a man?
I don't know. He's a man. Well, while we're looking at this,
he has beard.
Yeah, he really has beard. And then
he's actually beautiful.
It's actually beautiful, and he's looking good. We're forget about everything you're talking about. Let's talk about the looks. Let's talk about the hairstyle. This guy is really, showing that he's a doctor. I hope you know that he's a doctor, and in fact, he's one of the.
Let's read the comments, because the comments is the intriguing thing for me.
Remember how some people prayed to have portable as a child over Enioluwa. Ashe Gonsha. I don't know what this Ashe Gonsha means, but whatever it is.
Imagine people praying to have portable instead of having Enioluwa.
So who prayed to have portable?
Will you pray to have a she? No, he, she. No.
Who told you that thing?
Allegedly, the rumor is everywhere. So, this thing is just trying to tell you that can you pray? Do you know what it means to pray to have portable in your house? God, I don't pray to have portable in my house, please. But I don't pray to have this one in my house too.
Well, while we're talking about that, I just got across an important clapback. Here we are in the era of clapback. Now let's talk about the Arresta clapback. Oh my days, Arresta is not just a human being. Arresta is a celestial being in the clapping back scenario. How can she, say this about somebody? Now, I want us to see the screenshot. It was just something I can't even talk about. This is so I don't know. Should I explain memes to you guys?
Yeah.
I don't think it makes sense to explain memes.
Jesus, because this meme needs to be explained.
Should I actually explain satire?
I think they need to display that this clapback is very important.
So I need to see Arresta on my screen, because this is just getting too hot for me to handle, and he is getting hot.
We need to see it, because Arresta overdid.
No, Arresta will tell you for a fact. Nobody saw how she would come back to this.
No, but these days, she's still healing from her wounds.
What happened to her?
She had surgery, a major surgery. So
what was the surgery?
She's actually handling her phone now, And
what was the surgery?
No, it was not.
Well, nobody would tell us about the surgery, of course. It's something we will know later. But then, IR Star has come out to say, oh my days, somebody posted a meme. A meme, is it a meme? A meme saying,
look at what a strong body can do.
Look what a strong body can do. Now, she had to reply with, look what a nobody can do. Then, the person now said, breathe. She said, you took all the air. Then somebody said, muzzle and water. He said, Stop, please.
Are you sure this is Asha? It's how
I really know that I will be big someday, bigger and bigger and bigger, that I will not be able to handle my phones, and I want to give my phones to people who are very, very good with clapbacks, because I don't really want to be doing a lot of clapbacks myself, because people will be committing suicide on a daily basis. Sometimes some clapbacks are divinely inspired and nobody knows about that, but this one, it's so class. I mean, this is what we mean to clap back. Look what it.
Nobody can do.
I don't give this happy because Gift is happy because she's not the one who they clap back.
I'll just faint. It's not I just faint. But let me tell you the biggest clap back for me today on the internet. It's about Peter Edochie and me. Peter Edochie, who happens to be the auntie to Yul Edochie.
Okay.
You know that Judy Austin's first husband actually was sued for defamation and so many other lawsuits. You know, she sued him with 100 billion naira lawsuit. Our mama came out now to say that the only Miss Yul Edochie I know is Queen May. Present your marriage certificate, only then will I give you, until you present your marriage certificate, only then will I give you a further response. Actually, Edochie rubbishes Judy Austin over 1 billion naira lawsuits. Sometimes when these people give all this lawsuit with this kind of huge amount of money, I see, can you give somebody 1 billion? Even if you sell this man from today to tomorrow, how you recover 1 billion? Some lawyers of that, I don't know, when they are typing that 1 billion, 100 billion, do they sleep overnight? They know that court cannot grant you that kind of, award you that kind of damages. Before court will award you 1 billion for damages. It has to prove.
But wait, I'm trying to ask now. Did she commit something of 1 billion naira for?
No. She the lawsuit was against this Judy Austin's first husband. That's her first husband. So he himself, looking at him, do you think he can pay 1 billion naira?
No. The problem with him was that he went and married animated. They went and married animation. I used to say this: people marry animation, they marry cartoon, they marry Barbie. What they marry is plenty, but that's not what we're talking about now. Let's just go right there into this trending issue. Now we have this guy who said to be a web developer, who now had to approach Pella during his live stream, and Pella had to ask Pella for 50k. But that guy seems to be rude. To me, he is rude and he's not making sense at all, because the way he had to ask for that money, because Pella gave him $100, the way he asked for that money, I just have to try to figure out what really happened. The way he asked for the money, he asked for the money, he says, I want something you can do. You understand? Because I watched the video and I was like, why would this guy ask money from Pella? This kind of thing. He said he's a web developer, and this guy would have gotten a lot of gigs. Now he said he's not getting gigs. This guy would have gotten a lot of gigs just by having this conversation with Pella, because Pella is big. Everybody knows Pella is big. If Pella comes to Enugu here, the other time he was at IMT, he was not allowed to go into school inside the premises. But everyone knows that wherever Pella appears, there is visibility, because he is visible. Now, asking him for just 50,000 naira is okay, because you need to survive. But now, taking it further too, the way when you gave him the money, he just walked away. He said thank you. He walked away. And I'm looking at this guy. Let's say this is scripted. Let's just say this is scripted. But in script, no one acts this way. In script, people act maturely, respectfully. That's how people act. That's what happens in scripts. But no one acts this way. So why are you walking away? Why are you taking that walk away?
Okay, I'm going to answer this question in 2 ways.
And
the first way is actually the situation he is right now is facing. You know, there are situations that you will be facing in life. You will not be able to reason far.
Okay.
Do you understand? Now, the situation you will be. It is not that extreme. There are situations where you will be. It's not that extreme. It's not so bad. You nature will give you a chance to reason far.
Reason far, yeah.
Now, this guy is of two ways. Is either situation is tying him so down, or he didn't think about that he can actually use this avenue to like scout for jobs from Pella. You know, you see this thing we call grace. It comes but once. Some people will.
How is grace coming? But you are you have come now. What's this thing now? Are you Pastor Tobike? Please.
Which one? I open the ministry. I'm looking for members, but for now, let's
You're looking for members. So go and find members now. What are you doing
but
now?
let me tell you something. That
the grace comes but once.
There are some people that grace comes but once.
There's not some people their grace comes but once. But continue.
But anyway, Pastor, like let me say, there are times where grace, you have opportunity to make that grace, and you don't utilize it.
Of course. Now you are balancing it.
And when you miss that,
are you wearing Balenciaga?
Yeah, I'm wearing.
Good. That's very good.
It's in my waist.
Yeah, I know. But continue.
So if you miss that particular time, the next grace that might come your way might not be as that big one.
Might be a disgrace.
Yeah.
A grace missed is a disgrace.
So this guy actually missed like. There are guys that think very fast. It's just like the goat guy that is trending. Let's even talk about the goat guy. The goat guy, the guy that the mom actually brought goat to school to celebrate him. I know someone that from today to tomorrow, if you call him for the person will not step out to welcome the mother.
Because of what?
She feels that the mother is not up to her level.
Or overdoing. You know
that is one thing life pushes to people.
Well, you are right. Now, I see where you're coming from, and I must.
So if you just imagine with the whole people are saying, hey, the boy came out. That is his grace. He did not know that this thing will just shoot him up. But it's just like sometimes well, there are things that if you don't look deep into it, you will not understand it. It's a mystery. Do you understand? This guy don't know that he would have used this opportunity, just like Pella, when he was sidelining some of those people he called to be his manager or work with him as a photographer and all this thing. There was a particular girl he turned down at. She now came online and elaborated what she can do. Someone picked her up, offered her money. That is grace happening. Do you understand? So this is just like that goats guy. He actually understood the assignment. Now he's actually dressing the goats. He's actually feeding the goat, taking the goat on top. The goat that even followed him to BBC. That is the narrative. It's just like when you find the right opportunity. Just like now, if I meet
if you meet me, who do you want to call name? What do you mean? If you meet me, then say something that. If you meet me.
What am I meeting you for?
Okay,
this one I'm meeting you.
Okay, if you meet me, what will happen? No, say if you meet me, what will happen?
Nothing.
Nothing will happen. So I know nothing will happen. Okay, so who do you want? Who are you saying you want to meet?
I wanted to meet Commissioner of Enjoyment.
Oh yeah, you see,
because you didn't allow me to land.
No.
That's the problem right here.
Meet someone else.
No, actually, Commissioner did not allow me to land. Do you understand? It's just like I say, running before the throne. Like there's throne, you know that there's throne, but you didn't allow the due process to be followed to arrive. You just going before the time of the celebration. You walk tire. You go walk. They go use you do ketra, all these things, serve yourself, all this usher, all this. So, but if you come at the time where the program is all started, your workload and everything, your recognition will be more relevant. But that's just for anyway. But this guy just messed up.
Yeah. We'll see what happens at the end of the day. We're gonna take a short break. When we return, I have a lot of gist, buzz, red pepper for you, because I'm gonna pepper you guys, and it's gonna be something that if you chop, you don't go day together. Well, we'll take a short break. We'll return.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Yes, we're back again. We're back again on this edition of Aneke TV's Entertainment. And when we went on that short break, we were singing, "Look what a nobody can do." See, this is the height of the entertainment for me today.
Yeah, that's the peak of it.
Because someone say muzzle and what I say, reach you. Well, it's wonderful to have that clap back from Ira Star, the star and the celestial being of the Marvin and the Universal Records. Well, we're just diving right into what we have today. We will be bringing you some screenshots from Instagram and also some from X. Now, someone has come out to say, beware, no matter what you're doing here on earth, beware of fake prophecy. This is from someone who is very popular. She has written something on her social media to let the audience, to let her followers be aware of social media's prophecy. Let's say beware of prophecy, beware of fake prophecy, really. Now, many times questions rise in entertainment cycle about what this prophecy could be. People trying to cajole you. But I don't really know the prophecy is coming from. Just like saying that Gift is a Man U fan. It's not a prophecy. Gift is not a Man U fan. Gift does not even have a club where she supports. Or saying that that tomorrow will be Thursday instead of Wednesday. You see, we have jump process, and some people don't understand that these things take process, of course, unless there's a quick work to be done. Well, it's not my place to teach you all these things, and I'm going right into what we have today, where we have I Preach Swag. This guy has come out to say that he was actually recounting his experience over there in Lagos, where he see Limao, Lagos. That's the entry. Now, 1, 2, ready, go. Limao, Lagos. What's Limao? Laughing. What's Limao now? You don't know what Limao is. Alright, 1, 2, ready, go. Limao, Lagos. Now, it says, this guy almost pickpocket my phone. I catch him. Baba, they walk out, they go front. They laugh, they wave, sorry. I first stand for there, they look I seen the waka come out. Make I see if the phone go disappear, come out my hand. I seen don't they out of sight. I don't hear this scoop. Oh, this is very, very funny. Very, very funny to see and to have this kind of gifts. Have you had this friends of
but you don't know, actually, this guy is just funny. When he said laugh my ass out, I like, okay. So what's he trying to say?
Okay, he's talking about that someone wanted to pickpocket him, and he just.
But that's Lagos.
But that's Lagos.
It's not like it's a new thing.
It's not a new thing. How many times have you had your phone picked up, picked from you? No. It was not stolen. It was picked. No, someone that was more careful than you had to administer some security
this one
to your
happened
phone.
at Holy Ghost.
Wow.
So I was carrying my bag. I was coming out from that phone side where they repair phones. And then I was carrying my bag. My bag was like I held it the grip was tight. So all of a sudden my bag became something like somebody pushed me, and my bag all of a sudden became light. And then I turned and my bag was opened, and I looked around to know who. I saw one person crossing, but another guy just grabbed the guy and take, give that girl her phone before I slap you. And the guy was like, "Now, wow, guy, why you even cast me now? You know, big guy." I was like, with my own phone, no. Hi! That was the greatest pickpocket. This will happen within 1 second. Like, how do these people do this, please?
Oh, well, I will tell you that I've not had that sort of experience.
Please don't.
And it's not a good thing because I gotta kill somebody there.
I'm gonna kill
somebody on the neck.
Yes,
because I'm a man of war.
I'm a man of war. I am fire.
Yes, so I am a man of war. That moment I become a man of war. I become my powers. Really powers. I hold, I just touch your neck just to check how you're breathing, because it will not be easy. It will not really be easy. Now let's
but it was, before we move on from this, it was not a good experience.
Yeah, it wasn't actually. It made me, like, for that day, the whole day, next tomorrow, I was so quiet.
Now look at the scope. This guy said that he heard about when the person leaves the scenario, that the person will live with the person, the phone will live with the person. Sorry. Now, do you think that's possible? Are these pickpockets now using jazz for?
I think they are.
How can you use jazz for pickpockets? You know, that's a waste of talent. That's a waste of substance.
No, there's nothing like waste. As far as you get
wait, you use,
but with all these things they're doing to thieves these days, almost no steal. Well,
I think we have something here who says, guys, something so had happened just now. You know, it says, no, I went to get groceries at Spar, and this pretty lady walked up to me thinking she wanted to compliment me or toast me. She said if I could give her my cart of groceries to make a video for a vlog, and that she will pay me 5k for my time. She kept on pleading seriously, I had to allow her in front. This babe made video saying, come with me for grocery shopping. Now, wow.
Actually, what is this? What
do you mean, what is this?
But anyway,
no, I don't understand what she means by what is this.
Like,
what does she mean? What is this?
That kind of, I don't know if
what is this meaning? What?
Tomorrow now you will tell me, do you know who I am? Well, I will slap you.
No,
do you know who I am?
I want to ask you, what do you mean that what is this? What is this meaning? What? That I had to make some video. Celebrities, people who put camera and dance, are they dancing all their life? People who put camera to dance, are they dancing all their life? Now then, look at this one. It says there's this girl that normally win prizes in my secondary school, and she's very intelligent. She wanted to be a lawyer then. Just came across her post on LV, and she's signed out of college of education. I almost wept at the dream she wasted because of poverty. Though I'm happy she is a graduate. Now, you are happy she's a graduate. Gives, I know people. Okay, let me just bring this scenario. You know, but how many of your classmates have you seen on the road when you're walking and you wanted to dodge them?
A lot.
Hey, Gift is part of this group, this crew that I've been talking about. Because I noticed that many people, when they see their classmates or someone they went to school together many years ago, they want to dodge. But why?
Why? Because that situation.
Do you know they want to dodge?
Okay, see.
They too want to dodge.
There's this one that happened recently.
I was thinking.
See, there's this one that happened recently. So I was coming and I just cited him. I was like, Jesus.
I was like, what?
I was just like, Jesus Christ, what's happening here?
Yeah.
Let them not see me. I don't need to be seen. Like, God. I just said to myself, I don't need to be seen. I don't just need to be seen at all.
And talking about that, I will tell you for a fact that even for me, it's not something we can talk about. We can't exhaust this. Maybe tomorrow we're going to talk about this very well. Now we have a post from the greatest of the director, that's the music director, boy director, the one who has been so creative with his talent. I would tell you, this is from TG Omori. Says, I was out in a Koyi film the other day at 3 a.m. and there was a large crowd of thugs outside screaming, TG Omori, you go show us love before you come out for here. Long story short, I snuck out, leaving the shoot to my ADs and security with one more active scene left. My producer told me in the morning that the thugs broke the gate and injured the security who refused them access a tail outside. Now he later said, mind you, we pay for locations and settle every necessary people. Still bring in heavy security personnel, but still always total chaos. Now, looking at this, it's becoming a thing in Lagos that creative people can shoot their videos on the streets. Now, I even have this scenario that I saw where Ira Star, they look what nobody can do. Ira Star's sister, her car was bashed. Her car was kind of destroyed.
This is mostly done in Lagos.
Yeah,
Why?
It's mostly done in Lagos, and many people are asking that question.
Why?
I'm wondering what is really going on now.
Why is it that? Is it that the Yorubas have?
No, it's not a tribe thing, guy. It's not a tribe thing, guy. It's actually a mentality thing. It's actually a culture, a personal culture thing. Okay,
culture to strike people.
No, it's a personal culture. Let me tell you what it means to be a personal culture. People who are from certain tribes you could tell for a fact that they may have the worst character. It's not a tribe thing. It's actually a personal culture.
No, you said people from a particular set.
For instance, now let me use Igbos down here in the east. We don't hear such a thing happening, which is very okay.
Good, yeah.
But we're hearing about it in Lagos. But that does not mean that it's a tribe thing. I'm just trying to tell you that we don't do tribalism here. We are very open to every tribe, okay? But what I'm saying is the act is wrong. Whether it is from Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa, it is wrong. And these are talks. Now, the growing concern in Nigeria about thuggery, especially not in the light that we used to see it, but right now in the light that we are having it's not really good. It's really concerning. So we're going to see what happens now. We are seeing this post from Bukola, and I won't give to read it. I'll just read out that so we can.
It said most students didn't publish their undergraduate project. I didn't publish mine too. I will get published your undergraduate project. And there was a reply that said, if I published my undergraduate project, my supervisor and I would have been in jail right now.
Oh yeah, and the girl will be in jail now, and it's just not adding up. And let's just go over, because I don't want to go into this matter, because if I go into this matter, we'll not go here. Matthias will come and matter the matter. Well, we're talking about entertainment here on Aneke TV, and I have my final gist that is coming up from Jude Okoye. Jude said that he's handing over everything to God.
There you go. No,
gift.
He's
handing over everything to God.
If you fuck up, they will treat you.
Gift, lift your hands. He's handing over everything to God. Gift, what do you mean? Are you what gift? What are you talking about?
No, if you do the wrong thing, they will just settle your matter.
He's handing over everything to God. That's why we know. And on this edition of Aneke TV show, he's sending everything to God. Please say amen.
No.
Please say amen. He's sending everything over to God. Well, let me give you
Let me give you one more. That person, you just have to bring the person aside and give that person 20 slaps.
Go, 20 slaps. Well, let's talk about Stephanie Inidara, who says, if you don't have money to go to cinema, book an international trip to be able to watch during your flight for free. Look at what this lady is telling you.
Hi.
This math is not mathing. That's what somebody replied. It says, if you don't have money for cinema, don't just book flight. Book flight, international trip. Just look at the kind of conversation that we're having here. Somebody said, if you cannot go to cinema, international trip and cinema, which one is more costlier? Please, Stephanie Inidra, help me now. What's your problem?
What's the tell say we don't get money?
Yeah, well, let me leave it to that, because as a commissioner of enjoyment, I really enjoy my life. So I've been moving around the international trips and other things, and we're seeing how this thing has been. But it's for me, it's going to be an interesting.
So are you feeling intimidated with what
I can't feel intimidated. That's where we're wrapping up the show, because I can't feel intimidated. No matter what, I can't feel intimidated. We're wrapping up the show. This edition of Aneke TV is entertainment.
Oh my God!
A wonderful brunch entertainment show. Thank you very much, Gift.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming around. It's amazing. Now tomorrow I'm gonna see you again, and we do this and we do this. We're gonna see you same time tomorrow, and it's gonna be an amazing time. Have a wonderful afternoon. Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word.
This is Hearts and Souls from Aneke TV. I am your host, St. Rachel, and with me here is my dear friend. Please, can you introduce yourself?
Well, I'm Ngozi Elizabeth Okechukwu. I'm the center manager for Polo Park Mall, where we all know as ShopRite. I'm a facility manager. Thank you.
So today, like every other time, you know, Heart and Soul is a place where we pour our hearts, where we get emotional, where we get sentimental, where we, you know, say it as it is. It's a reality show. It's a place where people get healing, both for us as the people on the studio, but for our listeners. It is a place where we trying to bring out real issues about relationships, about marriages, about raising up kids, about different things that we know are bothering our people. And we are going to also do that just right now. And it is going to be awesome as usual. And we're going to be talking about single parenting. And we have a wonderful guest who has lived out some of the things we are talking about. There are sentiments, there are things people say, there are things, you know, that are just out there and people don't know how to manage it. For whatever you're facing, for whatever you face, and for whatever you think you face, there are people that have gone through that lane. And we are here to tell you that you can get out of it better, you can get out of it stronger. So without much ado, we are just going to hit the ground. So, Ngozi, welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure, as always, to have you in a conversation. And today, I'm exceptionally excited that you are here with us in Heart and Soul. And I know you're just a very simple and honest person, and we're going to have this conversation real time, real life, such that healing will come to our viewers from around the globe. And so I want to ask, I know you, and I know you have kids, and of course I know that you are the one for some time now that have been raising the kids. So, and I know you're a single parent, actually, but can you really just tell us, how did you become a single parent? Because we all become for different reasons. I'm a single parent myself, and I become from a different reason than yours. So please just go ahead and talk to us.
Thank you very much, Saint. I'm very glad that you have me here. I'm honored to be here. Like you asked, let's go straight to the point. I became a single parent because my husband passed on. So that was what brought me into the market of single parenting. You understand? So it's nature that brought me in there.
And you have kids. How many do you have and how old are they?
I have 2 wonderful children, boys. My first son is 25 and the second is 23.
Okay. So how long have you been in this market, in our market? How long have you been there? How long have you been raising these kids? For clarity, single parents are those people that take care of children alone by themselves. You know, sometimes it's because of death, like the one you expressed. Other times it's due to other circumstances. It could be separation. It could be the fact that your spouse or the spouse lives separately from one another. So that could make you a single parent, and that is, you are the one that is becumed or incubed with the raising of your children, emotionally, psychologically, financially, otherwise. Sometimes you could have a spouse living far away that is maybe sponsoring financially but not physically present, and you see yourself being the person bearing all those burdens. So now you have told us that it's because of bereavement. So I want to know, how long has it been that you have been bereaved, and how was it prior to that bereavement?
Saint, I want to first of all say that you caught me unawares.
Okay. Sorry about that.
But I'm pleased to be here, especially for the fact that you say it's not just going to bring healing for us, you know, who are involved in this, but for people out there also who think that they are in it alone, and they now see that, oh, there are people who possibly have seen somewhere, seen somehow, and never thought this is, you know, the condition they're in, but they're experiencing this. I've been in this for 6 years now, bringing up the children myself. But I must say that I've been very lucky to have a good support system from the family, both the family of my late husband and my own immediate family. So our nuclear families, the extended one, they've been great. But then, of course, the children are seated with you. You know, they're seated with you all the time. You know, you have to deal with a lot of things one-on-one by yourself. For me, I always tell single mothers that and that brings to mind the fact that when there are 2 people, even when the other person might not be giving the solutions to everything, they could be giving ideas to how you can handle things, yes. But in single parenting, you find out that it's just you. There are things that can come up and things that you want to quickly talk to somebody about, but you find out there's really nobody I can bother right now. And then you sit with yourself and you have to think through it and pray that it, you know, works out right. So that's, you know, the situation, you know, that single parenting is all about. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so very much. There's something they say in Igbo that nwanyị adazu nwoke, and you just mentioned that you have 2 boys, and they are young adults now. So how have you been able to grapple that? It's a common saying, nwanyị adazu nwoke. How did you do it? What is the magic?
Well, I think the magic starts from, you know, the beginning. I tell people that there's an age for grooming a child, and what you put into that grooming stage is what you see at the end of, you know, the walkway. So I think from the grooming stage, while my husband was still alive, it was very clear that I had authority over the children. He gave me that, and he made the children understand that there are captains on this boat. I'm the main captain, your mother is the next one, and then you are the followers. So for them being boys, it didn't really matter. They were already used to, you know, the family being run seamlessly. Taking instructions, yes. So it mustn't come from daddy. If daddy is not there, mommy gives an instruction, you have to obey the instruction. If you don't and daddy comes back, there is a repercussion for it. So we've always groomed the children to, you know, listen, be obedient, and of course, there's been communication. You know, we brought the children up, you know, knowing that they had a say of their own, but they also have to listen to what their parents, you know, pass on to them. So it just continued that way. It just continued that way.
Okay. So having said that, it is clear that it's possible for a woman to raise boys and raise responsible ones at that. So I will ask you, what is the main challenge you faced after your husband passed? What is the main thing? What is that thing that you miss most, especially as regards to raising up this kids?
I'll say what I missed most was that authority, that primary authority at the initial stage, yes. Especially with one of my children who spent more time with, you know, my husband when he was around. So he saw my husband as the major, you know, authority. And so when I tried to say certain things, he would always refer to, if daddy was here, if daddy was here. So it was from him a continuous reminder and all that. And I kept asking myself, is it that there's certain things I can't get this child to do because his father isn't here, or because he feels his father's decision or line of action will be different? So that was one negative, challenging thing for me, but we were able to overcome it because I made him realize that, okay, daddy's not here anymore. His line of thought is more aligned to mine and not yours. So because we've always lived together, you know, taking instructions from a line, then we need to go that way. And of course, I'll tell you for free that there were times when I really had to be hard. I had to use the stick. It wasn't just the carrot. There were times for communication, but there were times of, young man, it's either you do it this way or this will happen. So I got hard too. Okay. Yes.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll continue.
Thank you.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Come back, and just before we went on break, we were talking about raising children by a single mom, and we have in the studio Mrs. Ngozi. And Ngozi Okechukwu has been discussing some of the issues with raising her boys by herself after the passing of her husband. Ngozi Okechukwu is a very dear friend, like I mentioned in the beginning, and I know her reasonably well. And of course, I also know that there are things she may have been grappling with that she has not told me yet. So, and I know that somebody needs to hear that now. So how has it been? You know, you just mentioned about the kids as if there are nothing more. So how about the romance? How about sex? How about, you know, how has it been? Let's go there because it's part of the package.
Well,
are there cold nights? Are there, you know, hot afternoons? Are there things that you you know that if there was a man, it would be different, or when there was a man, it was? I want to hear that aspect. How has it been?
Well, it's been challenging, like I say. If I want to talk about romance, well, it's here and there, you know. Sometimes when you lose a spouse, especially one that you had a good, cordial, loving relationship with, it's very difficult for you to really come out of it and then, you know, move on. And the world around you is turning too. Some are like, you just need to move on. Some are like, you know, just hang on there, face your children. But the decision finally is yours. The truth is, you need people that you can, you know, relate with. You need such. people you can talk to, you know, on those, like you mentioned, the lonely nights. There are people you need people to talk to. Let's be realistic about it. But sometimes you also need to be disciplined about what you do. For a single mother with 2 boys, it's even more challenging, because these boys look at you as their mentor, their everything. So your every step is watched. What a single mother who possibly has girls can do, you might not be able to do it. Because the minute you lose respect with your sons, it becomes very, very challenging. So it makes it even restrictive. You just don't want anybody to walk into your life and then tomorrow he walks out and, you know, you start explaining to the children. So sometimes you want to really be on your own.
Okay. Talking about walking in and walking out, has there been people that have walked in since this is a long time? And even as a Christian, you know that the Bible says, unless they do us pass, so you are parted and you are at liberty too. So what has been happening over this year? Have been people walking in and walking out, and, you know, what has been the, you know, how has it been? I really want to know. Like you said, actually, but that's part of it. I want to do it live and direct.
Yes, it should know. Like a friend of mine will tell me, he said, look, because you're a pretty woman.
Yeah.
Don't, you know, just keep yourself, cocoon yourself and all that. I've had friends. I have friends. I have people that, you know, very decent relationship with and all that. And there are some of them that have, 1 or 2 of them that wanted to go beyond, you know, that. But like I said, I try to really hold myself down, because for me, it's either you're into a relationship that you're sure that this person you're dealing with
is the real deal.
Is the real deal, yes. So I don't want half-cuts, because I don't want to whack the sensibility of my children. I think that for a single parent, just as, you know, before you became single, it was about the family, the children. Even after you become single, it's still about the children, especially when they're in the grooming stage. For me, I tell people, my children are in the grooming stage. So there are things I cannot do now. Maybe in the next 2 years I could say, okay, yes, I could take a decision, move on. But for now, they're in the grooming stage, so I'm very particular about what I do.
Okay. Your son, the first one, is 25. Yeah. And I'm just wondering...
Actually, he will be 25 very soon. Just
okay. I'm a plus or minus 25. Yes, so, I mean, he's at the silver age, and of course, he could as well be thinking of having his own relationship, or building his own relationship and all of that. So how does it make you feel, thinking about the fact that, okay, you are limited because of your children? If they were not, if your husband was there, you would still be having your cool evenings and wearing your bump shirts at home and, you know, walking around, and because he's not here, you are now maybe extra careful because of the boys. How does it really, at that times you feel, oh my goodness, it's not about them, you are not angry with them, but you just feel, how long am I going to keep, you know, doing this? Is this something, you know, what are those days that you just wake up and you're thinking, oh, what is this? How does it feel? You understand what I mean? Like, there are just days that, you know, one wakes up and know you are really lonely here. Even with the children around, you know you are lonely, because, like for me, there are times that, you know, some conversations I want to hold with my son, he said, I'm not a girl, though. You know, like, mommy, you better find yourself, your own, you know, find your level, find your way, you know, because some of the conversations are not gelling with. There are such things like that, and how does it feel?
Yes, there are. And since for you, I think you're blessed. You have a boy, you have a girl, so you can have conversations either way. But for me, you know, I try to. There are certain things I cannot discuss with my sons, but I try as much as possible to be extremely open to them. For my first son particularly, we're quite bonded, and my concern with him, yes, he talks to me about certain things. Even when I don't talk, he comes up with it, you know, like jokes of when I'm a bit down, he say, Mommy, are you sure you don't need to go out? No. You need to go out, you know, catch some fun. You know, you're just cooking yourself in the house here. And I'll be, no. He says, no, you need to. So he's very understanding. He's quite mature. But then you realize that really, very soon you have an empty nest where the children are not there. Where the children are not there. So that's why for me, there's a consideration for it tomorrow. And like I said, I have friends that I can talk to. Like you are one. There's sometimes we go into some serious discussions, conversations to calm ourselves and all that. Yes.
Thinking about tomorrow, thinking about what does tomorrow look to you like? Because I've seen some women that say, I just want to be having a relationship. I don't want to be married again. I'll just be, what is that? What is your own perspective to that? What do you think?
Yeah, for me, that's also a nightmare. And I call it a nightmare because in our society, we're caught between, being real, being religious, and all that. And if you look at it, being religious, you can't just be having a relationship. And then you now think of, okay, do I get married? It's another kettle of fish altogether. And of course, there are fears. For me, I have very real fears of, if I decide I want to get married, what if something happens to the man? I'm not done with the trauma of, what has happened. So that also restricts you. So I can tell you that it's scary. It's scary, it's emotional. Because yes, you want to be with somebody, but
still, you're not sure.
You're not sure. Exactly. You're like, what happens tomorrow? What if something happens to him? Can I take this, this kind of shock again? Am I ready for that? And some people will. I said that to a friend of mine, a mentor, once. When she was like, Ngozi, look, she's also a single mother, and so she called me up and said, look, my dear, you need to do something. That I'm a single mother. I've not been able to, get myself really hooked up out there, but I tell you, it's really lonely. So the earlier you do it, the better. The longer you stay single, the more difficult it becomes. And that's the reality. That's why you see some people, when their spouses pass on, within the first 1, 2 years, 3 years, they're already doing that. But truly, the longer you stay, the more difficult it is, because there are more considerations. You've become stronger,
independent,
so independent, so
like one-minded. It's me deciding. You know what you want.
You're thinking of how you bring somebody else into that space of yours. You're not just challenged with your being independent, especially when you've been able to, by God's grace, build some level of comfort and satisfaction around yourself, and then you start thinking of bringing somebody else, having to live with that. There's a friend of mine, when I talk with her, and she's like, look, Ngozi, right now it's really tough. Why? Because and that's the truth. There are days you come back, you're like, I don't feel like eating anything. You just take a fruit, take some vegetables, eat. But if there's a man in the house, he tells you he wants to eat something, you just have to do it. So there's so many things, people could say, but that's selfish. But that's you. That's the reality you're living.
And that's the struggle with single parenting and thinking about getting married again and thinking about getting into a relationship. And then, like you also mentioned, the spiritual or the religious aspect of it. So what are you thinking? Do you want to be catching your cruise and still be single, or do you want to be married?
Exactly.
So how can you combine these things?
Extremely challenging. In fact, sometimes you find out that if you have a headache, people will say it's because there's nobody around you. And you're like, why must everything be centered around it? But that's the realistic.
And when you have somebody too, and then you begin to have a headache. I used to be free. I didn't used to have headache, but now this. So I want to go back again to ask, your relationship with your in-laws, because I know no matter how good you are, no matter how good they are, being good or being nice is relative. And some of these things are circumstantial. There are expectations, and sometimes they are hardcore expectations from you. You have bereaved our son, were there those challenges, especially when male die, especially die young. There's this tendency that no matter how nice you have been or the family have shown you love, then there will be some kind of cynical look towards your direction or some cynical comments. Did you hear any of such things, and how did it go? Because I know sometimes it could be so heartbreaking, you innocent me, that you also bereaved and you are feeling it like you are the one feeling the cold at night. You are the one alone, and somebody is somewhere pointing fingers, or you hearing something. Was there any of such things, and how was it? How did you manage? Is it over now? Because sometimes it persists for longer times.
I would tell you for free that I'm the luckiest widow that ever existed. My in-laws are fantastic. from day one, they showed me love.
Okay.
They showed me understanding. They showed me, in fact, my younger sister tells me you're the luckiest widow ever. When my husband passed on, I had a friend that came in because she thought he was going to be a thug of war, but he wasn't. What they'll just ask me, what do you want? It was what I wanted, you know, that was happening. Until now, their support has been enormous. They have never sidelined me for 1 minute. I still feel very much like a wife in the Okechukwu family. As a matter of fact, anytime they have occasions and there's anything to be done, they treat me like a person. They give me the preferences that I deserve.
Okay.
So it's been wonderful. It's been really wonderful.
So
but
kudos to that family,
yes.
Okechukwu family of where? Exactly.
Onitsha.
Of Onitsha. So
yes,
you guys are doing well.
They are wonderful.
So one thing I want to ask, because sometimes and sometimes this is related, maybe how nice you are, how good yourself you have been, how financially stable you are. So you're not being your hands. So is it something like that? Is it something because of, you know, the things you do for them, or the things, you know, they are getting from you and all of that? Do you think it's something like that? It's related to that? Because some people are nice as long as you're useful, as long as you're beneficial. I don't want to drag you back there, but sometimes if you are wealthy enough, a rich kid, rich wife, our rich wife has been nice and sponsoring, so sometimes they are careful. When you get to go, you know, something like that. Is there any of such thing? Is it related to, yeah?
Well, in my own case, I married the last born in the family. I married the baby of the house. And then I've always been an independent woman.
Yes.
And then my husband and I, you know, grew ourselves such that we drew a line. While he was alive, he drew a very clear line. This is my nuclear family, this is my extended family.
Yes.
So I think that helped a lot. That helped. It kept the family together. It kept what we had together. There are no homes that don't have their ups and downs.
Of course.
But we never carried our downs to my in-laws. So it was what we showed them that they saw. You understand? So for us, we had a beautiful family that they appreciated, and the little they knew about us, everything was fine. So when my husband passed on, they understood that I was grieving. They were grieving too. And they were disposed to help. When he passed on, it was just my first son that was in the university. The second one hadn't gotten in. They supported as much as they could for the second one. And they told me outright, because before my husband passed on, he said, this is the school I want my son to go to, a private school. And we all know what private schools are like. The sister was the one, the only sister, wonderful lady. She was the one who came to me and said, look, don't say because your husband has passed on, you're not going to send this child to another school because you can't afford it. Just know that the family is there. And they didn't wait for me to reach out. They always reached out. The eldest brother and his wife were fantastic. They provided a platform with which, you know, based on what I had, we were able to see my son through the school that the father wanted. So they were a fantastic support system. And like I said, any woman who puts something on the table, of course, you immediately bring some level of respect to yourself. I did that. I had something to put on the table. So the respect was already there.
Okay.
Yes.
So, can I ask you, where did you meet your husband? Or how did you meet? I know it's a long time, but
yeah, it's a long time.
Because I think also some of those things, you know, help. Either were you childhood friends? Are you from the same place? And you know, yeah, what are those things that?
Yes. We're family friends. We're family friends. The Okechukwu family is the so my maiden name is Onwalo. So
from the same?
Yes, from the same place, from the same Onitsha.
Okay.
So our parents knew themselves, and that was it. So it was, you know, during those family visits that he saw me, liked me, approached me, and then the rest is history.
Now history.
Yes.
And a good history. I like this.
Yes, a beautiful history.
I like the one, you know, the fact that you are not, you know, broken, that you are still standing. Yes. It's a very good thing, and it's a positive thing, and that means you have also seen life as it is, because how old was he when he passed?
He was 54. Yes, he was 54
Such a
when he
tender
passed.
age. Was he sick?
Brief
Just
illness of took ill on a Monday, got admitted on a Thursday, and by Sunday morning my husband was gone. Very brief. He'd never been ill. He's never been an ill person.
Okay.
It was just like the first time he's really gotten admitted in hospital. It was.
And there's, I think there are people that say, I would never be admitted in the hospital. Any day I'm in the hospital, that is the way. Did he ever make such comments prior to this?
I never really heard him make that comment, but I know that he never liked hospitals. Whenever he was ill, you know, he felt sick, and I was like, sweets, can you just go to the hospital? He says, no, I won't. And, you know, and he never had anything more than malaria. So he'll just go to his friends who are either doctors or pharmacists, you know, pick up a drug, take, and he's fine. He never liked going to hospital.
How many years were you married?
We were 19 years in marriage. It was just, you know, about 20 years before he passed on.
Okay.
So the minute, you know, he was ill and I insisted he should go to hospital. And he got there and got admitted. I knew there was a problem. And
okay, does it at any time make you feel guilty? I used to know this Danish woman, elderly woman, that the husband passed some years back. She was already 84 or 83 while I was there. And when the husband passed, or after the husband was sick, and they are children of God, the family, they prayed and believed and everything. At some point, she kept feeling guilty that there was leftover food, you know, that the husband ate. Maybe she shouldn't have allowed the husband. She kept feeling, could it have been that? Could it have been because could I have done something different? You know, if I hadn't allowed him eat that food, it was not like it was cold, but he just felt, you know, sometimes you just felt that maybe if you've done something. Do you at all feel anything like that? That maybe if you had been around him, were you around when he passed? Where were you? What were the circumstances? And does it make you at any time feel like, oh, maybe if I had done something like this or done the other one, it wouldn't have even happened?
Yes. Initially, I used to feel that way.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. I felt that way for, you know, some time. Until there are things that are spiritual about death.
Yes.
You understand? At the time when he passed on, I was with him when he passed on, but we were not. I was working in Enugu, he was in Lagos. So when he took ill, I rushed down to Lagos and I was with him until he passed on. And I kept telling myself, maybe if we're living together, you know, job moved me, you know, if we're living together. But I tell you that, yes, and I remained in that mood for about 2 months. It was on the second month that things happened concurrently, and that's why I say there's something spiritual, you know. So the first thing was one of those days when I was getting dressed to go to work. That was when I was still wearing my white and white. I just heard a voice, a very clear voice, you know, while I was in the mirror, that said, stop playing this, stop feeling guilty. The voice was very clear. Stop feeling guilty. The thoughts that came to you, everything that happened to your husband, had no hope of a tomorrow in it. They were all conclusive. Yes. And I looked around. There was nobody. I was the only one in the room. A few days after that, his closest friend's wife called me and said, look, that daddy appeared to me in a dream. In that dream, he was wearing white. And he said, go and tell my wife that she should stop weeping. That she's making me uncomfortable. That where I am, I'm fine.
Who was that?
The friend's wife. The closest friend's wife, his best friend's wife. Wow. And she told me, and I was like, 2 days after she told me that, my younger brother.
Let's go on a break. After now, we'll come back and then you conclude that. That's really very touching. And yeah. And I hope and believe that somebody is getting this message and is also getting touched and getting healed after all this. So we're going to have a short break after we continue.
All right.
Morning headlines before you step out. midday updates while you work, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
So welcome back from that break. Just before we left for break, our guest was talking about some revelations that she had and some confirmations that really encouraged her. So, Ngo, will you continue?
Yes, I'll be very glad to continue. So as I was saying, my younger brother, just a few days after my friend or family friend had, spoken to me, he called and said, look, Adane, I had a dream. And in the dream, I saw your husband dressed the same way in white. And exactly what he told my friend was what he told my brother. That he should tell me I should stop whooping and stop feeling guilty, that where he is, he's comfortable. But seeing me uncomfortable and unhappy was, unsettling him. And that just, it struck it for me. From that moment, I gave myself, a heave of relief, and then just moved on with life. So it was a turning point for me. It was a turning point, and that was just within that first two months of grieving. So I feel that convinced me that there's still a link between the dead and the living.
Okay,
yes,
that's another area we might be looking at, maybe at the subsequent, the link between the dead and the living. We may have to look deeper into that and see what that link could possibly be. Now, also, I'm still thinking the area of not having the man around and the feelings that go with it, the emotions, the sentiment, and all that. Sometimes you might not be the best of friends while he's alive or while he's there, but once he's not there, you now see that even those quarrels, those disagreements, they were part of the beauty of the relationship. What are those moments you miss a lot? Thinking about him, I mean the good, the bad, and the ugly, because of course when it's like this, you can't reverse anything. So you now begin to appreciate a whole lot of things that you didn't think mattered. So what are those, moments that you really cherish?
There was one thing my auntie told me when my husband just passed on. She said, when I was crying, and she said, Nne, ada akwasi akwadi, which means you never stop grieving. And, you're reminded of him every now and then, because he was a part of you. He was a part of me for 19 years in marriage, and we courted for a year plus, about 2 years before we got married. So I'd known this man for over 20 years. Yes, over 20 years. So he's there in your everyday, he's there in your decisions, he's there, like you said, in your good times, your bad times. So every day there's a reason. Something happens and you're like, if he was here.
What are some of those things, really? Like, what are those things that really remind you about him? Even now you almost have had a closure, but there are those particular things that really makes it strong, for you. Thinking about him, if this man was alive, or thank God he's not alive. It could be either way. You understand? Yes.
There's so many things in your everyday life. In your everyday life, even in the kitchen, even in the kitchen, there are times when you pick up something and you remember him. He used to have this cup.
I've thought of cup.
Yes. He used to have this cup that he loved so much, very deep cup, and then he had a slight scratch on one side. I know how many times I tried to change that cup, and he said, don't touch it. You can change anything, but leave that cup. He passed on, and I've never been able to get rid of that cup. I still use it. I use it myself. There are decisions you want to make, and, you remember him. There's this, in our society, there's this way people look at single women. They feel that they're authoritarian. They feel that they're firm and so stern in their ways. So when you're with people And they know. I hardly tell people that, you know, my husband's passed on. I only mention it when I feel a bit comfortable with the crowd. If not, I don't ever mention it. So they will always feel, oh, no wonder she's so independent. But I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. And then, you know, there are gatherings that you walk into and you just find out that, yes, you're answering Mrs. Okechukwu, but you're just there by yourself. Yes. You know? So that's, whether you like it or not, there's a psychological...
Is there any particular event you can really remember, because I know that feeling, that you can really remember that made you feel... Oh,
yes.
You are strong, no doubt, and you are not like looking for where to fall into, but what particular event, program, activity have you engaged in that really reminded you of Okechukwu, whether good or bad? It would have been nice if it was just around here.
Yes. Okay, I think the first event that really gave me a blow was my first son's graduation. On his graduation, I was very emotional about it because I really wish he was there. Yes. So that was, I think it's about the biggest one I've really had. There's so many of them, but that was the first one that really struck me, that this man has invested so much into this occasion, and that now that there should be some, you know, accolade, he's not here to take it. So I think that was the first blow that I had.
How did it make you feel? How at what point in that event, because I know at what point did it make you feel that, did you feel that emptiness, this man is not here, he was supposed to be here? At what point in the whole process or in the whole program? I think from the beginning, yes, because from the beginning, of course, there's the preparation. And then I have a very close friend, my closest friend. She called me, and the first thing she said was, look, I know that you will not plan anything for this boy's graduation, but if Mr. Okechukwu was here, he would. And it just dawned on me that that was one aspect of our life that my husband always took charge of. He always took charge of the children. You know, he was very, very active in their lives. Maybe because my job was very consuming, he had, you know, a bit more time. So, and he was very, very bonded with the children. So my friend told me that, and that just jolted me. But, you know, she always steps in. She always steps in. Shade is her name. So she stepped in for that occasion, virtually planned the entire thing. And then when we got there, you know, there was a sober moment. I just sat down and I looked around. I said, really, if she hadn't stood in, I was not very sure that I could have really, you know, handled it by myself. So I missed him so much at that moment. Wow.
Yes.
So what happened with the second one? When he was graduating, you were already a master, you were not, there was nothing at all.
Yes, it was less emotional because now I had, you know, been through the entire horde myself, so I was more prepared, both mentally. You can never be absolutely prepared, you understand, but I was more prepared.
It was easier.
You know, yes, it was much easier. It was.
Okay. So thinking about this young man that you'll be raising by yourself, what are the things that worry you? What are the things that you get concerned about? You know, as they grow older, you know very soon they will all be on their own fully, not just partly, not just going out and coming in, and probably get married and all that. What are your thoughts? What are those things that you think about, or you know?
Concerns.
Yes, what are your concerns?
Well, there's always a formidable role that a man plays in the life of a male child.
Yeah.
And so I know my children could be missing it. But then they have very strong figures as uncles, and, you know, and the uncles have been trying. I've also been pushing.
Your uncles from your side or
from both my side and the father's side.
Okay.
My second son, my younger brother, is his godfather. Then my first son is also quite aligned to him. He also reaches out very much to his uncles on my husband's side. So I know that they miss that father figure. But I'm somehow comforted because they grew up well bonded. And I know that, you know, they talk to each other a lot.
Okay, the two boys.
Yes, they talk to each other a lot. The younger one, you know, in fact, what he calls the first one is boss. He calls him boss,
Yes.
you know, so, and, you know, that comforts me. I also make them realize that
What is
you
the
can
age
talk
gap
to me
between the two of
2
them?
years.
2 years, okay.
And I also make them realize that you can talk to me. I know there's some things that are men things.
Yes.
If you must talk about the men things, reach out to your uncles. Uncle Tony is there. You know, reach out to your cousins. But you can also talk to me. So they talk to me. We're quite open. They talk to me a lot. You know, their
About
concerns.
what and what?
A lot of things. They talk to me about. Sometimes I even initiate some of these conversations because, you know, they could find it difficult. How can I talk to my mother about this? Yes. I observe my children a lot. So there are times I push it to them. Like girl talk, opposite sex talk, you know. I feel free with them on that. I ask them, how is your friend? Who are your friends? Once they mention a female name, I pick the name. So how is she? You know, and that prompts them to talk.
To talk more.
Yes, that prompts them
So
to talk.
is any one of them already in a relationship?
Well, my oldest son has a friend that he talks to, but of course it's still an innocent relationship.
Yes, at least as far as you know.
Yes.
You're not involved in it.
No, I'm not involved. I'm involved as much as they talk to
allow
me.
you to be.
Yes, and because we have a relationship that's based on truth, we tell ourselves the truth. So I want to believe what my children tell me. Yes, but he has a friend.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Because it's also very healthy and important.
Yes, it is.
At this age, it's not, you know, it's very good. And I think parents should also know that. And that is very good for young people and children to have relationship and, you know, friendship across gender, across the other sex. Because it is part of building. It is part of the relationship. It is part of what they need to know. And it is part of what they are going to face in reality. So if they are not exposed to, maybe talking to the opposite sex, sometimes it looks so awkward. And you see a lot of them being, you know, messed up. It could be the boys, it could be the girls. And so, I mean, it's a very healthy thing. And I think you're doing well.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to still, you know, talk about, you know, romance. I like that. We're going to talk about romance. At what point in the day, in the book I wrote, Act of Single Parenting, I know there was a area we talked about how it is the good, bad day and all that. How does it feel, the cold days and, you know, the winter times? How does it feel? How do you cope? In 6 years, somebody was sexually active like for years and all of it, for 19 years or even 20 years. And then all of a sudden, so how has it been? Let's talk about that. And how have you been able to cope? Because these are real life issues, they are real life challenges. And the essence of Heart to Soul is things that will touch the heart of individuals, the heart of our teaming viewers, the heart of people. Somebody somewhere is somewhere thinking, oh, am I the only one that has this feeling? Am I the only one that, I mean, how can I get over this? So talk to us.
For romance, I think I had touched a bit on this when we started.
Yes, you did a bit.
For me, romance is beyond just contact.
Physical
for me,
contact.
yes. For me, it's a bonding thing. And so anybody that I'm going to have something to do with, I have the desire that he also bonds with my children. And like I told you, for now, I want to be able to draw very safe lines around them until I feel they're mature enough to really, you know, take in. Yes. I've had family friends, people that, very nice, decent
men.
Yes. That I relate with, gist with, talk with, either because we come from the same academic, you know, background, you know, also. And I still keep those relationships. But the extent to which I go with them, I'm very, very mindful and careful about it. And I still, you know, want as much as possible to keep that sanity.
The boundaries.
Yes, the boundaries, until I'm very sure that I also am prepared for that level of, exposure or commitment to anybody. So for now, I just enjoy having friends that I can gist with, possibly go on a lunch date, dinner outing, 1 or 2 outings with. But you get to realize that in as much as you appreciate this person, you like them very much, you respect them very much, sometimes they want more than what you're ready to give. Yes. And so out of not wanting to be selfish, you just want to let them go. You understand? So you just let go, and look, it can't work. Yeah. I'm not disposed to giving what you're demanding for, not at this stage. And really, for some of them, they're not ready to continue to hang around. But I feel that anybody who will finally stay on and hang in there will be somebody who will understand where I'm coming from, my mindset, and will be ready for us to move into that phase at our paces. We must be able to complement each other fully. Like some people say, they say when you're a single mother, especially after some time, you become so set in your ways, Some people could really say or rudely say that you're a stubborn woman, you're over-independent, but I don't think so. I just think that at a stage in your life, your peace is much more important than, anything else. And that's what I want to really stick for when it comes to relationship.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so very much for all this expose, I call it, because there are so many things you've touched and we've touched. And like I said, I believe a lot of people are also touched because, these are real issues. We are real human beings having real feelings and expressing these feelings. And I like the area of boundaries because that's what, we ask about all the time. There's also this thing. Let me ask you quickly because also I have my own thought about it. Okay. It is a common saying that single mothers are promiscuous. Have you heard about that before? And
yes, I have.
How do you respond to that?
Yes, I have. I think you can't generalize it. There are single mothers that are very responsible. And I don't want to sound proud or self-indulgent, but I am one of them.
Yes.
Yes, but of course there are single mothers that have, that could fall into that category for different reasons. Whatever reason they have, it could be justifiable, it might not be justifiable, you understand, but it's a general balance, and I've heard it a couple of times.
So when people say that, how does it make you feel?
It makes me feel bad.
Yeah.
It makes me feel bad, yes. I feel it's very derogatory. Yes, extremely derogatory, and that's it.
Because, again, people are lousy, people are loose, people are promiscuous. Are they directly proportional or related to being single mother or not? And you go on the internet, sometimes you see some comments, oh, single mother, oh, she's a single mother, and then you see that being underlined as if being a single mother is it's an offense or it's something that shouldn't be. And we see a lot of people being abused, being assaulted in all forms and manners. And so for the fear of being called a single mother or a single parent, they stick around a toxic relationship. How do you address them? Before our time goes up, I would really want you to talk to our audience. People that are watching, people that are struggling, people that are single mothers, no matter the circumstance, no matter what has made them there, what are you going to tell them? What will be your words to them?
Okay, the major thing I would want to tell them is that the first thing you do is to make sure you establish your financial independence. Once a woman is able to establish her financial independence, she finds it easier to do a lot of things. Yes. And she's able to really draw the line. Yeah. Because remaining in a toxic relationship must be something attracting you to that relationship. And most of the time you find out that it's because there's financial assistance from that relationship. So that's the major thing I'll tell women. Empower yourself. And you're never too old to start something new or to face something and get it done right. Empower yourself financially. And then heal yourself.
Yes.
Being a single mother is not a negative thing. Heal yourself. Decide what you want to do with yourself. Be yourself. Quit trying to please people. we must learn to throw that under the table. Don't please people.
Yes.
Just do what you know is right. And most of all, try to align yourself. You know, religion is a wonderful thing. You know, align yourself to religious tenets. If you incline yourself to the things of God, it gives you some sense of direction. Yes, so that's another thing I want to encourage single mothers to do.
So you're saying that single mothers and single parents or every other person, that they should remember to always put their anchor on God. Yes. Because it will help us or help them navigate through life. It is not always easier, but He makes a way even where there appears to be no way. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ngozi Okechukwu, for finding time. It's been wonderful. It's been revelational. It's been eye-opening. I love the interaction. We'll come back again and talk about something else on Heart and Soul. It is our platform. It is our safe space. It's a place where we can talk to people, where we can talk to ourselves, where we can get courage and encouragement, where we can share love and help people heal. In Heart to Soul, we talk about different things. It could be relationship, it could be parenting, just like we've done. It could be so many other different things. It could bring laughter, it could bring tears, it could bring joy, it could bring whatever it brings, as long as it brings healing. That is why we're here. And I am glad to have my guest here, and I'm also glad to be the host of this program. And until we meet next time, I remain yours, Saint Rachel Ngozi, on Heart and Soul. God bless you and see you soon.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The reserved seats for women bill proposes a major shift. 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The reserved seats bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome to Frontline Africa, coming to you live from our studio here in Enugu. You're watching Aneke TV. Today, we'll take you behind the headlines, cutting through the noise to bring you the sharpest analysis, unbiased perspectives, and critical insight into the story shaping our nation and our continent. From politics to the economy, our panel of seasoned analysts are ready to unpack the biggest issues of the day. This is Frontline Africa, and I am Uche Osai.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Joining us as always is Emeka Odom, who is a development communication expert and seasoned public affairs analyst. Mr. Emeka, pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much for having me.
And also with us here in the studio is Ozo Iboneku Ogazimora, Esquire, legal practitioner and public affairs analyst, who is a former commissioner of strategy, culture and tourism here in Enugu State. Honorable, it's a pleasure to have you as well.
My pleasure.
Yes. You know, I have this signature question that comes across wherever I interact with people, and also I'm directing it to you before we have this conversation proper. That is, how is Nigeria treating you? that laugh is infectious.
That is a very good question, and this question should not be seen as directed at me, but at every Nigerian.
Okay.
The Nigeria is certainly, there's much room to be desired. That's my summary of it.
Come again.
There's so much room
to be desired. Okay, Mr. Meka, today's another day. Let me pose that to you again.
Well, Nigeria, you know, it's one that is very difficult for anybody to define. But like I always say, you know, thank God that if any other thing else fails, God Himself never fails. And I guess that is part of what is keeping most people, you know, going. Because if you want to follow maybe some of the things that ordinarily should be available for you in Nigeria, well, I don't want to say you'll be disappointed, but God bless you.
God bless you. Yeah, Honorable said he leaves much to be desired, and here he's all right. Gentlemen, let's get into the conversation proper. And we're starting with Osun account freeze, you know, which raises question on federal oversight and due process. The freezing of Osun State's account by the EFCC and the reported presidential directive to reverse it has ignited debate over anti-corruption powers, due process, and state fiscal autonomy. Did the agency act within the law, or does executive intervention protect public interest or weaken institutional dependence? Today we examine these issues, and I'm starting with you, Honorable. The question is, did EFCC act within its legal powers in freezing Osun State's accounts?
Well, I must be very honest with you. When you have this kind of issue, you have to look back at what we ordinarily have been preaching, that is rule of law. The law establishing EFCC made it clear that they cannot descend on any person's or any group's account without an order of court. And that order has a lifespan of 7 days.
A lifespan of 7 days?
7 days. And after that, whether or not you return to court to vacate it, it is deemed vacated. Now, if you now pounce on anybody's account without an order of court, that is pure impunity, right? But even if you did with the order of court, just a lifespan, and if this impoundment or seizure exceeds the proper time and you are still holding on to it, it is still acting against the rule of law. But then there is a political question relating to this. Why is it coming now when it is obvious
or it looks obvious that the money targeted by the government was like such assumed to be the campaign funds of the Accord Party. And in targeting that money, you are crippling them. In a more civilized environment, certain actions ought to cease once he gets to a few weeks or even few months to the election, so that you will not be seen to be impeding the other group's chances of contesting fairly. What you are pointing at, the infraction, what you call the stealing, you've been on it. So why didn't you act a year before the election? Why didn't you act 2 years before the election? Why are you acting a few days to the election? If not, that you think that if you pass on this money, you cripple this political party so that it will not have a fair chance of contest. So, to me, there's clear violation of rule of law in it.
Clear violation of rule of law?
Yes, in it. Because if you had wanted to do it, because what I read was that they had been on it for a long time, which makes it look like it's not because of the election. If you have been on it this long while, why is the climax a few days to the election? How are you going to convince me that it is not aimed at crippling Governor Adeleke and his party in the election period, so that they won't have the money to pay party agents, to conduct their campaigns, to fuel their vehicles for campaigns, to entertain their supporters? So it is political vindictiveness, and it is the same thing we have been complaining about: state capture. State capture is when you seize all the life wires of the state and put them under your control. Like you seize the local government funds, you use the police to stifle people, you use EFCC to frighten people who ordinarily would want to express themselves, show what they know, tell people this is the way. You are likely being misled this way. When you accumulate all those things, that is state capture. And in some cases, you even capture the judiciary. That is, you have totally taken over the state. There is no way anybody can express himself anymore. At every forum I attend, I keep on saying it, that Nigerians, unfortunately, do not want to rise up to the state capture that has taken place. Some people think it is not, that we are being alarmist. But look at what just happened at Osun, where a few days to the election, they have seized Osun funds. Telling now how the governor can contest the election. At the end of the day, you don't know what may happen with the judiciary. You can predict what will happen with the police and then other institutions. And then you also look at the laws we have been making. These are all elements of state capture. The Nigerian cybercrime law is such that no journalist is even free to say certain things. No writer is free to write certain things, escaping the accusation of stalking, cyber stalking. What was never heard before, you criticize somebody today, the person, because they criminalized it, the person will go to the police, they will accuse you of cyber stalking, and before you know it, you are in the prison awaiting trial. So you can see that the state capture is total, and it has already happened, but many Nigerians do not actually understand it that way. But that is what is happening, where you can use the EFCC to threaten somebody, to drive him back into his house so that he will not express himself. You use the police to threaten somebody to go back into his house. You use cybercrime law to threaten somebody to go back to his house. And unfortunately, these things have not been challenged. If they can be challenged, like this cybercrime law can be challenged and impeached with Part 4 of the Constitution. That is freedom or fundamental rights. You understand? But we have not done that because everybody is after money. So, what is happening in Osho at the moment is an attempt, despite the pretenses, an attempt to muzzle the governor so that they were going to bring in Osho under APC.
All right. So your submission here is that beyond EFCC overreaching its legal boundaries, that is purely political.
It is.
Okay. Mr. Emeka, let's come into this conversation. Let's look at the question Honorable raised. Why now? And are there precedent? Because I listened to Wilson of the EFCC citing the fact that they, at one point, did similar thing, though unable to give date, time, period before the Edo election, that they did same thing in Edo State. So I'm asking you in this regard, your opinion on precedents, and should we see this as being able to protect the funds of Osun State and the impact on the people?
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. First and foremost, you must forgive me. I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, that's why I'm coming from
not just being a lawyer. I'm not, even if I were to be one, not as vast as
honorable here.
Yes, honorable here. However, I want to look at the issue from some perspectives, and perhaps we get clarity on this matter. Initially, when this issue came up, I probably was looking at this matter from the perspective of the Section 7 or the Establishing Act of the EFCC. And if you look at it from that perspective, you cannot help but understand very clearly that the EFCC, as a creation of the law, as an institution that is guided by the law, has a responsibility, to only impound people's accounts, whether it is a personal account or a corporate account of the state, only by the authority and mandate of a competent court of jurisdiction. But beyond that, if you move further down to Section 34 of the same EFCC Act, and as a matter of fact, you want to make it more holistic, you look at Section 7, subsection 6 of the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act of 2022. If you look at all of this together, it says something that is very interesting there, that the EFCC, in fact, in that Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022, that's Section 7, subsection 6, that section is specifically addressing two principal agencies, the EFCC, which it refers to as a commission, and the Nigerian Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU, so which it refers to as the unit there. It donates to them the right to, upon a certain convention, that an account is either being used to promote financial crime or any other kind of crime, or in the case of a public account or any other account, some nocturnal things, some corrupt tendencies are likely to take place in that account. That these agencies, which must have been observing that placed on such accounts on that monitor for some time, has a right to place what is called a temporary suspension of transactions, which of course a lot of people have come to understand in the broader sense to simply means post no bill order. You know, well, like I said, I'm not a lawyer, but as a man who probably is a communications person, I come from the perspective of language. If I am to make a case on that, I will tell you that that is not a freezing order. Even though technically you may say they all mean the same thing. I will say a freezing order is that which is given by a court of law. But here, in these other sections, it says that these agencies can place a temporary suspension of transactions for a maximum of 72 hours, within which they can now approach a court. And that same section also gives them the leverage to say, look, they can even approach a court on, what's it called now? On an ex parte basis. That is not putting the account holder on notice. So the account holder may not even know. They can just walk behind, approach a court, and they get an ex parte order. Now, of course, going from there, how long the ex parte will last, and other things, you know, going from that, that is not left for, you know, the court. So I guess this is probably where this EFCC came from. You know, but that's not even the worry for me, quite frankly. You see, what my own worry here is, at the time the president intervened. Now, okay, before the president's intervention, when this order came, when this temporary suspension of transactions came on the Osun State account, and probably Osun State government was now notified by the bank, maybe they went there to do some transactions, the bank say, well, this is the current situation, unfortunately you can't do anything on this account, and this is the issue. Now it became a public knowledge. EFCC spoke out for the first time to confirm that yes, this is what they have done. They didn't say anything about a court order. In fact, from the initial release from EFCC, they made it very clear that they relied on these two sections, as Section 34 of the EFCC Act and Section 7, subsection 6 of the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. They made it very clear that they relied on that for that action. Nobody made any reference to any court action, whether they have gone to obtain a court order or not. Now, but when the president's intervention came, if you read the release from the presidency, personally signed by the president himself, he said that, you know, it has come to his knowledge that EFCC, through a court order, has frozen the Osun State account. And in fact, he now did, which for me, you know, I applaud him, because as far as I'm concerned, he remedied a very bad situation. He now directed the EFCC to proceed back to the court to vacate that order. So now, if you look at these two statements, you find out that nothing is not agreeing there. There's some kind of dichotomy there. So, at what point did the EFCC now secure a court order? Right? So, if you now dig very deep, you cannot help but land on the same thing that Honorable has talked about. And what is that? A certain allegedly nocturnal plan to incapacitate the Osun State government. Although one could also argue that if what we are hearing is correct, that the account has to do with ecological account and things like that, you probably now begin to ask some other questions. Are they meant to use the money in the ecological account to finance election and things? Though that's a different story for another day. But ultimately, you know, they all go to tell you political, how those who run politics in this country manage public funds vis-a-vis, using them to prosecute elections. But so ultimately, the question here is, some things are not agreeing.
Some things are not agreeing.
Yes.
All right. You raised an issue here, which Honorable Kwali has touched, and we agree on one thing, that the Act establishing EFCC, while it gives them certain powers, on perhaps putting a post-no debit on any account within 72 hours. And I was just going through the Act, and he was referring to persons in this instance. But my question is, this action by EFCC, is it not an intrusion into the fiscal autonomy of a subnational government?
It is. That's what I'm telling you about the state capture. No insult intended. Nigerians are politically timorous. We are politically timid. If people do not make the extra effort, the federalism we say we are practicing is not going to come. Many of us will live and die, and we won't even understand what federalism is all about. Our own federalism is such that people still refer to Abuja what they should not take to Abuja, what they should handle. The only reason they are not doing that is that they themselves, I mean the governors themselves, are not federalists. Look at how far we have gone with police, state police. The governors are not even quite enthusiastic. Reason, they are running away from their responsibility of paying policemen, of building barracks, of acquiring the police equipment. And because of that, they want the police to remain with the federal government. Meanwhile, the United States, where they say they are copying the federalism, has the federal police, has the state, has the county police, right? And the jurisdictions clearly established. But because we have come off a long background of feeding bottle federalism.
Feeding bottle federalism?
Yes, we are not ready to do what we are supposed to do. The physical federalism you are talking about, it is supposed to be very clear that once the money, remember there was recently a judgment where the court heard that EFCC had no powers to investigate funds that are not allocated by the federal government. But today, people are still being hounded over private funds. You can see, I've just handled I'm handling a case where a town union, two groups in town union are slugging it out at the EFCC. What is the business of EFCC with town union fund? Is that supposed to be the case? We still have cases where simple crimes here in Enugu State, the people do not want to go to the Commissioner of Police. They don't want to go to the DPO. They petition IG or DIG. Before this current IG matter, they will petition IG and police will come from Abuja to come here and capture somebody. Let me even call it kidnap somebody and take him to Abuja. They have taken my client, no information for 4 days, no contact. It was the fact they carried my client from Enugu to Port Harcourt to all those other places to arrest other people. And after 4 days, he now called and said he was in Abuja. Right? That they had captured him. Is this supposed to be the case? And town union matter, for that matter. Right? So the federalism we hope for is so far away from us, but because we are politically timorous, or rather timid, we are politically timid, we are not able to say this should not be the case. If the State Commissioner of Police is so biased and it is clear, we make it clear, he can go, another person will come. We have had good ones. If the DPO is so biased, there are ways of redressing it. All these police things, once he gets to the court, then the proper thing will come for discussion. Now, financial federalism. Yes, if the issue was actually ecological fund, it is within federal allocation, and EFCC has the power to investigate it. But the question is, why at the moment? Why can't you wait? If Adeleke loses election, you can still investigate him. If Adeleke wins election, you can still investigate his government. So why at this moment, why are you not bothered that people will think you are doing this thing for election? That is the question. So, sometimes you take bold governors to act. You understand? When you take, for instance, the government of Enugu State over electricity. Electricity before Governor Mbah was an EEDC thing. EEDC organization, EEDC is like a federal institution, even though it's in private hands. But it is one the state government cannot legislate for. And the state government now insisted on following the law by legislating for electricity supply. So that was why the EEDC now set up the smaller electricity company, which they call Manpower, which is now vending electricity to us. So some bold governors can do certain things and gradually wrest that power. Physical federalism is not likely going to be realized. Reason: you can't have physical federalism when the dominance of income or revenue is still from the federal government. The mining rights and mining revenue is still federal regulated. That is the state, what should be the state fund. If the mining right, mining revenue is with the state, wherein the state says this thing is on our soil, you mine it, you pay us this, or we can even set up a company and mine it and sell the way we like, then we'll be talking of physical federalism. But it cannot be so when the greater bulk of state revenue comes from the federal government. The federal government, I can tell you, brings in about 60–70% of the revenue of every state in Nigeria. Maybe you take away Lagos State, but the rest are coming from the federal government. So how are you going to practice fiscal federalism? That is why they will have EFCC coming from Abuja, no knowledge of any person in Enugu State or Abia or Kaduna. They will come there and then begin to dictate to you, begin to ask you questions. How are you spending this money this way? Right? So fiscal federalism is not going to work until we do actual fiscal federalism, where you now say resource control. You control the resources in your place. You pay taxes to the federal government. Then the money is yours. You lease territories or areas to mining companies. They pay you. You pay taxes to the federal government. But where it is the federal government following the law, the mining law, that says anything found on the subsoil belongs to the federal government. Even your ancestral land where your father, grandfather, great-grandfather were buried. If they discover gold there and you put it in your pocket, you have committed a crime. That is a mineral buried in the soil. It belongs to the federal government. Even the state government cannot take it. You see, when we pretend too much, we say we are practicing federalism copied from the United States. But in the United States, if you purchase a land today and you happen to meet crude oil there, it belongs to you, not the government. What you do is you pay tax. If you meet gold, if you meet diamond, whatever you meet, that soil is yours. But in our own case, you only own the top soil.
All right.
You can see the pretenses, the stealing, the dispossession of Nigerians. That is why some people will tell you that Nigeria is a company owned by certain persons, and those people in government are mere caretaker committees. All of us are tenants.
Someone called it Turn by Turn Nigeria Limited.
Exactly.
Mr. Baker, join this conversation, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I must yes, principally I agree with Honorable here. But the only thing there is that I'm looking at it now from the basics, from the question you asked, if EFCC had not, if that was not an overreach, you know, and how does the action rub off on the
autonomy of a subnational,
the federal nature of our system, and the autonomy of vis-a-vis the autonomy of the component units. The only thing I would say there is this, that yes, if you look at the action of the EFCC, not just the EFCC now, not just the EFCC, because what they have done is probably not too different from what most federal agencies are doing in different ways in different areas of their own operations. But the reason why I don't want to blame EFCC so much is that the EFCC they only activated a law that is handed over to them. They didn't make that law. Look at what the law says. You know, they can place a post-note debit or temporary suspension on accounts. This states inclusive. That provision didn't ignorate the states. Now the question is, we run a federal system of government, and if you understand clearly how a federal system is supposed to operate, the federating units, in this case now the states, they have some level of autonomy, and that is why most federal agencies and establishments, ministries, departments, and agencies under the federal, the states have theirs. Only very few areas, especially those things that fall within the exclusive list. And if I check very well, fighting corruption is not on the exclusive list of the federal government. That means we need to get it right from our laws, just like like Honorable said. We run a federal system of government in name, but in some of our laws and in some of our actions, it's only a quasi-federal system. It's a quasi-federal system. Because how do you explain a federal agency on their own undermining the authority of the state, that the state has its own judiciary, it has its own legislative body that makes law for that state? They just come from the top and clamp down on the finances of an independent state government, an autonomous government that elected their own chief executives under the name, we want to check corruption. Now, there's nothing wrong in checking corruption. The question to now do is that where did EFCC derive their powers? Is in the books. So the problem is we need to get, if we want to correct these things, we need to get it right from even the laws that were made for ourselves. Let me tell you another thing is, a lot of people don't know. Do you know that as you're walking along the street now, a policeman can just see you on mere suspicion that he thinks that there's something wrong with you, there's something he doesn't understand about you, he can take you in for interrogation. Now, if that is put on the surface, a lot of people see it as harassment, but that is what the law says. So I think that where we are having issues in is some of the laws that we have. Why do we have a unitary legal system in a country, a holistic unitary legal system in a country that is practicing a federal system? It completely negates the principles of federalism. So in which case the State House of Assembly is that the law has given them the right with one hand to make laws for good governance in this state, and in another hand it has imposed, it has already donated power to override even this in another government agency that may not completely understand what, because the truth of the matter is that these are federal agencies. Yes, they may have presence here. Now, the reason why this is a bit dangerous is, if you are listening to some of the explanations by the EFCC, to them, they've been monitoring the account for quite some time, and according to them, this is 10 days before the election, they saw some very, in quotes, unexplainable movements of funds in that particular account. How account wire money was being wired from there straight to a private house. Now the question is, must also state government account to you how they spend the money? Are you the agency? Are you the state house? Because the law is very clear. There's a body, there's another arm of government that the law has given the responsibility to check the state governments and their expenditures and every other thing else. It is on you. So, but again, the laws are so, if you ask me, the laws are so, there are a lot of complications that we now begin to ask. The EFCC will tell you, well, the law has also given us power. So we can just look at this account, and as we are monitoring this account, if you see that the money is going out, we can come and clamp down, even without asking the state government. Not knowing that temporary clamp down, even if it's only for 1 hour, it could cause a lot of, administrative injuries. It could slow the wheel of governance down. The state government can cure a lot of damages, because even if it's 1 hour, you have suspended that account. You have suspended a whole lot of activities that bordered on, the welfare of the people. So these are things that we really need to resolve in our federalism.
All right, so very well said. Let's, as we conclude this issue at the moment, let's take a look at it from another dimension. Speaking of the independence of EFCC and oversight functions, and I'm asking, while considering to the democratic credentials of Mr. President and his experience as a state governor in Lagos, remember the freezing of local government funds, vis-a-vis his intervention, I'm asking the question, does his intervention negate the independence of EFCC and the oversight function of the legislature on EFCC?
Let me quickly correct this. EFCC does not have oversight function over any state fund. EFCC is like a security agency. It is only invited, right? Somebody raises the alarm and EFCC begins to function. There is no statutory responsibility over any particular account.
But does the presidency have an oversight function against it?
It does not. The presidency does not.
So where did Mr. President derive the powers to direct EFCC to go to court and unfreeze the account?
the president is embarrassed by the backlash. People are talking. People are pointing it out. And you see, there's always this factor of international power players. The president knows that our democracy is assailed by lack of credibility, and that EFCC, a federal agency under a federal government of a different political party, is using its muzzle to put down a state government of a different political party. It is obvious that it is witch hunting. It is using state power the way it should not be used. And the world is watching. The alarm raised. Everybody is watching. The embassies are watching. International policy institutes are watching. And they are seeing that the presidency, which appointed the EFCC chairman and the other directors, and which controls the EFCC, is using it as an instrument of control, adverse control over a state, performance of a state. So that is what he has done is fence mending, and it is not even believed in some quarters that he is doing it altruistically, that he has actually done that the freedom is granted. Just look at the weak argument of EFCC that they observed movement of funds to private agencies. First of all, you ask, so the ecological fund, what is it for? I'll give you an example of what the ecological fund is used in Enugu State, or is designed for in Enugu State. Erosion. The person who will do the erosion, is it government? It is the private contractor, a businessman. So if you move that money to a contractor who is doing that job, is it now a crime because it is going to a private person or a private organization? So if there are ecological contracts in Osun State, and the government decides to pay the contractor at this moment, why does it bother you that it is moving from the government account or the dedicated account to the private business which is doing the job? So you now find out that the federal government through the EFCC is just clutching, looking for excuses to pounce on the money to make sure that the government and the party is pauperized so that it cannot fight. You know, there's this issue of poverty as a weapon in Nigeria, which many people don't know. If there's a contest between the two of us, I have no eating, I have no access to food, right? But you have access to food, you have access to mobility, you have other things. You can see it's a mismatch. I can't face you. But somebody has deliberately weakened me, denied me money, denied me food, denied me mobility. So it is obvious the victory is conferred on you, but many people will not read it. Okay. So the situation we have now, nobody should give any excuse or accept any excuse from the federal government. The federal government got into this through EFCC in order to muzzle Adeleke and his Accord party, and it is a long-term project.
All right.
Even if you are right, why now?
The question still persists, why now? Mr. Meka? Is it possible that this very scenario can decide the outcome of the Osun election? But before you answer, let me call for the clips while the governor was making comments on this very issue.
This morning, we received a letter from our banker forwarding a letter from the EFCC instructing the bank to freeze Osun State government account. This action was taken without any court order. We are supposed to be in democracy where the rule of law must always prevail.
We woke up with a melodrama from the Economic and Financial Crime Commission to put a PND on the statutory account of the state. And this is the main account that we use to pay people's salary, workers' salaries, pensioners, teachers, as well as the healthcare service providers.
His Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, has instructed me as the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice to uphold the courts for proper interpretation and determination of the issues involved. We shall therefore be seeking the court's guidance on whether the cited provisions or any other law empower the EFCC to freeze or restrict the statutory account of Osun State.
All right, Mr. Meka, you've listened to the Osun State government. However, my question is it possible that the freezing of the Osun State government account could in any way decide the outcome of the Osun election?
Well, if you talk about deciding, I do not know, but certainly it may impact, it may have its own effects.
Positively or negatively?
It depends. As a matter of fact, but before I come to that, let me quickly make this point. You know, the thing is that I want to respond to the earlier question you asked, Honorable, concerning, you know, the intervention of Mr. President. How does it rub off on the independence of the EFCC?
Yeah.
For me, like I said earlier on, I quite align myself with the intervention of Mr. President, right? For me, he came to remedy a situation that was heading towards disaster. So kudos to him. However, I think it could have been done better. You know, the EFCC, from the law books, is meant to be supervised by the Attorney General. In fact, the law is very clear that the Attorney General, if the federal government wants to, the federal government can take over a case that EFCC is prosecuting, either to stop, to disengage, or you know, and they can only do so through the office of the Attorney General of the Federation. And so the Attorney General becomes the link between the president, between the federal government and the EFCC. So yes, the president had a very genuine reasons, very cogent and genuine reasons, because like I always argue that the president is the father of the nation, the bearer of the values and whatever the nation stands for, and he is the chief accounting officer of Nigeria within the period that he's in charge. So having recognized that, I think what the president probably would have done was to advise the accountant general to say, look, it has come to my knowledge that this is what EFCC has done in connection with your state government. Please instruct the EFCC chairman or instruct the EFCC to proceed to court and withdraw that order, that freezing order. All of these things can be you know, concluded in a matter of hours. But there would the whole idea is to so that you don't seem to see a line reporter, a line relationship between the president and the chairman of EFCC. And that was why I'm sure the president is aware of this, and that was why in the release that came out, it took quite some time to make a case why he had to intervene. That at the point that he became the president, he made a resolve that he was not going to, he was not going to be involved by issuing instructions to many of these government agencies, especially those that have to like issues of corruption, security, and that they should just do their job without necessarily referring back to him, right? But that he's compelled to do so now, and I'm thinking that he should have done so through the appropriate, and which is the Attorney General. Now, but having made that point, so but ultimately, to me, what he did was to quell what was happening. Now, whether the action of Mr. President is going to rub off on, you see, it's an election. It's an election. And so, actions and inactions of the principal actors at this point in time certainly may rub off. There's something they call sympathy votes. It has a way the EFCC and there's a way things may go to, right? The people themselves may look at it and say, why are they vilifying this man? Why are they persecuting this man this way? What has he done? Is he the only governor in Nigeria that didn't want to join? Before you know that people may want to start giving him a sympathy vote. That is on one hand. Then on the other hand too, the rhetorics that are being promoted, and EFCC saying, oh, we have discovered, it could also go a long way to create some kind of bad image for the government to say, okay, they want to use the money that is allocated or budgeted for ecological, challenges in the state. They want to use it to go and contest election. They want to go and use it to go and sponsor election. Okay, so these are, and it may create a bad image and reputation for the. So these are things. Remember that the people who are going to vote are human beings. These are people who have emotions and who also think. And all of these things will help people to form an opinion. And whatever opinion that people form is what is going to carry them to the election. That will determine, whoever they decide to give their votes. So that is the reason why once this party comes up with a narrative, the other person, the other camp quickly tries to counter it. They don't allow the narrative to persist, because if you allow it to persist, it could sway opinions of the electorates.
All right, Honorable, let me get your opinion. Is it possible that this freezing of the Osun State account can influence the outcome of the election?
Yes, straight away. It will affect it. I just mentioned things about poverty, weaponization of poverty. Many Nigerians are hungry, right? Can you expect to win an election in a polling booth where you are unable to pay the party agent who will attend there? If your party agent is not there, the other ones will rig the election. So if you deny the government of resources, assuming that money is to pay contractors, is to do other things which will cause circulation of the money, and you stop it, and you begin to attack the funds of the government, the other political party, you have denied them of equal participation. There may be over 300, 500 polling booths. If you can't send polling agents or party agents there, how do you expect to win? Who is even going to tell you of what is going on at a polling booth when you cannot send agents there? So it's not a matter of, yes, you may have voters who will say, oh, because you did this thing to this government, we are going to vote the state government. That is Adeleke. But will their vote count? Who's going to represent them? You come and cast your vote, and then they shift you aside, or you even go home. And then the other people who want it that way will write the result they want. They will manipulate the machines the way they want. They will do whatever they like there. You are not there. You have no agent there. You have no representation. So there is no painting of the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Security operations intensified as INEC identifies flashpoints ahead of Osun polls. Nigeria's Civil Aviation Authority appeals to aviation unions to suspend industrial action following deadlocked negotiations. Enugu Air reschedules flight operations amid aviation union blockade in Abuja. Details of the news. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has finalized comprehensive security deployment across Osun State following the tactical identification of high-risk operational flashpoints ahead of Saturday's governorship election. Speaking during a national television broadcast, INEC Director of Voter Education and Publicity, Mrs. Victoria Etta Messi, confirmed that conventional police units reinforced by outer ring military formations have been deployed to secure voting locations and deter potential electoral violence. Mrs. Etta Messi said that the commission collaborated with the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security to map out vulnerable communities, while formal peace accords were assigned by participating political parties to guarantee order. Addressing the theft of permanent voter cards in Ife Central and Odo-Otin local government areas, the Commission said that stolen cards cannot bypass the bimodal voter accreditation system, adding that replacement cards have been reissued to legitimate voters. The Osun State Governor, Senator Ademola Adeleke, has defended his public conduct and energetic demeanor, asserting that his personal style has not undermined governance or service delivery in the state. In a statement, Governor Adeleke rejected claims by political critics that his public celebrations distract from his administrative duties, emphasizing that his leadership remained focused on sustainable state development. The governor highlighted ongoing infrastructural projects, educational interventions, and healthcare programs across the state as verified proof of his administration's performance and commitment to public service. Governor Adeleke reaffirmed his resolve to maintain an open, accessible governance, assuring residents that executive focus remains centered on fulfilling his electoral promises to the state. The internationally acclaimed Afrobeat artist, Mr. David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, has appealed to global democratic institutions and international observers to closely monitor the upcoming Osun governorship election. In a statement published on his verified social media platform, the recording artist urged democratic stakeholders to ensure the electoral process remains transparent, peaceful, and free from voter intimidation. Mr. Adeleke emphasized that voters in Osun State must be granted to follow an unhindered environment to exercise their constitutional franchise without fear of political violence or administrative disenfranchisement. The public appeal aligned with broader civil society efforts, urging security agencies and electoral officials to uphold international democratic standards during Saturday's gubernatorial poll. The European Union delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS has dismissed reports alleging plans to boycott the monitoring of Nigeria's 2027 general elections, describing the claims as unfounded. European Union ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Mr. Goethe Mignot, clarified in Abuja that the bloc accepted the invitation from the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to observe the general elections. Mr. Mignot explained that the European Union will deploy an electoral expert mission comprising specialized technical observers to evaluate compliance with national legal frameworks and international electoral standards. The diplomatic mission reiterated its commitment to supporting Nigeria's democratic institutions, emphasizing that observer formats are adjusted globally based on operational context rather than security concerns or diplomatic friction. The Commissioner of Police in Enugu State, Mr. Mamam Giwa, has ordered the immediate statewide enforcement of extant traffic regulations to restore order across public highways. The operational directive aligns with a nationwide mandate issued by the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji, targeting persistent traffic lawlessness, reckless driving, and unauthorized road blockades. Spokesperson for the Enugu State Police Command, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe, confirmed that senior command officers have been tasked with supervising field enforcement teams across key transport corridors. The Commissioner warned that enforcement applies strictly to all road users, including military and law enforcement personnel, while cautioning officers against violating the fundamental rights of citizens during operations. In the meantime, the Rivers State Police Command has announced the commencement of Operation Velvet, an aggressive enforcement drive scheduled to begin on August 17, 2026, to enforce traffic compliance across the state. The Police Public Relations Officer of the command, Mrs. Agabe Blessing Kabolo, stated in Port Harcourt that the initiative follows explicit operational orders from Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu. The Police Commissioner has directed area commanders and tactical officers to impound non-compliant vehicles and prosecute persistent traffic offenders to eliminate artificial gridlocks. The command issued warning to field officers against extortion, harassment, and professional misconduct, urging motorists and commercial transport operators to fully cooperate with law enforcement personnel. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. INEC maps out security flashpoints ahead of Osun State governorship poll. Civil Aviation Authority appeals for suspension of aviation union strike action following deadlock talks. Coming up shortly, President Tinubu announces a comprehensive strategy to double the livestock sector's $32 billion annual contribution to Nigeria's economy. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Welcome back
Widespread operational disruptions today hit major national airports as joint aviation labor unions shut down flight operations over unresolved disputes with domestic airline operators. The industrial action, led by the Nigerian Labour Congress and aviation worker unions, paralyzed passenger processing following disputes regarding worker unionization rights and the non-remittance of statutory sector fees. The Director General of Civil Aviation, Captain Chris Najomo, issued an urgent appeal for restraint, noting that a peace meeting convened by Aviation Minister Mr. Festus Keyamo was stalled due to the absence of airline executives. Following the operational blockade, domestic carrier United Nigeria Airlines announced a temporary suspension of 8 scheduled flights to guarantee the safety of passengers and flight crews. In the meantime, regional carrier Enugu has announced major flight reschedulings across its domestic network following an industrial blockade at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja. The management of the airline confirmed in an official travel advisory issued today that operations were disrupted after striking union members restricted terminal access to airline staff. The airline confirmed that technical operations teams are reconfiguring flight schedules to clear backlog delays and minimize inconvenience for traveling passengers. Enugu Air advised all ticketed passengers to monitor official communication channels for updated flight status notifications before departing for regional airport terminals. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority (NCAA) has renewed its appeal to aviation labor unions to suspend ongoing industrial action to prevent further economic losses and public distress. The Director General, Captain Chris Najomo, emphasized that sustained operational closures at key aviation hubs severely weaken national connectivity and inflict hardship on traveling citizens. The regulatory intervention follows the picketing operations targeting major domestic carriers, including Air Peace, which has resulted in widespread flight cancellations across key regional routes. Captain Najomo assured the public that regulatory oversight remained active, while major affected airlines issued formal apologies to stranded travelers pending ongoing ministerial reconciliation talks. The Lagos State Environmental and Special Offences Enforcement Union has impounded 66 commercial motorcycles during an enforcement operation targeting illegal transit routes across Lagos Island. Chairman of the task force, Mr. Adetayo Akerele, confirmed that the operation covered restricted transport corridors, including the Lekki-Ajah Expressway, Obalande, and the Lagos Coastal Road. Mr. Akerele explained that the enforcement drive targets persistent traffic law violators operating on restricted highways to enhance public safety and curb urban security threats. The agency affirmed that all impounded motorcycles will be forfeited to the Lagos state government in compliance with state transport reform laws as enforcement operations continue statewide. Legal proceedings have commenced at the Leicester Crown Court in the United Kingdom regarding the murder of a 20-year-old Nigerian university student, Mr. Khalid Oladipo. Prosecuting counsel Jane Osborne KC informed the court that Mr. Oladipo, a student at De Montfort University, was fatally stabbed on Oxford Street, Leicester, on February 3rd. The prosecution presented evidence alleging that the defendant, 18-year-old Harper Dennis, attacked the victim following a financial dispute originating from a transaction involving a counterfeit luxury watch. The trial continues before the court, with the accused facing additional charges of possessing a bladed article in a public space and withholding encrypted phone access credentials. Aviation industry experts remain divided over proposed structural adjustments to the distribution of the 5% ticket sales charge collected by federal regulatory agencies. Retired Air Force Officer Group Captain John Ojikutu advocated increasing the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency's revenue allocation from 23% to 40% to fund critical air traffic. Conversely, former rector of the Nigerian College of Aviation Technology, Captain Sam Cow Creek, argued that increased funding must be conditioned on verifiable operational efficiency and modernized airspace communication systems. The ongoing policy debate underscores broader institutional discussions regarding resource allocation. technological modernization, and financial sustainability within Nigeria's civil aviation sector. A leadership dispute within the Ozomagana building materials market in Onitsha, Anambra State, has intensified following allegations of financial impropriety leveled against former market chairman Mr. Obiora Okoro. Opposing trader factions and property representatives accused Mr. Okoro of misappropriating funds derived from the sale of 430 market shops valued at 180,000 naira per unit, alongside unauthorized property modifications. Denying the allegations, Mr. Okoro clarified that revenue generated totaled 70 million naira, with an additional 7 million naira interest fee formally approved by traders to finance market infrastructure remodeling. To maintain public order, the Anambra State Ministry of Commerce has ordered an immediate suspension of all construction activities pending the outcome of official state investigations. President Bola Tinubu has unveiled a comprehensive national development policy designed to double the livestock sector's $32 billion annual contribution to the Nigerian economy. Represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, at an agricultural conference in Abuja, the President outlined strategies to modernize animal husbandry systems nationwide. The policy framework prioritizes structured commercial ranching, enhanced veterinary health infrastructure, and expanded local dairy production under the newly created Ministry of Livestock Development. President Tinubu emphasized that scaling the livestock value chain will reduce costly agricultural imports, mitigate open grazing conflict, and generate sustainable employment for young citizens across the country. The Enugu state government has commenced construction of 3 new 33 kV electricity distribution feeders to resolve persistent power outages across 4 local government areas in the state. Originating from the Transmission Company of Nigeria station at Uwaji, the power project will improve electricity delivery to Nkanu East, Nkanu West, Ogwo, and Aniri local government areas. Executive Secretary of the Enugu State Electrification Agency explained that the initiative restructures the overstretched 600-kilometer Amechi feeder to eliminate chronic grid vulnerabilities and frequent operational downtime. The infrastructure upgrade includes the construction of 4 new injection substations designed to stabilize grid voltage and guarantee reliable power supply to rural and industrial communities. Now in sports, the 10th annual edition of the Aminu Good Works Foundation Nigeria Basketball Combined concluded at the Lekan Salami Stadium in Ibadan, Oyo State, showcasing emerging grassroots athletic talent. Foundation founder and former NBA player Mr. Al-Farouk Aminu confirmed that 150 young athletes participated in intensive tactical drills conducted by 15 certified basketball coaches. Organizers named Precious Jude and Ajibade Abraham has amounted to most valuable players, selecting a 14-member elite team to advance through national development pathways. Mr. Aminu reaffirmed the foundation's commitment to empowering Nigerian youth through structured sports education as the National Talent Identification Tour transitions to its next phase in Abuja. Now in entertainment, veteran Nollywood actress Rita Edochie has responded firmly to a 1 billion naira defamation lawsuit filed against her by actress Judy Austin before a state high court. Addressing the legal action publicly, Mrs. Edochie declared that she will not be silenced, reiterating her stance on maritime integrity and public accountability within the entertainment industry. The legal dispute stems from public statements made by Mrs. Edochie regarding Mrs. Jude Austin's marriage to actor Yul Edochie, which prompted the claimant to seek legal remedies and public retractions. Mrs. Edochie maintained her position regarding the ongoing family dispute, expressing confidence in her legal standing as proceedings advance before the court. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. Independent National Electoral Commissioner INEC has mapped out high-risk security flashpoints ahead of Osun State gubernatorial election. Civil Aviation Authority has appealed to aviation unions to suspend strike action following unsuccessful reconciliation talks.
President Bola Tinubu has unveiled comprehensive policy framework to double livestock sector's economic contribution. That's news across the country at 3. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 07030437110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidinma Masawa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother Senator Kashim Shettima, Your Excellency General Gowon, Your Excellency Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion of the presentation of the book from our father. Unlike Kingsley, I would like to say that I'm here in a personal capacity. If my father were alive, he would be the one seated there. General Gowon appointed my father High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador to Belgium, and First Ambassador to China. And my parents remembered the visit of General Gowon to China when he was ambassador. And I'm proud that I was able to continue that relationship, father and son, up to this day. President Jonathan spoke about leaders be remembered for policies and infrastructure. The reality is that policies change, infrastructure also changes. What is abiding in the memory of people about their leaders is who those leaders are. Do they remember you for your integrity or for corruption? Do they remember you as a patriot or as a parochial person? Do they remember you for justice or for injustice? And I think General Gowon represents for us and all subsequent generations an example of the values that should govern you in your life. And this is the most important thing. I'll leave you with one memory abiding for me. At the age of 8, I was sent to a Catholic school in Kaduna, St. Anne's. And I was classmates with a young man called Yusuf Opam, whose father, Colonel Palm, unfortunately was one of the victims of the 1966 coup. But what I remember at the age of 8 was that General Gowon, as head of state, would send a handwritten letter to Yusufu, signed Uncle Joe. That is a window into the person that you're dealing with, that as head of state, commander-in-chief, he would write a handwritten letter to the son of his dead friend so that the boy would continue to feel he had a father. That is our memory. Thank you for being a father. Thank you for being a role model. Thank you for being an example of what a true Christian or Muslim leader ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. The
Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Dr. Lamido Sanusi Lamido, who is making his way and greeting those in the front row. And as he does this, I'd like to take the microphone very quickly to His Eminence, who has a word or two. Your Eminence, sir.
Kano State occupies a unique position in Nigeria's history as one of the country's eldest centers of commerce, learning and civilization. Situated in the northwest geopolitical zone, the state remains a strategic economic hub whose influence extends beyond Nigeria into West and Central Africa. With one of the country's largest populations, Kano continues to shape national conversations on politics, trade, agriculture, education, and culture. Historically, Kano traces its origins to the ancient Hausa city-states, with documented history spanning more than 1,000 years. The famous Kano Chronicles recount the reigns of successive rulers who transformed the city into a thriving commercial and administrative center. Today, the ancient city walls, the emir's palace, and the centuries-old Komi market remain enduring symbols of Kano's rich heritage and resilience. Politically, Kano has consistently played a defining role in Nigeria's democratic evolution. Since the return to sovereign rule in 1999, the state has remained one of the country's most politically influential voting blocs. Its large voting population often makes Kano a decisive factor during presidential elections, while its political leaders have continued to shape national discourse across party lines. The state's leadership structure reflects a balance between constitutional governance and traditional authority. The executive governor oversees civil administration, while the emirate institution continues to serve as a respected custodian of culture, tradition, and conflict resolution. This dual system has enabled traditional institutions to complement government effort in community mobilization, social stability, and grassroots development. Religion occupies a central place in the social life of Kano. Islam is the predominant faith and influences education, commerce, family life, and public administration. At the same time, Kano is home to Christian communities and adherents of other faiths who contribute to the state's economic and social development. Religious leaders across denominations have continued to advocate peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and dialogue as essential ingredients for national unity. Economically, Kano remains one of Nigeria's strongest commercial centers. For centuries, it has served as a major gateway linking Nigeria with neighboring Niger Republic, Chad, Cameroon, and other parts of the Sahel. Its extensive markets attract traders dealing in textiles, grains, leather products, livestock, household goods, and manufactured items, making the state a critical driver of regional commerce. Agriculture remains the backbone of Kano's economy. Farmers cultivate crops such as rice, maize, millet, sorghum, groundnuts, tomatoes, onions, and vegetables, while livestock production contributes significantly to food security and rural livelihoods. The state also supports irrigation farming allowing year-round agricultural activities in many communities. Industrialization has equally defined Kano's economic landscape. The Chalawa and Sharada industrial estates have historically hosted textile manufacturers, leather processors, food industries, and pharmaceutical companies. Although the textile industry experienced setbacks over the years, government and private sector investments continue to promote industrial revival through improved infrastructure and business-friendly policies. The informal economy is another pillar of Kano's prosperity. Thousands of small and medium-sized enterprises operate across markets, workshops, and neighborhood clusters, creating employment opportunities in tailoring, metalworks, leather processing, transport services, food processing, and retail trade. These enterprises contribute significantly to household incomes and local economic growth. Education has remained an important component of Kano's development journey. The state hosts numerous universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, and research institutions, alongside centuries-old Islamic schools that have preserved scholarship in Arabic and Islamic jurisprudence. Government reforms continue to focus on expanding access to formal education while strengthening technical and vocational skills for young people. Healthcare services have also expanded through investment in primary healthcare, specialist hospitals, and disease control programs. Public health interventions targeting maternal care, child immunization, and infectious disease prevention continue to improve health outcomes across urban and rural communities. Kano's cultural identity remains one of its greatest assets. Traditional festivals, colorful horse riding displays during Eid celebrations, indigenous music, crafts, architecture, and cuisine reflect centuries of cultural continuity. The globally recognized Dobo Festival showcases the splendor of the Emirate tradition and attracts visitors from within and outside Nigeria, reinforcing Kano's position as a leading cultural destination. The state's rich aesthetic traditions are evident in leatherworks, embroidery, weaving, dyeing, and metal craftsmanship. These industries preserve indigenous knowledge while providing livelihoods for thousands of artisans whose products reach international markets. Socially, Kano reflects Nigeria's diversity. While maintaining strong traditional values, the state continues to embrace innovation, entrepreneurship, and modern governance. Community institutions, youth organizations, women groups, and religious bodies play significant roles in promoting education, conflict resolution, and social development. Security remains an important priority. Successive administrations have strengthened collaboration among security agencies, traditional rulers, religious leaders, and community groups to address emerging security challenges and sustain peace across the state. Kano's strategic location on top of rural population and extensive commercial networks continue to position it as one of Nigeria's most important investment destinations. Ongoing infrastructure projects in transportation, energy, housing, and industrial development are expected to further enhance its competitiveness within the national economy. Beyond its economic strength, Kano remains a symbol of Nigeria's unity in diversity. For generations, people from every region of the country have lived, traded, and built businesses in the state, contributing to its cosmopolitan character. This long-standing tradition of commerce, cultural exchange and peaceful coexistence continues to reinforce Kano's role as a bridge between Nigeria's diverse peoples. As Nigeria advances its quest for sustainable development, Kano State remains central to the country's future, leveraging its historical legacy, economic resilience, cultural richness, and human capital to contribute meaningfully to national integration, inclusive growth, and shared prosperity.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Major General Johnson Thomas Omonakwe Aguiyi-Ironsi remains one of the most enigmatic figures in West African political history. Born on March 3, 1924 in Umuahia, Abia State, his rise from a private soldier in 1942 to the UN force commander in the Congo, 1964, and Nigeria's first military head of state, 1966, illustrates both the height of military professionalism and the perils of political centralism in a multi-ethnic federation. On January 15, 1966, a bloody military coup led by mid-level officers shattered Nigeria's first republic, claiming the lives of Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Northern Premier Ahmadu Bello, and Western Premier Samuel Ladoke Akintola. In the ensuing power vacuum, General Officer Commanding Major General Johnson Thomas Omonakwe Aguiyi-Ironsi rallied loyal troops, quashed the insurrection, and assumed power on January 16, 1966. Known as Johnny Ironside for his courageous command during the United Nations operation in the Congo in 1960 and 1964, Ironsi was a soldier's soldier. Awarded the member of the Royal Victorian Order, MVO, and the Rita Crews Award, his military credentials were unimpeachable. Yet, he inherited a deeply divided nation, reeling from political assassinations and regional suspicion. Seeking to eliminate tribalism and foster national cohesion, Ironsi promulgated Unification Decree No. 34 on May 24, 1966. The decree abolished Nigeria's federal structure, merging regional civil services into a single central unit. Though intended to enforce national unity, the policy backfired. Northern political elites viewed the decree and Ironsi's delay in trying the January 15 coup plotters as a deliberate move toward regional dominance. Tensions reached a boiling point on July 29, 1966. during a nationwide consultation tour in Ibadan. Northern officers led a counter-coup. Lieutenant Colonel Adekunle Fadri refused to surrender his guest, leading to the assassination of both officers. Ironsi's reign ended after just 194 days, paving the way for Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon and setting off a chain of events that culminated in the Nigerian Civil War. 6 decades later, the centralizing effects of Decree 34 continue to shape Nigeria's constitutional architecture. Agu Ironsi's brief tenure remains a sobering reminder that national unity cannot be compelled by executive fiat. It requires continuous negotiation, equity, and trust. Agu Ironsi was an exceptional tactical and operational commander whose career in the Royal West African Frontier Force and United Nations proved his courage and administrative capability. However, his transition from military hierarchy to civilian statecraft highlighted a fundamental mismatch. Political governance in a multi-ethnic state demands consensus building, whereas military command relies on direct obedience. Decree 34 was designed to eliminate regional parochialism, but because it was enacted without democratic consultation or cross-regional buy-in, it was perceived as an attempt to consolidate power. Modern African leadership demonstrates that structural constitutional changes must be backed by transparent stakeholder dialogue rather than central decrees. In times of national crisis, a leader must not only act impartially, but must clearly be seen as impartial. Ironsi's decision to detain rather than immediately try the January 15th coup plotters created an informational void quickly filled by suspicion and conspiracy theories, ultimately triggering the July 1966 counter-coup. Proactive, transparent public communication remains vital for political stability.
Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, for the top, I can't ever take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Came through flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing, yeah, y'all be lame team. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing, I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocky roots and white tees. On my cousin, ain't something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, Africa's largest economy and most populous nation, continues to grapple with a critical infrastructure deficit that hinders growth and development. Reliable electricity remains a major challenge. Although Nigeria has the capacity to generate 12,000 to 13,000 megawatts supplied to homes and businesses, is inconsistent. In 2023, only 61% of Nigerians had access to electricity, leaving around 87 million people without reliable power, the largest electricity access gap in the world. This shortfall forces businesses to spend billions of dollars annually on backup solutions like diesel generators, diverting resources from investment and job creation. Transmission losses, generation inefficiencies, and gas supply challenges further suppress per capita electricity consumption, affecting productivity and competitiveness. Transport infrastructure also lags behind demand. While Nigeria has an extensive road network, over 70% of roads are in poor condition, slowing the movement of goods and people, raising transport costs for farmers and traders. Rail development remains limited, with only about 3,500 kilometers of operational track, insufficient for a country of over 220 million people. Overall, Nigeria's infrastructure stock, including roads, power systems, bridges, water systems, and digital networks, is estimated at about 30% of GDP, far below 70% international benchmark. This gap continues to constrain productivity and foreign investment. Water and sanitation infrastructure also fall short, leaving millions without access to safe drinking water or adequate sanitation. These affect public health, school attendance, and economic participation. Digital infrastructure is another critical area. Broadband penetration and data center capacity remain limited, concentrated mainly in Lagos, while other states lag behind. These restricts growth in fintech, cloud services, e-government, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Experts estimate that hundreds of billions of dollars will be required annually over the next decade to close these infrastructure gaps. Mobilizing investment from private sectors, international finance institutions, and public-private partnerships is essential. For Nigerians, improving infrastructure is more than convenience, it is a path to safer roads, stable power, efficient transport, modern digital networks, more jobs, business growth, better health outcomes, and increased competitiveness on the global stage. Bridging this infrastructure divide is crucial to transforming Nigeria's potential into tangible progress for every citizen.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello, mi familia. Welcome to another edition of Teens Jive. This is where we learn, this is where we laugh, and this is where we talk about real life situations that we're all engaged in. I am your host, Onyinyechi. You can also call me Alexa, and I'll be taking you on this edition's sweet ride through the different segments, which includes the conversation and the game segment. Thank you for joining, and I'm glad to have you. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Teenagers today are faced with different and conflicting ideologies about feminism. Some of them think it's confrontational, that is why they recoil back into their shells and decide not to take up the feminism ideology. Most other people take on the aggressive horn of the whole conversation. Well, on today's conversation, we want to do a little deep dive on what feminism actually is. Joining me to do justice to this topic is Kizito Asamoah. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me. When you told me earlier about me being on your show, I was kind of set aback based on I was not really prepared then. So it's kind of my first time. This is kind of my first time being on a live show. Yeah, I've been called upon most of the times to, speak to a large number of crowd and talk to a large number of people, but actually being live, that is being live, no. So it was something that I really dreamt of, and yeah, I'm really happy to be on the show.
We're happy to have you on the show.
At least one item ticked off my bucket list.
I'm glad to be a part of it.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go straight into the conversation. So let's start with what feminism actually is and why does it raise so much dust of disagreement whenever people speak about it?
Okay, before we delve into the full definition of what's the ideology of what feminism actually means, we need to actually know how it all began.
Okay.
How the whole story about feminism began. So historically, I won't bore you with kind of the whole past history. So the major things we should also really know about the idea of feminism was that feminism was not really into the Nigerian system, because I'm going to be basing more using Nigeria as the scope of study, because I don't need to go far kind of discussing about Africa or Europe or the world. So let's just niche down our scope to kind of Nigeria contemporary system. So when you speak about feminism, feminism was not actually in Nigeria, so to say, before colonization. Because feminism is all about, advocating for women equality. It's about advocating for women being included in the systems of government, both political, economical, social systems. So before colonization came into Nigeria, there was no need for this ideology of feminism, because women were kind of participating in the different sectors of government. Women were in charge of trade fairs. Women were in charge of different market systems. So after the colonization came in, when there was kind of Western inclusion into the systems of government, then women began excluding them from different things in the systems of government. That ideology of this is not meant for a woman to do, that is only a man that is meant to do this, it began to creep into. After that was after colonization. That was kind of a Western effect that came into the country Nigeria.
Yeah.
So then that is where the idea of feminism began to come in, because after the colonization, some certain women, which I listed to when I was trying to prep the whole kind of those discussions, there were two more significant women, although there are many now, but there were two then I just listed out that kind of saw that there was need for a balance in gender equality. That it is not only men that are meant to be in charge for a majority. That since it's a system of government, since Nigeria is bent on democracy, that we are doing a kind of a system of law that a majority for the majority. So we should kind of, bring equality in both genders. Not 70% of the sectors is occupied by men, while less than 30% are occupied by women. So I just mentioned two people which we are going to still discuss about. So the whole idea of feminism now is kind of advocating, pushing for women's rights in the government, pushing for women's rights in the social system, in the cultural system, in the economic system. So that is what the whole ideology about feminism. So feminism actually countering the after effects of the Western colonization that took place in Nigeria. Because historically it was not there before. But after the whole colonization came into Nigeria, then we began to have kind of talks about feminism, gender equality, and stuff like that.
Okay, so before I would like catch up with you, you're already somewhere else.
No problem.
But I think currently some young people do not really understand this concept of feminism. Like, we can tell that by the videos we see flying around. I mean, you see somebody come out publicly to say, oh, we should hate men, because that's kind of a term that was, or will I call it a phrase that was associated with feminists. So who is a feminist, and why are they so intertwined with this hating men syndrome thing?
Now, when you come to the present or the contemporary Nigerian kind of system, most people tend to misunderstand that concept of who a feminist is. Now, I'm a feminist.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a proud feminist. I kind of had that kind of idea while writing my final project. So even when I finished it, I'm still referred to as a feminist. A feminist is not someone who takes women equality to the extreme. That is where people misunderstand the concepts. It's all about advocating for equality. Equality means being neutral in the kind of, this is where the men should be, this is where the women should be. Kind of equality, equalizing the rights of the man and the woman. But the kind of feminism people tend to think most Nigerians advocate for is the extreme feminism, or what they call misogyny. That is, having that ideology that women are being so undermined that they should take entirely in charge of, or be entirely in charge of the whole system. Because if you are going to be talking about feminism to the extreme, that is women being in total control of everything, you're also going in an extreme, because we're dealing with an extreme, which is patriarchy.
Okay.
We're dealing with one extreme. That is what feminism is trying to counter. Feminism is trying to counter patriarchy. So you taking feminism to another extreme is kind of taking it to misogyny. So feminism should advocate mainly for balancing and equal rights between man and woman. That is what feminism is all about. It's not necessarily about women being in total control or men being in total control. It's all about balancing it. So when one comes up and says that I am a feminist, or like myself, if I come up to say I am a feminist, I'm in summary telling you that I am advocating for equal rights given to man that should also be given to the woman.
Okay.
So that is the key idea of who a feminist is.
I love the idea where you try to say that it's not on both extremes. No. There should be like a balance.
Yes.
So, but there's there's this argument around that balance. So one of the things that raised this argument was when women came out to say that everything a man can do, a woman can do better. I mean, during that season, a lot of men were just clamoring.
Yeah, it's true, because during the whole discussion, I think I should end with that one, but I will kind of chip it in now, because I plan to end with it. While I was, trying to research more about it, there's a difference between equality and equity.
Okay.
Yeah. So in as much as that idea of what a man can do, a man can also do. More put it, a man can do better. Just trying to prove that this thing you're actually telling us you cannot do, we can actually do it more than you think we can. Every human being can actually achieve something they want to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But equality is all about saying, I'll give a practical example now. For instance now, a girl and a boy from the same family. they are being raised by the same parents, but the boy is given more freedom at home than the girl. The girl has more house chores to do, but both are required basically to pass their school exam. So you see that the child, if you give it, and both are going to the same school, they are going to the same level of the education. You see, if in terms of equality, they have the same equal education. But if you're not talking about equity, they don't have the same equal circumstances to achieve that high education both need. So that ideology of what a man can do, a woman can do, but I don't really buy it. I really accept the whole instance of everybody can actually achieve what he or she wants to achieve, given the right circumstances, given the right equipment, or kind of the right tools to actually do that. So to those kind of summarize it, I'm trying to say that equity is more about giving each individual what he or she needs to actually reach that point, not minding whether this person is, we're not minding the equal rights given. The equality there is they are both going to the same school. Okay. But the equity there is this young lady does not have the time this guy needs, this guy has. So she might not really have the more hours this boy has to read. So what's really happened? She's not giving extra moral lessons. Unlike the boy is not giving extra moral lessons. So it's trying to balance between both sides, so that both are actually capable of achieving that higher level education. Okay,
but basically that's not what's being played out in reality, because we see young ladies or young girls who do most of the house chores, and the boys are out in the field playing football, and at the end of the day they're expected to come out the same way. And the result, this is one of the things that gets, the aggressive feminists to, go out on rampage or something like that. But don't you think that the culture or the society where we live in is subtly painting or encouraging this kind of inequality among the two genders?
Yes, Nigeria is the kind of society that the effect of that colonization has not yet been removed. That is why feminism, even up to now, is still being advocated for. And even in 2026, because you will see more practical cases of women being undermined, women not given the equal rights they should have in respect to their fellow gender, in respect to the man gender. That is why in some certain areas, in some certain villages, even in towns, urban areas, you see that the rights men have are not, in balance ratio with that of the women. Men are still given more rights, they still occupy more spaces in the offices, in the educational system, in the cultural system. When you begin to analyze these things like that, you see that ideology of a kind of a balanced gender society is not yet achieved in Nigeria. That is why it is good when you see more people like Chimamanda did. She's a good feminist, because she, even up to now, she still advocates for that kind of balanced human rights between the man and the woman. One of her favorite books, which I normally read, is this Dream Count. She published it last 2 years, 224 December. But it came out for sale, that was 225. So it's all about, pushing that ideology that even up to now, that ideology of women being excluded from the different sectors of the economy is still very rampant in the Nigerian economy. So pushing that ideology of balanced gender situation is still much needed in the Nigerian country.
Okay, so I was just thinking, but I felt like some people are not, some women, some ladies and young girls, are not ready for this complete equality. Because if you look out there, I do look out a lot, and I see a lot of young ladies who just want to be independent, who want to rely on their hobbies, their boyfriends, and that's not really giving that equality kind of vibes. That was when this guy came up Gege. Although he's married.
He's not actually married. I did a research about him.
Okay.
I think that was a wedding of his brother.
Oh.
I think it's a tradition where he come from. I've seen that tradition somewhere else that if the brother is not actually present, someone else can step in, do the marriage on his behalf, while the wife, because the brother, from what I heard, was not in the country.
Okay.
So, and due to his inability to fly in and, be present for the marriage, he had to beg Gege to step in.
So what do you have to say about these young ladies who already have this mentality that, oh, the guys, they are the ones to provide, there are some ladies who are not yet out for all this. What do you have to say about them?
One, you have to kind of push more for education. Some are not well educated about their rights as women. Some are educated but still adamant on, kind of that concept of I'm not saying that, you should be above or the man should be above. Neither should be above. Kind of in a situation, because I was interacting with a young lady that was last week. So during our whole discussion, it was a funny discussion which I laughed about it. She was saying one of the major reasons she's going to school. I hope she doesn't see this. One of the major reasons she's going to school is to marry a good husband. That was her reason. She was very serious about it. So I was like, does it mean that those that don't go to school don't have successful marriages? She was like, yeah. I was like, you have a phone? She was like, yeah. I said, go to social media, Facebook, Instagram, X. Search the divorce rate we have. Check, is it more from the educated couples or non-educated? We checked it and we saw that it was from the educated couple. So you now begin to ask yourself, the whole idea of women not actually stepping up for their rights, is it due to lack of education, or those due to kind of some personal conviction that I want to be this, notwithstanding what education has to offer? Because education will give you the basic info that these are your rights. This is what you should have as a human being, first of all. Then these are extra things you should have as a woman. But it's not left to you to actually, it's not left to you to be actually kind of, stand up for that right that you have been given. That's okay, yeah, I can be able to work in this same sector as this man is working in as much as I'm giving the opportunities he is given and the tools I need to achieve it. But there are some ladies that are, I call it lazy, I'll put it that way, that are not really kind of motivated to work for that right. So that is actually the cause of that much dependency on the man. So they are much dependent on what the man brings, what the man has to offer. You can actually see a young lady that will get married with less than 50,000 naira currently and no stable source of income. To a wealthy man and be happy in marriage. Reverse the case and you see that it's not possible. It's not really possible in the current Nigerian society. So the issue is now about enlightening the women and ensuring that they understand the need to be well educated about their rights as a woman, and also making sure that the man does not, have that toxic trait, because it's one of the key points I highlighted during the whole discussion. Because some men are being pressured about being the total providers, and they tend to give room for that kind of, should I say, laziness to their spouse, to their wives. So they feel that they should be the one contributing 100%. It might be good depending on your personal conviction, but it also gives room for your wife not being able to put into the family. No contributions, no efforts, nothing. So, and one thing leads to another. Every day cannot be a day for love. You cannot actually say, this thing will last us for the next 50 years. Marriages are not just built on what you see now. You have to plan for the long term, because you cannot tell me that for the next 20 years, you are going to be comfortable being the only provider. No. Days will go by, times will go by, and one thing will lead to another. You begin to see another side of your wife that maybe love would have blinded your eye then. But if it was a kind of a situation where both parties were actively involved, in the raising up of the family. It's something that is where you will see a very long-lasting marriage, long-lasting family.
All right.
So that is why feminism is very, very important.
All right. I think we'll circle back onto that marital problem issue when it comes to feminism.
No problem.
But before then, we'll just go on a short break. We'll be right back. If you're just joining us, this is Teens Jive, the conversation on Feminism 101. And we're just discussing with Kizito about feminism, the feminists, yada, 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 yada. Oh, nice. God. You know, I used to be in a particular place where I didn't want to hear anything about feminism. Like, I blocked my ears because...
Yeah, you told me something about...
I blocked my... I didn't want to hear it.
You told me something about that.
I didn't want to hear it. I mean, the whole wave was too much, and I saw a video. It was funny, but I think it's funny. But the guy said, "What's the difference between feminism and a knife?" And she was like, "I don't understand. What are you trying to?" Said, because a knife has a point.
A knife
has a point, what feminism does. So I think we'll have to like come back to what some men, like what their take is about feminism. But before that, let's just talk about the problems associated with feminism.
Okay. So when you begin to speak about what the problems associated with feminism are, you have to first of all understand what is feminism, which we have at least earlier discussed about.
Yes.
So when you understand the concept of who a feminist is and what is actually feminism, you now begin to list out the problems that feminism tackles, because feminism is not a problem. Yeah.
But it did create some problems.
Feminism is bent on countering a problem.
Okay.
That is the misunderstanding. People tend to think feminism is a problem. No. Feminism is a concept trying to take down another concept, which is patriarchy.
Okay.
So it's not a problem on its own. It is bent on tackling a problem. So what is the problem it is tackling? It's tackling inequality. Inequality amongst women. Now, bringing it down to the Nigerian society, which is our scope of study. Bringing it down to the Nigerian society, you see that feminism is bent on, ensuring that women in Nigeria are kind of having that equal rights men do have. When you come into the political sector, check the number of senators we have. Check the number of member of the parliament, member of the senate.
But if you talk about the leadership aspect,
yes.
Some people think that women are not naturally good leaders. What do you have to say about that?
Women are good leaders. Yeah. I'm not speaking it out of favoritism or just trying to please somebody. Women are
haven't you
likewise men. A good person is a good leader.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you don't want to, because maybe if you speak on women, you are kind to gender-based it. But a good person is a good leader, irrespective of which gender he or she is. So whoever is good can lead, whether a man or a woman. So in as much as that person has the credentials, has the qualifications, has that natural goodness in him or her, that person is qualified enough to lead.
Okay.
So it's not necessary that, okay, this person is a woman, this person is a man, therefore this position has to go to him or has to go to her. Because that is the concept most sectors in Nigeria used. That is why you likely see less women in the making decisions about a country having more population of women than men. That is the most funny thing about the whole story. If you come to Nigeria now, 70% of Nigeria is occupied by women. 70%. But who are in charge of making decisions? Majorly men. So you see that it's a kind of unbalanced ratio. Because in a situation where you have a major population of women, it is expected that the majority should rule. But in actually, you don't know how to cause chaos and anarchy. At least a kind of a balanced ratio of where you have a balanced set of gender, a kind of balanced ratio of men and women, and making the decision of the country. But you tend to see more of men making it. I'm not against a man making the decision. I'm against a higher number of men against a lower number of men.
Okay.
Where you have people who are qualified, who are educated. If you go to university, major of the university students are women. Majority of them.
That's true.
And I know majority of them graduates with first class distinction, this and that. But now getting them into those roles where they will be able to take part in decision making is not the problem. So you cannot begin to make an argument that why women are not included is because they are not qualified women. They are. Okay. There are a lot of them. So the problem feminism is tackling is fighting against that ideology that women cannot, whereas they can. Fighting against women are not available, whereas they are. That women cannot be able to do this, whereas they can. They have proven it over time. They are qualified people to do that. So feminism is kind of trying to push away that wave of it is a man's word. It's not a man's word. Nigeria is a kind of a blessed country. Blessed country in the sense that we have different tribes, different religion, different ethnic group. So it will be something good where a country blessed with so many resources, so many talents, is now ruled by only a higher percentage of gender. So feminism is tackling that major problem, that major issue where women are being neglected in the society, where they are being neglected in the family, where they are being neglected in the school, where they are being neglected in the government. That is what feminism is trying to tackle. So that is the major problem feminism is going against. It's going against majorly men taking charge of everything without giving space to women being able to participate in various activities happening within them.
Okay, I love the angle you're coming from, but comparing the women who used to lead, because I was in a class one time and the lecturer said in so and so time the women were like the market leaders. Yes. Like I could not really picture how it was because that's not what it is right now. So I kind of like imagined putting today's women in such high places, and I wondered how they would survive and how the men would react, because it is now the two parties kind of thing. I don't think that men entirely support this whole ideology. Speaking about the marriage aspect, where they argue a whole lot that, oh, the man is the head, the woman is who knows what, and then the women come up to say that, oh, we are the neck, without the neck you can't stand.
I get that concept a lot.
You get, so like, what's your take on that?
Well, the ideology of they are not really sure of whether women can be able to do this, or let's use the marital concept for example now. That ideology of the man is the head is not a fact that should be denied. Yeah, the man is the head. In every kind of in a ship there's always a captain. True. But a captain does not sail the boats only, so someone else assisting, which without him he can't do it alone. So when you begin to prioritize yourself above all without giving credit to the person helping you or assisting you, that is where that issue of patriarchy comes in, where you are kind of trying to show the world that only you is sufficient.
Okay.
That issue of only you only gender is sufficient. I was watching a video, those kind of these random street talks.
Yeah.
So the guy was going around interviewing people, like, will you live in a society where there was only men? He will ask it to women. Then to the men, they will ask the same question. Can you live in a society with only men? Yeah, so I was just listening to the different opinions about people. Some will answer yes, that they can stay. Some women, most women actually answer that they can stay in the society without men. I laughed about the whole thing because I knew that it's not actually possible to actually stay with only one gender. Even taking into the Christian ideology, God himself deemed it fit that it was not nice for a gender only to be. He needed a companion. That is why he had to create. He didn't create Adam again. He didn't create a second Adam. He created somebody different that could actually match him.
That could complement.
Yeah, complement him. That kind of thing. So, in a situation whereby people talk about women not being up to the task, or women not being able to, compete in those sectors, it is because they are afraid. Actually, I will put it like that. They are afraid that these women can actually do better than them if given the chance.
All right.
Because some women I feel and I've seen, it's not actually about how I feel, I've seen, I've encountered, there are some women that are more educationally intellected than men. Some have the capability. They might not be physically strong as women are. Yeah. That is one of the large opportunities men have against, the more advantage they have against women. But when you begin to put the nation into your mind, put the development of the Nigerian economy, it's not about physical strength. It's all about how you reason, how you think, the decisions you make. That is actually, because if, for instance, the president wants to start a war, he doesn't need to tell 100 army men to go into the different states and begin to, open fire.
All right.
He can just make a simple pronunciation. So that ideology of they are not sure if women can be able to keep up to the task the men are actually doing is a notion of they are scared of that these women actually can come up and be better than them.
Okay, I think I have a few other questions, but because of time, we cannot ask all that question. But I will ask you to briefly tell us the way forward from here.
Okay. Now, one of the way forward, I feel, which is the best way forward, one of the way forward should be pushing more for education, which is one of the things I love about the former governor of Anambra State, peterobi. He's a man that doesn't take two things for granted. That is the health sector and education. He believes that for a nation to be successful, these two things have to be prioritized above all, the health sector and education. So one of the major ways to bring about feminism, bring about gender equality in Nigeria as a state is pushing education for everybody.
Okay.
Especially those in the rural areas. Because if you look at the rates of education being given, the quality is very poor.
Yeah.
Especially those going to the rural areas. Even some of the semi-urban areas we have now. It's not about them going to school. It's about what are they learning. What are they learning there? Because if you go to different schools now, they might be doing 20 subjects, 15 subjects, 24. But inside those subjects, what are they actually learning from there? Are they actually learning what they need? Or that's what you want them to learn? So it's all about giving them quality education. When you give a woman quality education, give a man quality education, it will enlighten them. Because in as much as you are fighting against patriarchy, you should be fighting like kind of giving the men that are growing up, that knowledge that this thing is bad. They should not be among them. And telling the woman, this is her right. This is what you need to do. This is what you need to know. This is what you are supposed to be. You don't need people to tell you that you don't belong here.
Yeah.
Everybody belongs in every particular situation. So in as much as you are telling the woman, these are your rights, you're also telling the man also that this particular tradition is not good. This exclusion of women, exclusion of people from different economies because you feel that they are not compatible, is bad. So that is why quality education is good. And another way we can actually promote this issue of feminism is through the social media.
Okay.
The TikTok, Facebook, WhatsApp. I kind of, making sure that women are everywhere respected through the different platforms you have, using your pages so that all the content creation you are making, the content you make every day is bent on showing that what I'm doing, another person can. Cause content creators, I've seen different content creators where I think there are even more women creating content, good content, than men. It shows that women can actually stand up to different aspects of the economy.
Yeah.
It's not only men. So when you begin to empower them through the different social media platforms, it gives that mindset that there can be a stable economy where there's a balanced, gender of men and women.
All right. Thank you so much, Asomora Kizito.
You're
I'm
welcome.
so glad to have you on the show.
Thank you so much.
And I'm so sure that every young person out there learned something about feminism. At least before you go out there to wind your mouth on every feminism post, you have to think about what the whole concept is all about, and the positive impact of feminism. And you might be asking, where do I stand? Am I a feminist or am I not the feminist? Well, I am the host, Oyechi, and this is where we would wrap it up on Teens Jive, the conversation. Until we come your way next time, let us join Tinaza on the street for some games. Hi and welcome to Teens Jive on Aneke TV. So today we're going to be having so much fun, and we're playing a game called the 11th Commandment. And the challenge is simple. We have to answer my questions without saying yes or no, or yeah or no, anything that is related to yes or no. So you might think it's easy, but I bet you it is not. So come with me, let's have some fun. Let's go. Hi, pretty lady. What's your name?
I'm Gloria.
Oh, Gloria. I can see the glory of God. Okay. So we're going to be playing a simple game. The name of the game is the 11th Commandment. So the rules of the game are simple. Don't say, I'll just asking you simple questions. Don't say yes, no, yeah, nope, anything that is related to yes or no. Okay. So you got it? I got it. Are you down for the game?
I'm down.
Okay. So, your time starts now. So, Glory, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
So, how do you like your school? What are you studying?
I'm studying medical laboratory science.
Okay, medical laboratory sciences. Do you think this course will take you places?
I think so.
Okay, you think so? Okay. So, what's your favorite food?
Do I have a favorite food?
So, you don't like jollof rice?
I like jollof rice, but it's not just my favorite food. I have a lot.
Okay. So, right now, do you watch football?
I do.
So, which club do you think is going to win the Champions League?
First of all, I thought Champions League is over.
Okay. So, okay, on the normal, which club are you supporting?
Depending on the winning team, Chelsea, Man U, anyone that is winning, I'm there.
Okay, you just go with any club that is winning.
Actually.
Okay. So, you're really good at this.
I
am. Okay. So, one more question. Okay. So, is it right to be a good person in this corrupt world?
It is. Regardless of where you find yourself, you should just be a good person. Don't be moved by the situation around. Just be a good person, at least for yourself. Yeah.
Okay. I think you're really good at this game. I can't do this anymore. Thank you so much for joining the game. I think you won this 1,000 Naira notes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi and welcome to the game segment. What's your name?
My name is Jessica.
Wow, Jessica. So what are you studying here?
I'm studying medical radiography. Wow, medical radiography. So it's nice having you on the game. So the rules of the game are simple. You just have to answer my questions without saying yes, no, yeah, or nope. Anything related to yes or no. So are you in?
I'm in.
Okay. So your time has started. So what's that your name again?
My name is Jessica.
Jessica, yes. So Jessica, what brought you to this part of town?
Study, education.
So was the traffic too much?
It wasn't.
Okay, it wasn't too much. Do you like spicy food?
I do. Not too spicy, but at least moderately spicy.
Okay. So, since you said you are studying medical radiography, is that a course you want your children to study?
It is a course I would want my children to study. It's very lucrative.
Okay, it's very lucrative. So now, if you were to choose between football and fashion, what would that be?
Fashion.
Okay.
I'll choose fashion.
One more question.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's going to be the last, but I need you to answer this question. If I give you 1 million naira right now, would you collect it?
I would collect it.
Okay. So thank you so much for joining us in this game segment. You really did well.
Thank you very much.
You answered all my questions. So, chop loco. Hi and welcome to the game segment. Bro, what's your name?
Chinedu.
Chinedu, so welcome. So we're going to be playing a very simple game. The name of the game is the 11th commandment. So the rules of the game is simple. Just don't say yes, no, yeah or nope. Anything that is related to yes or no. Understand?
Okay.
So are you in?
Yes.
You just said yes. So thank you so much for joining us. It was fun having you. Chop loco. Welcome to the game segment. So what's your name? Elson. So what are you studying here?
Medicine and surgery.
Wow, you did for your body, Sha.
Thank you.
So the rules of the game are very simple. The name of the game is 11 Commandments. So the rules are simple. Just don't say yes, no, yeah, or anything like that. So are you down?
I am down.
Okay. Okay. So your time start now is actually 1 minute. So Nelson, what brought you to this part of this town?
Came here to study actually.
Okay, you came to study. So do you like the course you're studying?
Enjoy.
Wow. So if I give you 1 million naira now, would you take it?
I would absolutely take it.
Absolutely. Nobody would actually reject 1 million naira. So, do you enjoy spicy food?
I love it. Yes, very peppery food.
Okay. So, one more question. Which team do you think would win this? Is it Premier League? I've been at Champions League.
That's it, actually.
You are sure about it?
I'm very sure.
Okay. So, wow, that was a very, very challenging one. You're really good at this.
Thank you.
So, thank you so much for joining the show. It was nice having you. Okay, welcome to the game segment. So, what's your name?
My name is Rosalia.
Wow, Rosalia. That's one of the sweetest names I've heard today.
Thank you so much.
So, Rosalia, what do you study here?
Medical laboratory sciences.
Okay, medical laboratory sciences. So we're going to be playing a simple game, the 11th commandment. So the rules of the game are simple. Just have this natural conversation with me without saying yes, no, yeah, nope, something like that. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you see, the rules of the game are very strict, so that's it. Thank you so much for joining us. Chop Taco. Hi and welcome to the game segment. So what's your name?
George Princess.
George Princess. Like, is he your surname and your name or just together?
My next surname is George and my name is Princess.
Okay, so Princess, what are you studying here?
Med lab.
Okay, medical laboratory. So we're going to be playing a simple game, the 11th commandments. The rules of the game are simple. So we'll have a natural conversation without you saying yes, no, nope, or yeah. So are you in?
That's right.
Okay, so we're going to be having we are going to have this conversation for 1 minute. So your time starts now. So what brought you to this part of town?
Education.
Okay, so was there traffic when you were coming?
I don't think so.
Okay, there was no traffic. So if I gave you 1 million naira now, would you collect it?
I wouldn't collect it.
You wouldn't collect it, why?
Because I don't know, you're a stranger.
Okay, don't take tips from strangers. Okay, that's right. So do you like spicy food?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay. So you don't like spicy food. Do you prefer fashion or football?
Fashion, of course, I will go.
Okay, fashion. So do you like Gucci?
I don't.
Oh, you're really good at this. So thank you so much for joining us. I think you won this round. Chop knuckle. So that's it for the game segment. I had a lot of fun. I don't know about you. The game was so fun. It was a really fun ride. I don't even know. These guys were really prepared for this game. So don't forget to watch, like, comment on the video, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, all on Aneke TV. Till next time, don't go anywhere. Bye.
And finally, if you've made it thus far, congratulations to you. We've come to the end of today's edition of the Teens Jive. We started off with teaching you about what feminism actually is, so you don't go out there engaging in, pointless arguments about feminism. At least now you know. And thank you so much, Nada, for that quick and refreshing game segment. And also, we'll come your way next time. This is Teens Jive. Remember, you can follow us on YouTube and Facebook at Aneke TV. Until next time, I am Onyinyechi. Bye.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage, or vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally taxed with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity, but Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, Electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we'll bring to you heartbeat of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today, we'll take a look at EU election observation, what it means for Nigeria's 2027 general election. For more than 2 decades, the European Union stood as one of the most consistent international witnesses to Nigeria's democratic journey. Present at every ballot box, every collation center, every tense moment of a general election since return of civilian rule in 1999. The streak is now in question. Reports emerged this week that EU would not deploy full election observation mission for Nigeria's 2027 general election. A stunning departure, allegedly driven by growing insecurity and what sources described as hostile treatment of observers, following the bloc's critical assessment of the 2023 poll. The news sent shockwaves through Nigeria's political class. The opposition PDP wasted no time, alleging this was no accident, but a calculated retreat, one they claim is tied to a broader plot to weaken scrutiny ahead of 2027. The EU has since pushed back, calling the reports inaccurate and speculative, and confirming it will instead deploy a smaller electoral expert mission, just 2 to 4 independent experts, largely based in Abuja. But the damage and the doubt may already be done. Today, we ask the question that matter. What does a scaled-down international presence mean for transparency in 2027? Is this a genuine resource decision by Brussels or a quiet vote of no confidence in Nigeria's electoral environment? And with INEC's own reform record under the microscope, can Nigeria afford diminished global scrutiny at precisely the moment it needs to prove it has changed? Stay with us. This conversation is one that Nigeria cannot afford to get wrong. And joining us to offer deeper insight and analysis on this issue is a veteran and a public affairs analyst, Ken Ofoma. Mr. Ken, it's a pleasure to have you.
It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Yes. All right, Mr. Ken, let's take a little break. When we return, we'll begin to dig deep into this very issue. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight. Mr. Ken,
yes.
Let's start this conversation proper. I understand that you've been into these election observations. So when we talk about election observation, why is that important when it comes to an election, before we just get into the issue concerning EU?
Well, of course, you know that election is a very critical process of ushering in leadership of any country. And in democratic setting, it is always necessary to have independent observers to be able to gauge the transparency, the integrity, the neutrality, and of course the how free, the fairness of the election. And these observers, whether local or foreign, when they observe elections, they deploy people to the field, and based on their report, they usually give out a report at the end of the exercise. And it is from their report that the international community will be able to assess the integrity of that election. It helps the government that is declared winner to gain credibility and legitimacy. Because if their report is so negative, and then those who lost out or who believe that they were cheated out in the election, and they are contesting it, maybe engaging in protest and what have you, the international community will tend to have sympathy for them based on the report of the observer groups. So, and sometimes if such protest degenerates, of course you begin to see calls for the government elected to maybe cancel the election and reschedule it so it will be properly conducted. That is
sense of
expectedly how democracy should function.
Okay.
But in some countries, especially in Africa, once the leader emerges, they tend to browbeat the opposition, come up with all manner of justification to justify their emergence. I think it was only once in Nigeria under late former President Yaradua. That was the only time a leader emerged in 2007 and admitted that the processes that brought him in was faulty. Late Yaradua, and initiated, he promised that we'll look into it and correct it. And true to his word, he paneled a group led by late former Justice Mohammed Weiss, and they embarked on extensive electoral reform, submitted their report, even drafted some bills, and submitted. Those bills they drafted was to be passed to the National Assembly to now pass it into law, all aimed at enhancing the electoral process, so, in subsequent elections. But unfortunately, the man died late Yaradua, and his successor, Goodluck Jonathan, could not see to the implementation of those, or full implementation of those reports. For instance, part of the recommendations they made, I can easily remember, was in terms of the appointment of the chairman of INEC and the other national commissioners and the resident electoral commissioners. They felt that that appointment should not be by the president that is also going to be participating in the same election. It is amount to a referee, appointing a referee that is also playing a match. You are refereeing a match that you are also a player. So, and then among other recommendations, of course, the independence of financial autonomy for the electoral body, the financial autonomy in terms of how they can draw their budget, through the consolidated revenue, first line charge. Those are among so many other recommendations. So, but like I said, where are we today? Not much. There have been electoral reform, electoral act, and all that, but none of them have been able to address the core issues, including 2026 Electoral Act amended. They even created more. They tend to have created even more problem. Where Nigerians were clamoring for real-time transmission of results from the polling unit to the INEC, the IREV. But they added a proviso, the National Assembly, where there is no network, let them transmit manually, which that they can now claim that there is no network. So in fact, they made it even worse, because
they made it worse.
Yes, the people that configured the beavers configured it in a way that even if there is no network, once you snap the result and send, before you could move from 1 kilometer to the next kilometer, it will transmit. It doesn't require much, broadband to transmit. So how will you know that there is no network? You have to send it first.
Yes.
And once you send it, you can't recall it, except you deliberately delete it. So once you send it, even if you send manual anyway, by the time you get to a point, that one you sent will go. It may now contradict with the ones you send through manually. So it's just that our lawmakers, a good number of them. It goes to the saying that those who benefit from a bad system will not want the system to change.
Those who benefit from a bad system wouldn't want the system to change.
Because they are beneficiaries of it. Otherwise, the National Assembly could have done far-reaching job, and a whole lot of other things they should have done. Like this appointment, very critical. As long as the presidents continue to appoint the officials of the INEC, as long as the state governors continue to appoint, in terms of state electoral commissions, the electoral commissioners, you won't get anything good. Nothing good will come out of our election. But we continue to try, continue to mobilize the people. Why the national election are even better than state elections? Because of this international and national local observation.
Yes.
If not, it could have been worse. It could have been as similar as that of state elections. If you look at the elections conducted by the states into the local government system, see, it's the worst kind of election you find anywhere. Well, the state will win 100 over 100. The party in power, and the other opposition parties will not win anything because they practically write results, nothing more. So that is the benefit of having observers. At least it puts them on their toe. If there are plans to manipulate, in a very terrible way, at least it reduces the level of electoral impunity to some extent. Not that they don't manipulate, but at least it will help to reduce it to some level.
All right. Given your analysis, one would infer that the essence of having foreign missions like EU observe our election is to, give credibility to the process or the outcome of the very election.
Yes.
So
to put the organizers and the government in check.
But over time, there's this argument, especially given what we had leading to 2015-2023 election, where the argument is that the foreign observer mission, especially like the EU, is an interference in internal affairs of the nation.
I don't know who will say that, because it is not. Their job is to observe, like the name, observe. When European Union Observation Mission, that's what they call it. When they come, there's also African Union Observation Mission. There is the National Democratic Institute. There's also International something. So many of them, plus local ones. So what they do, and usually they come at the invitation of INEC. And when they come, they deploy their officers across the country. They may recruit local hands who will be on the field. They will also set up their own collation room to get reports from different observers in the field. They also move into the field, the leaders. And these are people, like the name suggests, European Union. The people they send are observers, responsible, highly placed individuals from different member nations. Some may come from France, some may come from Sweden, some may come from EU,
Brussels
and what have you, even London and all that. So they form this European Union, and they don't interfere. It's only when they come to the polling units, observe what is happening, take record, may talk to one or two voters or agents, party agents, take their record. Then some of them also even go up to the extent of collation center, but usually they don't even assess collation centers in some cases, because that is even where the worst electoral crime is committed, at the collation center. But at least they observe what is happening in the field, whether people are intimidated, whether there are excess security or military, whether there was voter suppression. You know, sometimes there is a voter suppression, and whether there is vote buying and what have you. So they take note, and when at the end of the election, they do their reports. For instance, okay, so before I go to the example, there is no way anybody will now say that they are interfering. They are not interfering. They usually issue reports, neutral reports. If the election is well conducted, they say it in their report. And so, if you read their reports, some of their reports, usually they also make suggestions. For instance, this European Union Observation Mission, part of their report after the 2023 election was that the election exposed enduring systemic weaknesses and therefore signal a need for further legal and operational reforms to enhance transparency, inclusiveness, and accountability. And among other things they said, some of them refused to give 100% mark to the exercise, but they observed some shortcomings, noted it in their report. So maybe it is such a report. If it doesn't favor the announced winner, they may now begin to insinuate that they are interfering, but they are not. Sometimes if the election is conducted with substantial compliance to the, they will also say, the observers will also say it in their report. Even in Nigeria, the local domestic observers, usually they give a joint report. If you look at their report after 2023, you also see where they are standing. They bring out all this, whatever transpired in the field during the election, they bring them up. So it is not interference.
All right. Now that the report came out yesterday, that the EU rejected, to participate in this process, which they've somehow, rejected and then gave a different analysis to why they may not participate fully, talking about electoral expert mission. But the question is, do we, take account to these issues that were alleged as to why they are not, getting involved, the way and manner they've been involved in the process since the return to democracy in 1999? Do we, beside the security issues, do we see the report, non-implementations of their recommendation as to reason why they, sort of doesn't have any faith in the system or in the process, not to participate wholeheartedly?
If we go by their own report, their statement, which the statement countering the news that they say they are not coming.
Yes.
They say that news that they are not coming, that report is false.
Yes.
They acknowledge the receipt of INEC invitation,
yeah.
and say that they replied INEC that they will come. But they will scale down the number of people that will come. They said it. And the major reason they gave, they didn't mention security, except if that is, they didn't want, except if they don't want to mention security. But what they mentioned basically is that there is a dwindling resource due to dwindling resources. Some of these countries, anytime they are having economic difficulty, it reduces the member nations, their contribution to the union. So maybe that was the major reason. They talked about dwindling resources. But any other thing may be insinuation. Whether they are also thinking about non-implementation of their previous recommendations or about security, degenerating security situation. Those may be speculation, because if they come, they also know. Usually they liaise with their various embassies in the country. They map out the security risk. They know areas to go and areas not to go because of security situation. But besides, yes, even if they scale down the number of observers they are sending, the European observer mission. There are other foreign observers. The National Democratic Institute, for instance, is an American-based organization. They will also be there, I believe. The African Union Observer Mission, they will also come, and others will come. So it's still okay. Then, of course, the domestic observers. We usually have more than 100 domestic observers, scattered across the country. So it's good that they should come. And because if they don't come, like I said, it will be injurious to the exercise.
It will be injurious to the exercise.
Yes, the international community will not have a window of knowing what really transpired in the election. And it is in the interest of INEC, it is in the interest of government that they come, so that at least they will give a report that the election is not totally a fiasco. But if opposition raises their voice that there was no election at all, the international community will not know how to balance it, how to verify. But if the observers are there, they can verify, because usually the international community frown at, even though they may not directly intervene, but they frown at leaders that emerge through crooked means. If you remember when America invaded, where they arrested president, sitting president Maduro. What is the name of their country? It is not because they also gave reasons that the election that brought Maduro into office was also flawed, apart from the drug issues he had in America. And the man, they came and arrested him, and he's in the U.S. now, facing charges. So it is in the interest of any government that Venezuela, I mean, Maduro.
Yes, Venezuela.
Venezuela. It happened. They invaded the country and arrested him, U.S.
Yes.
One of the reasons they gave, apart from the drug case he had in U.S., was that the processes that brought him into office was flawed. He rigged himself into office. They picked him up and replaced him with somebody who is like interim government. They will now organize election. So if a president emerges in any country without, they may not directly interfere, but there are other ways they use to put pressure on the government, because they want government, Africa, to enhance their democratic credentials. But unfortunately, sometimes they also look the other way when they have something they are benefiting. Sometimes they have their own, they sponsor presidents that they believe will be amenable to their own control in terms of manipulating them for their own gain. And they describe such people as assets. They might have assets in Nigeria. Somebody they want to put in office. Maybe they have something against that person. Maybe there is offense the person committed in US. But they will have the file, they will not release it.
For control.
So that they use it to control the person in government.
Okay.
To move contracts, government give them licenses or favor companies from that country. So on is that international politics. So that's why you have all these things. So it's good to have observers.
It's good to have observers.
It will if you have them, I believe it will make INEC, the electoral umpire, to stand on its toe, to also make the government parties to be careful in the way they want to manipulate the process.
Oh, that's quite interesting. But when we dig deep, despite the fact that we have local observers in Nigeria, but we always, wish for the presence of these local foreign observers. And when you look at the EU now, talking about experts, mission that will be scaled down to at least 4 persons, given to around over 100 observers in 2023 and previous election. I'm asking, you've been in the field, you've observed many elections. What do you think may be the consequences or the outcome of these committed involvement going into 2027?
They will not be non-committed. They are committed, but they scale down the number. The only thing is that they will not deploy other means.
Other means?
Yes. Sometimes they monitor, like I said, when they come, they may also employ local hands. Maybe to make sure maybe five persons per geopolitical zone. I'm just saying. And then they also liaise with domestic observers, credible ones. They know, they have measurement to share their own report with them too. They will also collaborate with news reports. They monitor our national. So that's why, journalists also observe and report. And their own is instant. You see live feeds, what's happening. They monitor all these things too. Take note. Compared with what the report they get from their own observers. They use all these things to monitor the election. The preparedness of INEC, the challenges INEC, they monitor all these things. So that they reduce the number may not dangerously hamper their operation. They can still use other means to close the gap.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about the politics of it, given the position of the PDP. There is alleging that this is a plot by the incumbent administration, geared towards rigging the 2027 election. Is there any correlation to this?
I don't think it will be attributed to the government in power. They are not the people that will invite the international community. It is the electoral body, and the electoral body has done so. Except when the federal government shows any indication that they are not wanted or that they will not be protected. You remember one of the elections, 2023, ahead of the 2023 general elections, the former governor of Kaduna State threatened observers that if they come, they will go in body bags. That kind of threat. So, which received a lot of backlash for him to make that kind of threat to the internet. And usually they take note. Another reason why their observation is very important is that based on their reports, if they indict certain individuals, public officials, the nation, their countries, member countries, also sometimes they impose sanction on individuals, not just the country as a whole. Okay. That's why sometimes they place travel ban on certain countries. They say, okay, we are placing a travel ban. And they have done it to Nigerians, some officials, even military officers. They say you can't come to the US, for instance. They place a travel ban that they don't want you to visit their country because of that. And they will influence other countries to do the same. Because our leaders now, some of them, when they have headache, they travel overseas. When they want to go on holiday, they travel. So when these countries, notable countries that they go, when they tell them don't come, it's a big issue to them. That they can't travel. That's why when they are charged to court by anti-graft agencies, the first thing the judge will do is to seize their international passport so they can travel. Yes. And the thing hurts them. You see, their lawyers applying that you are granted 2 weeks to travel, that they were going to do medical checkup, blah, blah, blah. But they are the people that destroyed our own health system. So they are very careful. So you can't even stop international communities from coming. Even if you threaten them, they will still come. But like I said, they may limit their deployment, rely more on hired hands domestically, or liaise more with local domestic observers. Credible ones they may have accredited. Like you have YAG Africa, you have so many of them, international, Nigerian joint, whatever. They have different credible ones. Credible local domestic observers. And they are also getting international funding also for their operation. So they they may limit the number like they have said they will do. Maybe it could, the main reason may be insecurity, but they don't want to say it diplomatically. They may just tell you that because of diminishing resources, economic situation across the, they may give it as a reason, but the subtext, which they may not put on paper, may be because of insecurity. It may also be because of their disenchantment with previous reports, and having seen that maybe the processes that led to their previous flawed processes is the same process that this one is also taking. It may be one of, but then they won't tell you. They will tell you that there is no, the resources are dwindling, and they need to now scale down the number of observers.
All right, so on that note, so we'll take a short break. We'll return. The conversation continues. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose fault is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight with Ken Ofoma, who is a public affairs analyst, helping us to analyze and digest the issues around EU election observation and what it means for Nigeria 2027 general election. Mr. Ken, thank you so much for the analysis so far.
You're welcome.
Yes, but let's look at these issues. The point is that you've been in election observation duties over the years. And I'm asking, does it concern you that a lot of the reports, a lot of the concerns, the anomalies you see with the Nigerian election over time are still not yet addressed? If you remember, the former US President Jimmy Carter was in Nigeria at some point, and after the whole process vowed never to step foot into the country again.
Yes, that was which particular election? I can't remember that particular election. I don't know where it's 2007 or so. Yes, it's what people that where the system works. People that respect due process and correct procedure. When they come to Africa and see what we do, not all of them can stomach it. What we call election, shambolic exercise, and somebody will come out and declare. If you see mutilated results, and so many things. You see addition of 000 on numbers. So you see somebody are practically won. By the time they go to collation center, the result will change. A lot of things do happen. So, and more distressing is the situation, the fact that every 4 years, our National Assembly will embark on electoral reform, new electoral act. Yet, they will not touch the core. They will just be dancing around unimportant aspects. They will not address those basic things that will give us. That's why I told you that those who enjoy a bad system will not like it to be changed. They will not like any reform. Well, they have found themselves at the mainstream of the nation's politics. They are the people enjoying. Even if Party A loses to Party B tomorrow, all of them will move to Party B and still occupy position. Because they are the same people. They are the same, the political class. At that top level, they don't quarrel about religion. They don't quarrel about ethnicity. But they use the same ethnicity as a tool to divide the masses. Then at that level, they become one with common objective to have access to the national tier. And then when you suggest amendments that will help the process, they will say no, because they know that if you have free and fair election in Nigeria, up like 70% free and fair election, many of the people we have as our governors, our lawmakers, they have no business being there. They will be voted out by the people. The people know who to vote. But that doesn't mean that the people should be discouraged. No. If we don't come out en masse to vote, the situation could have been worse. But because they come out, you see that still some incumbents still lose the election when they see the power of the people.
The numbers.
The numbers, which was what happened in 2023. In some states, particularly in the south, southeast, south, could you even imagine that another party will win presidential election in Lagos outside the ruling party? But it happened in many places. So they know the power of the masses, and that's why sometimes they even want to discourage the people from coming out by threats of violence. Look at what is happening in Osun State. They're having their governorship by-election, off-season election by 15th of this month. But so far, 29 people have been killed in electoral violence. 29. Our leaders are not ashamed that because of election, human beings are being killed. Citizens of. If you kill one person in the US or UK or developed countries, the whole country will rise up. But 29 in one state, we have police, we have army, we have DSS, we have all those things. So it's a sorry situation. That is why we find out. So the political class are the same. They are running the country as a captured estate.
As a captured estate.
The people must continue to come out en masse. The people's power is important to keep them in check. Otherwise, the situation could have been worse. But one day, that ballot revolution will take place.
Ballot revolution?
Yes. And the people will sweep the bad ones out of the scene.
Is there a possibility for that in
There is
Nigeria?
a possibility. It's possible.
It's possible?
It's possible.
All right. You know, looking at the situation, and especially given that INEC would always invite foreign observers and local observers, you know, in our election, and I'm speaking to crisis of institutional trust. Is this reason why INEC would always want observers to participate in the election?
Yes, because it is I don't know whether it is also part of the law, the constitution, because they are guided by three instruments in the conduct of the constitution, the Electoral Act, and the guideline, their own guidelines. These three. So I'm sure it must be in either the constitution or in the Electoral Act that they need for the electoral body to invite independent observers that will walk through the processes, the preparation, the election, and the post, in order to give it, to monitor the transparency and credibility of the process. I'm sure I can't place my hand on the exact sections, either the Constitution or the Electoral Act, but I'm sure it's part of. It may be a provision in either of them. And so, if you don't have observers, the election is as good as it's a failure from the beginning if there is no process if people cannot see what you are doing. You know, because the observers sometimes, if you even they make their input in the various electoral amendments. It's just that most of the inputs they make, the National Assembly will not impute them into the amendment because they know it will affect them. During the 2026 electoral, I think they made about 105 suggestions. The different election observers. I understand when, I think YAG Africa, their coordinator was talking about it. All the recommendations they made in the Electoral Act, they did not use them.
All right. Before I let you go, we are talking about election observation. Let me just come down. Let me narrow it down to you, your personal experience observing Nigerian elections. And I'm speaking to the factors, these negatives that you've witnessed in going into elections. Are you concerned that these things may continue to play out? Let's speak to, insecurity, violence in our election, vote buying, and these anomalies.
Yes, because the greed, desperation, and what have you of our politicians have not decreased. Rather, they are even increasing. Even in the recent by-elections, we saw it. In Enugu, we had Enugu not senatorial by-election. In other parts of the country, some House of Reps and others. We saw that those problems that plague our electoral process have not disappeared. Vote buying is still there. The compromise by some electoral officers still there. In some places, late distribution of electoral materials still there. Some places, the beavers will not work. And that is why, even during the mock election by INEC in Osun, they conducted a mock election to test. To discover most of it didn't work. They said they have fixed it. But experts are saying that they need to update the beaver software, and some the bandwidth of the software need to be increased to be able to carry the data they transmit, and then that recognition of facial and thumbprint. And so all this money they vote during the election. And these are things that the INEC should have been doing like 6 months ago. Because technology is something you upgrade.
Exactly.
Almost on monthly basis. Because today you see this, tomorrow it is upgraded. Next day you keep on upgrading. So you can't be using something that was used in 2019. This beavers was started in 2019. So by now you should have upgraded, expanded it to overcome some of these hitches. Just like what we witnessed in 2023, where after the National Assembly and presidential election, the result of the Senate was uploaded, no hitches. The result of House of Rep was uploaded. Then come to the presidential result. It could not be uploaded. It was a technical glitch. Till today, nobody has explained what that technical glitch is. We don't know.
It's quite unfortunate.
So these are some of the things that INEC should be up and doing. They should upgrade their system. They should upgrade the beavers, or even change this set of beavers that have been used. Bring new ones.
Okay, let me ask. Now you mentioned Osun. I am quite aware you were in Anambra State during your cycle election in Anambra State.
Yes, I observed it.
One may say that the rhetorics leading to the Anambra cycle election, the antics and the process was not as heated as what we're witnessing in Osun. From where you sit, what do you think must have changed? Even in the process leading, there was a lot of, confidence in the security to handle the election, and we did witness, and then speaking to the preparedness of INEC to handle the election. So I'm asking, what really changed with Osun?
Osun is more competitive, and there is a federal might. They want to take over Osun. That is just the difference.
They want to take over Osun. The Anambra State wasn't an APC state?
Yes, but you know the governor was practically APC.
Okay.
In fact, if it was possible for him to have decamped to APC, he would have done so.
If it was possible for him to, that's the Anambra?
Yes, Anambra. But you know, he now came up with ingenious political strategy, claiming that they are all progressive, that because of all progressive Grand Alliance, all progressive Congress, that they are all progressive. I was trumpeting it everywhere, that is supporting Mr. President. Even this election, coming presidential election, so they are not going to, APGA is not going to field any presidential candidate. They have already adopted. So because of that, the ruling party at the federal level did not see him as a threat. The governorship candidate of the party perhaps did not receive the kind of support the governorship candidate of the party in Osun is receiving now.
So, but the point is, at what point?
That's why this one is more complete. I remember Osun is the supposed home state.
Supposedly.
The supposed home state of the president.
As it's been alleged.
There's every indication that it's from there. Irabuchi.
You know, but
this man is either cousin or nephew, the immediate former governor.
Yes, but you know at what point, sorry to cut you in, there's a time when the governor was decamping to Accord party. He did say publicly, though he's moving to Accord, but he's totally supporting Mr. President.
Before he decamped to Accord, he wanted to move to APC. The APC people blocked him. They said, they told him, Mr. President, that they are going to win Osun State. You know, politicians. So that is what happened. And that's why they want to put everything they have, so that what the boost they made that they're going to recover the state will not be
in
vain. So that is the issue. So you see the amount of effort the federal government is making, and you see allegations coming up from the governor.
We've seen account freezing and the likes.
Look at account freezing, which the president frowned upon. Look at arrests. There was a particular commissioner that said there's a particular house of rep
SSG arrested.
There's a particular rep member that was arrested like a month ago. He's a contestant too. Up to now, they say he's still in
detention.
Custody. So how can I arrest somebody who contesting an election? And for no reason, they will not be charged to court, some of them, allegedly. So, 2 days ago, the president invited 76 stakeholders.
76 stakeholders.
They were flown to Abuja, Aso Rock. They had a meeting. From Osun State, those who they felt that was not supporting their candidate for one reason or another, they flew in from, ferried with a private jet from Lagos, from the different parts of it, and some even came back from overseas, attended it for this same Osun State election. So, you see, the effort is not the kind of effort they put in Anambra now. So they want to take over. Yes, the governors they will support the president, but for them, their goal is to take over
the state
power. Because they believe that if the governor moved to APC, it is the same structure that you move to APC. Those other people in APC from the state will still be sidelined. So that is the affair. So they want to take it by themselves to ensure that the governor and his structure did not come back.
All right. Ken, our time is almost up, but let me ask, what will you advise as a veteran public analyst and one who has observed several elections in Nigeria? Just in a very nutshell, what would you be advising if you have the ear of Mr. President, INEC, going into 2027 election?
No, the thing is, my advice is for the interest of this country, interest of our children and children's children. We should try to sanitize our electoral system and allow the will of the people to always prevail. It will help us in our developmental quest. That will remain undeveloped because of the electoral process. When you have people who came to office by imposition or by rigging, they don't owe allegiance to the people. Rather, they owe their allegiance to the godfather or whoever helped them to rig them into office. And so they will not see the need to bring in people-oriented policies. They come and loot and go. So the only way Nigeria can develop is to first of all enthrone a transparent leadership selection process by electoral means.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ken. That's our time today on The Insight. Ken Ofoma is a veteran journalist and a seasoned public affairs analyst. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And
to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight all on our social media handles at Aneke TV. To come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising, and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process.
Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Aneke television. How I get one of the Quago and I am what you go How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Aneke television on the Melo, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putanwa, in our Kozu, in our uncle, the one Aneke television, the Arcades, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help Melo, Yamela Madia, who me, Bobiawo, Nanka, Bunkai, you might have a girl, if you want to come over soon.
Si na ekwekọ amagba ekwu ụmụ nwanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị, ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Ibo onye ama na-esonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị. Daalụ dịka isi esonyela anyị. Na nke taa anyị na-eji ineba anya na mkpa ọ dị na anyị bụ ndị nne, ndị nna, na anyị haziri ọnọdụ ụmụ anyị akachacha kịta ha nọ n'ezumike. Maka ọ na-abụ ụlọ akwụkwọ mechiche anọ holidays na ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo, anyị afụ ka ụmụaka anyị na-agagharị. Ụfọdụ ọ bụrụ mgbe a ka a ga-ezipụ ha ijele ihe, ụfọdụ bụrụ mgbe a ka a ga-eme ka ejebe lesson nwatakịrị si na skuul pụta abanyekwe skuul ọzọkwata. Nya ka anyị ji wee sị ka anyị neke n'anya ụzọ ka mma iji wee neta ụmụ anyị anya mgbe ha nọ ezumike. Onye mụ na ya nọ tata wee bụrụ onye ga-ekwu nwe ọfụma maka na ọ nọ n'ọnọdụ ahụ ọfụma, onye na-elekọta ụmụaka, onye nkuzi, onye nne, onye nhazi. Onye ka m na-ekwu maka ya? O wee bụrụ Odoziakụ na Ọkpataakụ Ebere eso nwanne ebere an masị gị nọ na nke tata
ndewo
dịka nsogbu ekwu ihe anyị na-eje n'anya bụ ụzọ kacha mma anyị ga-eji wee mekọta ụmụaka anyị chịkọta ha kịta ha nọ n'ezumike dịka onye nkụzi bụ ọ na-abụ anọrọ ụlọ akwụkwọ anyị bụ ndị nna na-aṅụrị ụtụtụ akwado ụmụaka akpọpụ ha ụmụaka na-enye nsogbu emechikwa akwụkwọ ma ụmụaka ga-anọ n'ụlọ anyị asịkwa ha ngwa holiday lesson ha ebidokwa holiday lesson ụfọdụ ọ bụrụ mgbe a ka eji ezipụ ụmụaka ihe dị iche iche mgbe na-ajụ gị dịka onye nọ na nkụzi onye nọ na line a ọ bụrụ oyibo ọsịghị onye nọ na the system kedu ụzọ ọ dị gị ka ọ ga-aka mma iji wee jikọta ụmụaka anyị na ọ bụrụ na abanye na ezumike
ndewo ụzọ ka mma iji wee jikọta ụmụaka anyị na-enye ezumike a ọtụtụ ụzọ bụ ihe ka mma iji wee zukọ ha nke mbụ bụ na ụmụaka kwesịrị izugodo ike ma enye ya bụ ezumike ihe dịka izu ụka na-abụ ma ọ bụ ịtọ ka ụbụrụ ha wee zuke n'ike maka na akwụkwọ a bụ ka na ụbụrụ ka eji welu na-agụ ya mana dịka ihe na-eme ugbu a ụmụaka anyị nwere ka ha si emezi isikwana ka ihe hapụ ha n'ụlọ ka ha nọrọ ya zuwe ya bụ ike ha nwere ike bifo ya mara ihe na-eme ha baala limebe ihe ọzọ onye ka o ji wee dị ka ọka mma na-ezipụkwalụ ha ka ha jee mụwa aka ọrụ dị iche iche ọ bụrụ ịkwa akwa ụfọdụ na-aba jee ịrụ akpụkpọ ụkwụ ụfọdụ na-amụ ije ka esi eme achịcha oyibo ka ọ wee bụrụ na ha nọrọ n'ụlọ maka na ha nọ nkịtị ha jee echiche dị iche iche agbawa ha n'obi ihe ha ga-eme agbawa ha n'obi maka na ndị oyibo kwuru si na an idle man is a workshop of devil onye ka o ji wee dị mma na ha zuo ike nwa mgbe ofu izu ụka na-abụ onwe ndị be a ga-emenwu ya bụ lesson na holidays ije bidokwe refresh brain ha ejewekwa ga mewe mana anyị mara ọtụtụ mgbe ọ bụghị family niile na-enwe ike inwe ego ha ga-eji mee ihe dị otu a mana m na-ekwu na ọ ka mma na ha ji emụkwa aka ọrụ dị n'iche n'iche maka na anyị maalụ na ha gụchagodu ihe nwa ha na-agụ nwere onye na-enye ha ọrụ gọọmenti adịghị enye ha ọrụ mana ọ bụrụ na ha ji n'ego ezumike a welu na-aga amụ aka ọrụ dị iche n'iche bifo ha agụcha ha nwere ike mụtacha anya bụ ọrụ ọfụma o nwere ọtụtụ ndị nnalụ mụtarụ ka esi akwa akwa mgbe sa anyị galụ ịgba nkwụ sọmbọdị onwe onye anyị jere ịgba nkwụ ya ọgbata mụ na ya na-ekele na-asị oge osi mmọmi na ọpụ ya kwara akwa anya yi na ọpụ ya kwalụ nke ọnya na ọpụ ya kwalụ nke ọnya afụrụ m ya azi onye na-eje skuul na-eje akwụkwọ na sekọndịrị skuul mana mgbe ahụ ọ na-agụ ya ka ọ na-ejekwa na mgbe ezumike wee na-eme gịnị wee na-amụkwa aka ọrụ wee mụta ka esi akwa akwa ọfụma ife akwa ọkwalụ akwa ahụ amaka osi m na ọnya nwa bụ ihe kwalụ ya bụ akwa so ana m ekwu na ọ kakwa mma na ha zuo ike nwa mgbe si zipụkwa ha ka ha hapụ ịbawa jebe n'otu baba nkata ka a ga-eji baa n'otu nzuzo ụfọdụ achụrụ ndị ọzọ ụmụ nwoke gawa ndị ụmụ nwoke achụrụ ụmụ nwaanyị gawa mana ọ bụrụ na ha tinyere aka nwee ihe ha na-eme ihe dị otu a agaghị ịdị nna na-asị na ọ ka mma na ọ bụrụ na ha zuru ike nwa mgbe ezupụkwa ya ka ha jekwe nwee ihe ha na-alụ tupu mbido akwụkwọ elukwe ọzọ
daalụrị nne odozi akwa eso nwanne dịka isi wee kwuo onye ụmụ onye mụ na ya na-akpa nkata nwaanyị nne mụtakwara ụmụ ọ na-eti biko kwado unu jebe lesson unu jebe lesson wee sị amama biko ọ lesson ka ọ ka gị mkpa ka ụmụaka agaba ọ sị m ka ihe ha nọ n'ụlọ eme ha jebe lesson wee na-asị biko lesson a dịka isi wee kwuo onwe ihe kachasị mkpa a na-eme na lesson a na-abanye holidays karịa nke a na-eme mgbe a nọ n'ụlọ akwụkwọ.
O nwere ihe kacha mkpa a na-eme na lesson karịa nke a na-eme n'ụlọ akwụkwọ. Ụfọdụ ndị na-eguzobe ya bụ lesson bụ nta ego ka ha ji achụ. Ụfọdụ enwere nze akara mmụta na lesson anwa ha na-akụzi karịa nke ndị nkụzi nwere akara mmụta ahụ nọ n'ụlọ akwụkwọ dị iche iche. Mana ihe kpatara nne na nna anyị ji wee na-asị gawanụ lesson ha chọrọ ezumike maka na ọ na-abụ ha mụtacha ha kwanyere ndị nkụzi ka ha jee ka ha na ha na-eme ya ha sị agawanụ ka unu na ndị nkụzi unu mere ya. Ụfọdụ na-ekwukwu nke nụrụ na ntị m na ndị ha na-agwụ mgbe ahụ ha na-ana ezumike na-akpagara ya dọwa na ha anwụchala ya maka na onye nọ nkịtị agụụ na-aka agụ ya karịa mgbe o nwere ihe ọ na-arụ. Onye ka ha ji na-akwanye ha ka ha jewe mmụta anwa n'oge ezumike ka isi wee juo ha oyi. Ndị nkụzi bụ ndị enyere ọzụzụ ha na ụmụaka ị na-anọkọta. Ihe ha na-adị emebe na mgbe ahụ a na-akụziri ha ndị nkụzi na-esokwa eme ya maka na ife ebe ndị nkụzi na-eme ihe anyị na-ada asị ha unu na-emezikwa ka ụmụ unu na-akụziri. Onye mere ị ga-eji ife onye nkụzi ọka dị ka nwa amụrụ ọfụ ịma mmata na arụ ọ dị elugo n'anwa na ọgwa gị maka na anyị na-esozi ụmụaka anyị na-eme ihe ahụ ha na-eme mgbe anyị na-eto ogologo anyị adịghị enwe ihe a na-akpọ ọbara mgbanye elu maka na anyị na ha na-egwukọrịta egwu. Onye mere ndị nne na nna ji achọ ka ụmụaka anwa pụọ ka aka nwee ike wee zuo ike. Ụfọdụ ga-asị gị na ihe a ha na-eme na ụmụaka ekwere ya mee ya na hapụ ha alagawa skuul. Ọ bụrụ na dịka ndị bụ ndị enwere ihe a na-alụ ụmụ nwaanyị enwere ihe a na-alụ ụfọdụ na-aba jeme gịnị jejilele anọlahụ ụla ka ala mgbodo ụlọ bifo ụmụ ha ana-anata na ha nata ha ana na mkpọtụ ga-eju ebe niile na ha agaghị enwezi ike izu ike. Ọ bụ ya mere ha ji wee na-achọ ka ụmụaka anwa gawa ya bụ lesson ka ha wee nwee ike wee zute obere ike tupu ha na-anata ọzọ.
Daalụ nne. Dịka isi kwuo mgbe ị na-emetụ aka n'okwu nwatakịrị mụta ka esi akwa akwa ụfọdụ ọ bụrụ ka esi eme isi wee na-ajụ biko kedu mgbe ọ dị ka nwatakịrị ekwesị ibido mụba aka ọlụ maka ịpụta ọ dịka ọsọsọ ndị nọ na kọleji ndị nke obere anọ na praịmarị skuul onwe taịm ọ ga-abụ olu esi na olugo ka na onwe ihe m ji ajụrụ ya bụ ifu na ọ dịka ọsọsọ ndị sekọndịrị bụ ihe na-eje amụ aka ọlụ o kwesịrị ka ọ bụrụ sọsọ ndị sekọndịrị ka onwe taịm ọ ga-abụ oluo esizi nwatakịrị ya na o toru gị ije mụ aka ọlụ.
Onwe ekwe taịm ọ ga-abụ oluo nwatakịrị ebido oluo gị ije mụ aka ọlụ mana onye a ga-etopụta tunu ka ọ ga-eji wee mata ihe ọ na-eme. O nwere obere nwa ya dị m ọmụgo ka esi akwa akwa ife ọbanye dị na JS1 ụmụ gị a and uche dị n'ihe ahụ ọ na-eme. Ụmụcha nke a mụchachacha ya na-eme keeki maka ana m eme achịcha oyibo na-eme ha ncha ga-abịa mee gịnị gbaa m okirikiri ịmụta ihe ahụ m na-eme. Oge Disemba o nwere nke mechara unu nwanne ya na-asị ya mee ya ụtọ ya mee ya ụtọ ọsị ya na ọ bụrụ otu a ka onye kụzielu ha si wee kụziri ha na o si n'ọnya tinye akwa cream ya mee ya ụta o mechaa ya bụ keeki ya bụ achara oyibo anwa edobelu m ya ozugbo a na-ana ka ha na Krismas agbala ọsọ wetelu m ya si m ka nlelegodu ma ya emetekwelu ihe ya merụ tacha ya si ya na ọ dịkwa mma ma asị m ya makwa na o nwelu ihe ọ na-amụta ihe ahụ a na-abịa eme nsị anọ eji anwa bụ dị eji brenu ha na-eghe oghe ịmụta ihe a na-akụzilu ha ihe ọ bụla ịkụzilu na ha na-amụta ya mgbe ahụ enwebe nchekasị echiche n'edi stọpụ ha na-amụta ya mana ihe o jiri dịka o kwesịrị inwe eji a ga-eji wee bido mụwa ya bụ ihe bụ na o nwere ụdịrị ụmụaka dị n'iche n'iche o nwere ndị ga-abụ ha bido n'oge mụtacha anya bụ ihe ifu na ha amala ikizi ije gụọ akwụkwọ onye ka o ji dịka o nwetụrụ eji kwesị iche ka ha rute tupu ha eje mụwa aka ọrụ ka ha mụtatụ akwụkwọ tupu ha enwee ike wee jee mụwa ya onye ka o ji dịkarị ka ndị gụrụ sekọndịrị skuul ma ndị na-agụ ya bụ ndị a na-ahapụkarị ka ụmụaka wee nwee ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ basic knowledge before ha abanye maka na o nwere nwa akwụkwọ m na-akwado wayek enenelu ọ gụrụtego na SS3 mana o kwerozi enene ya bụ wayek o nwere ihe na-ayọ ya jụọ ya ego ọ ga-eji rejista wayek na neko ọ sị m na ọ bụrụ ọkwa ego na ya chọrọ ime gịnị ịgbawazịa bike
maka na ọfụwago ego onye mere o ji dịka o nwere eji kwesịrị ịhapụtụ ha ka ha nwee ike iji aka ha wee malụ nke dị mma na nke na-adịrọ mma na nke ga-emetụta ha n'oge ọdịnihu. Daalụrị nne maka ihe nji wee jụọ ajụjụ a bụ ọnọkata ọ dịka ndị nke obele a na-arapụ ha asị ndị nke gbagotego na kọleji ma ndị nọ yunivesiti ịfụ na nkọwa gị akịta ga-enye aka maka ịnọkata ị na-enene nwatakịrị nọ praịmarị skuul ihe dịka praịmarị 2 ma ọ praịmarị 3 akpọpụ ya ka o jee mụọ maka na ọ nọ n'ezumike oluzie mgbe o kwesịrị ije akwụkwọ ego ahụ ọ na-enweta ebe eni nwa kirikiri ego ahụ ọ na-emetụtazi ọ dị aka ihe niile bụ ego gị bụ onye ọma na-enene anyị ọ bụrụ na anyị ṅụọ mmiri gbatịa ụkwụ gachite azụ nkata anyị na-aga n'iru maka ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ ụzọ ga-aka mma iji wee kpokọneta ụmụaka anyị ọkachacha mgbe ahụ ha nọ ezumike ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo ọsịrị nọ mgbe holite ka a mara otu e ga-esi wee kpokọta ha hazielu ha ụzọ nke a ha na-ada eme n'ụlọ akwụkwọ mgbe ha nọ n'ụlọ nọla ezumike akụzielu ihe ha ga na-eme ka anyị gbatịa ụkwụ anyị nachite azụ nkata anyị na-aga n'iru. A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ soshal midia na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ. Alụ dịka ịka na-esonyela anyị na nkata anyị na nke tata otu anyị ga-esi wee na-ekpokọta ụmụ anyị agbazilu ha ụzọ na ọ bụrụ na anọla ezumike emechicha akwụkwọ kama anyị ga-ahapụ ụmụaka anyị ka ha na-akwụgharị egwu sọsọ egwu ifugono dịka Ebere eso nwanne si wee tinye ya ọnụ. Ọ bụrụ na ị na-ege anyị ntị ama m na o nwere otu ihe ma abụọ ịmụtago ụzọ kachasị mma iji kpokọta ụmụ anyị. Na-agachitekwa azụ ebe ị nọ Ebere eso nwanne mgbe ị na-ekwu okwu o nwere ka isi wee kwuche ndị nkụzi na ha na-eme ka ụmụaka ha na ha na-anọ dịka onye mụ na ya na-alụsi wee kwuo na ndị nkụzi ada aka nka eziokwu maka ọ ga-abụ gị nwa bụ onye nwatakịrị ya kụzielu mgbe ị ga-etozi ị na-eme onwe gị na ịkalụ ifuzi onye nkụzi gị ọ dịzị ka ọ gị nwa ka a ga-akpọ anti o wee bụrụ ezigbo ọrụ unu na-alụ mana ihe m na-achọ ịjụ gị bụ oge ụfọdụ ịfụ nwatakịrị dịka nwatakịrị a na-akụziri keeki a na-agwa ya si otu a wee mee ya ọ sị mba na ọ bụghị otu a ka esi wee kụzie na ya na-ene anya na nke gị ụmụ otu ihe ada nwaanyị na-ada emebe enye ihe ọ ga-eme na ọ nata ma nke a ga-enye ha n'oge holidays isi ya ka inyere ya aka ọ sị gị mba na ọ bụghị otu a ka onye nkụzi m si wee kụzie ya biko o nwere ụzọ kachasị iche ndị nkụzi si agbaziri ụmụaka karịa nke anyị nwa bụ ndị nne si agbaziri
ma na ndị nkụzi nwere ọzụzụ enyelụ ha nke a na-akpọ teachers training. Ya bụ ọzụzụ bụkwa ihe na-enyelụ anyị aka n'ihi na abụ m otu n'ime onye nkụzi. Ọzụzụ ahụ anyị jere na-enyere anyị aka maka ka a ga-esi na-akụziri gị mgbe ị nọ na ya bụ ọzụzụ ebe ije eme maka nkụzi. A ga-agwa gị ihe dị n'iche n'iche maka na anyị maalụ na ụmụaka ada aghọtacha ihe ka onye a si aghọta abụrụ ka onye a si aghọta abụrụ ka onye a si aghọta. Onwe nke a na-akpọ peer method. Ịkụzigide kụzigide ifu na ha ga-aghọtacha ihe ahụ ị na-akụzi. Ime ya ka drama mee ya ka egwuregwu. Mgbe anyị mere ka egwuregwu anwa ndị brenu ha ada amụta ihe ọsịsọ enwe ike wee bido were ghọtawa ihe a na-eme. Mana ịma na gụnwa na-abụrụ onye nkụzi bụ mama nwere ike ịma mmata na enwere na-akụzigo nke a kụzie nke a na-aghọtaghị ya. Enwere ụdịrị dị iche iche eji akụzi ihe. Ikekwe ọ bụrụ na onye uzuru gụọ ya ka egwu, nwee ike ọ bụrụ ka drama, nwee ike ọ bụrụ na egwuregwu ka o ji wee mee ya. Nwa gị ahụ aghọta ya. Mgbe ị lọtaziri chọọ igwu ya na ijelu mahadum chọzie ịkụzi nke gị o wee sị gị na ọ bụghị ya na ọ bụrụ ka ntị si wee kwuo ya. Elezikwa na ikpe mmalụ nwatakịrị maka na ọ bụrụ otu ahụ ka esi ghọta ya eji kụziri ya anya o ji wee ghọta ya ọfụma. Oke na ọrụ dịzialụ bụ ịkọwazili ya na o nwekwara ụzọ ọzọ a ga-esikwa wee kụziri gị ya wee mụta ya na ihe ọ bụrụ kwasa ofu ụzọ ka eji akụzie. Ikekwe ọ bụrụ na ihe dị ka mathematics bụ ihe ahụ ịkụzi so ị nwere ike jiri method o nwere formula ị ga-eji inwetakwa ansa. Enwerekwa formula ọzọ wee mee ya inwetakwa ansa. Ịkụzizielu nwa gị nke gị ahụ isi ya na nke a bụ isigodị anya gwugodu nke onye nkụzi gị kụziri gị iwee kwuo ya iwee were nke gị wee kwuo ya wee dabalatakwa na ofu ansa ahụ eweta wee si ya efu gị ya na ọ bụrụ sọsọ ofu ụzọ ka a na-esi welu enu ya na-esikwa ụzọ dị ụta ikekwe ọ bụrụ mgbakọ ikekwe ọ bụrụ mbawanye nke a na-akpọ multiplication. O nwere ike asị gị fulie n'isi mana inwe ike iji aka gị ụta mee ya ụta nyekwe dị sem ofu ihe ahụ nke ị nwetara so ya ka ị ga-akọwalụ nwa gị mana ijikwakwa nke bụ eziokwu okwu ya ka anyị nwa bụ ndị nkụzi na ndị prịnsịpalụ na ndị a na-akpọ headmistress ji wee na-agwa ndị nkụzi anyị okwu ka anyị mee gịnị ka ịgụ akwụkwọ gị ọfụma mee ihe a na-akpọ revishọn ịgụghachi ihe niile ahụ tupu ị gaa na ụlọ ebe a na-amụ ihe wee jee kwuo ihe ọbụla ị ga-ekwu maka na nke ahụ ha nwetalụ n'aka gị bụkwa nke ga-abanye ha n'isi. Ihe ọzọ onye ọzọ na-ekwuzikwe agbasaghị ha imekwa ọbụkwa na ikwuteghị ihe ị chọrọ ikwu na imere ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ misteki nwa ahụ evurugokwu otu ahụ na onye ọzọ na-agwazikwa ya na ihe ahụ onye nkụzi ekwuru abụghị ya
ọ bụghị ya ka
ị na-agwazi ihe ahụ onye ka o ji adị mkpa eji edelu lesin note ide lesin note ahụ ịkwadowe onwe gị agbabala n'ime klaasị jee bido mewe ya eleghị anya oyibo ị ga-asị ama mbịa maka mụnwa n'ebe a onye nkụzi m apịago m ụtarị mgbe m nọ sekọndịrị skuul maka na ana m ekwufụta okwu a sị m ya ticha na ịdali ya na-esụtaghị onye bụ oyibo esoro ọpịa m 12 ọnụ my uncle bụ ihe a na-eme ihe ahụ ọpịa m 12 mgbe nna lụzi nsị mpa m na ticha pịakwara m ụtarị osi m kedu ihe mme wee gwe na ọ sụrụ oyibo na ọ sụtaghị ya wee kọrekt ya osi m na ngwara ya n'iru ụmụ akwụkwọ nsị ya yesa osi m na ma ekwesịghị ikwu otu ahụ nwekwa mgbe m na-aga lesin English teacher anyị nwere oyibo ọ sụrụ mmesịa uncle na kemgbe m gụwara akwụkwọ to surrender is to yield in n'ịdalịa ikwuteghị ya osionwu si mụ na ọbụrụ ya n'iru ụmụ akwụkwọ kwa stem mana after 2-3 days ọ bịakwa wee sị m yes na ya agago wee fụ na ihe ahụ nọ nke ahụ m kwuru bụ nke bụ ya
wee daba n'ihe a na-ekwu na ndị nkụzi bụ ndị a na-elegara anya
ama ka a na-elegara anya onye ka ị ga-eji welu kee nkwụcha maka na nkwụcha abụrụ ụjọ before ị gaa klaasị ịkwado ogbugbo ọfụma maka na o nwere ụmụ akwụkwọ enyelu brain o nwere ụmụ akwụkwọ nwere brain gụchabugorie mana adịghịkwa nke ọka na-adịzi ugbu a maka ọ bụrụ mgbe mbụ bifo ịba klaasị maasị ụmụ akwụkwọ agụchaghị ịgazie na-eme na bọọdụ ha sị gị na ọ bụghị ihe ị na-eme so ụmụ anyị ihe anụwa na-elizi ya isi foonu ka a na-apịkarị mana foonu dịkwa mma meta artificial intelligence ịchọkwa ịmụta ihe dị mma na ya ịmụta
daalụrị nne dịka anyị si ekwu ka anyị na-achọ ikpokọta nkata anyị na nke tata dịka anyị si wee kwuo na mbido ihe ụmụaka anyị kwesịrị ịdị na-eme mgbe anọ holidays naanị otu ajụ nchọ ịjụ gị bụ onwe ihe dị iche ndị nwoke ga-eme na ndị nwaanyị ga-eme dịka otu asị ụmụ nwaanyị jee kwa akwa nwoke jee mụọ nke anụnwa onwe ihe edebere ụmụ nwaanyị iche nwee nke edobere ụmụ nwoke iche n'ọrụ a ka ụmụ nwoke ga na-amụ ụmụ nwaanyị a na-amụ nka
na mgbe gara aga enwere ihe nwoke na-alụ nwee ihe nwaanyị na-alụ mana n'oge ugbu a ọ dịghị ozi n'ọfụ o nwere ebe m na-agafete wee fụ ụmụ nwaanyị ka ha na-alụzi akpụkpọ ụkwụ anyị maara na ndị na-alụ akpụkpọ ụkwụ na a na-akpọ ha shoemaker and ndị anyị maara na-alụ ya bụ akpụkpọ ụkwụ bụ ụmụ nwoke mana ugbu a ụmụ nwaanyị na-alụzi ya nwaanyị na-ejekwa amụ nke a na-akpọ mekaniki ha na-ejezikwa amụ ya ka ị ga-esi wee fụ na ị na-agba n'okporo ụzọ anyị ugbu a ị ga-afụzi na ụmụ nwaanyị ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-agbazi baik keke ụfọdụ bụzi minibọs a na-anyazi ya n'oge ugbu a amaghị ọmụmụ maka ihe isi ike kpatara eji ezi wee nwe ihe a na-akpọ gender work ihe ọbụla nwoke na-eme nwaanyị na-emezie ịkwa akwa enwere telọnụ nwee nke a na-akpọ seamstress ọ bụrụ na nwaanyị na-akwa ọ bụrụ seamstress ọ bụrụ na ụmụ nwoke ọ bụrụ telọ mana ha niile bụ ime gịnị ịkwa akwa ụmụ nwoke si dị sef o nwere ndị ọ bụzi sọsọ akwa ụmụ nwaanyị ka ọ na-akwa mana ọ bụkwa nwoke ụmụ nwoke na-akpazi isi ifụzie ndị ụtọ anyị na-achọ mma ịga ebe ụlọ ọrụ ndị ahụ na-eme ihe dị otu a ifu ka a na-eche nke nwoke nke nwoke ga-emetụ aka n'isi nwaanyị ibe ya adịghịzi n'ime so n'oge ugbu a onwezi nke a na-asị na nke a bụ nke nwoke onwezi nke a na-asị na nke a bụ nke nwaanyị ihe a na-eme bụ ihe anyị ga-eme ka anyị na-enweta ihe anyị ji were anyị ga-eji emete ndụ anyị anya.
Daalụ rinne. Ekene gị Mrs. Eso nwanne na isonyela anyị na nke tata. Daalụ maka ntụpenye azụ anyị tụpenyelu m na ọ bụrụ na enọlụ ezumike ụmụ anyị nwee ike ha zụtụ ike nwa obele ha eje chọọ ihe ha ga-amụ na ọ bụghị n'iwu na mgbe ahụ ebido ha emere holidays ha ebido mụba ihe. Daalụ rinne. Ọtụtụ ihe ka m mụta n'ihe a ikwu nke tata. Ama m na gị bụ onye ọma sonyela anyị na nke tata na o nwee ihe ịmụtalụ. Ọ bụrụ onye oyibo ọ sị gị you picked something. Ama m na o nwee ihe ịtụtụtalụ n'ihe niile o kwuru. Aka ọlụ dị mma, ịmụ ihe dị mma, holiday lesson dị mma, na kedu otu onye ahụ si wee mee ya. Daalụ rinne na nketa. Ama m na mgbe ọzọ m ga-akpọkwa gị dịka onye nkụzi bụ. Ana m ekene gị jisikwa na ike n'ọlụ na-alụ. Agwago m onwe m na m ama mbụ nwa onye nkụzi ike ụmụaka adịghị m mma mmenwunye Jizọs gọzie unu. Mana mgbe ahụ a na-asị na ụgwọ ọrụ dị n'eluigwe, ọ dị ọzọ n'eluigwe,
anyị chọrọ elu ụwa
si nyebezie enyi ọnụ n'ụwa. O wee bụrụ ebe a ka nketa na-abịa na njedebe. Ọ bụrụ na ihe anyị mere na nketa ata masịrị gị, sonyela anyị mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-anọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV. Sonyela anyị n'ihe mmetụ aka anyị na YouTube na Aneke TV, na Facebook na Aneke TV, mana TikTok na Aneke TV ka itinyela anyị alụ. Ọ bụ na nke anyị mere masịrị gị, maakị ya anyị good. Daalụ rinne maka isonyela anyị. O wee bụrụ ebe a ka m na-asị gị ka emesịa. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele. A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba, ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
We have evolved, but it seems to me that our ideas of gender have not. I actually detest this behavior more than I detest politics.
I think including women in leadership is essential.
Particularly how we educate girls. That is
5 daughters is what he had, and that's not such a big deal in northern Nigeria. Where's the son?
The only thing I can do is to match them on the field of politics. And my husband said, finally.
If there's any way I can improve myself, I'm on that journey.
Aneke television. How agribo di egwu nkwazo na ahia mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Please and greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bring you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Kiana Choma. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. You're welcome.
And I'm Uche Osai saying thank you for joining us and good morning to you, our global audience. Arise. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. While we urge you to go grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy this ride because the sunrise is set sail.
It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, just like Ochoma has already announced, and I hope that you are having a beautiful Tuesday morning. Ochoma, you having a beautiful Tuesday morning?
Yeah, the day started off quite, I've been a little bit under the weather. You
should actually be under the weather, and the day actually started quite good for you, so I know I should not say it here, though. Mr. Che is very, very, calm and together, even while it's a beautiful morning. I'm sure he has a lot to say today. Anytime I see Mr. Che this regularly, I feel like, today is going to be a long day, and he has a lot to, bring out there. So, Mr. Che, how is today going?
It's another beautiful day. We wake up, we're grateful to God, and we brace up for what the day will offer. We're here today, and then we push the much we can, and then leave the rest in the hands of God. But it's a grateful morning, and we are hopeful. Being a Nigerian is a grateful place to be. You expect the unexpected, and then enjoy your day.
All right, we go back to the quote of the day. That's our inspiration segment on this edition of Aneke TV Sunrise. And we are having someone who has motivated us, who has been motivating. And today, there's a motivation for you this morning. It's a quote from Dennis Waitley. It says, there are two primary choices in life: to accept conditions as they exist, or accept the responsibility for changing them. There are two primary choices in life: to accept conditions as they exist, or to change and take the responsibility, challenge yourself to change and, take the responsibility to change situations. So this morning, we are being inspired to, change anything that we don't want. It's either we accept the status quo or we push for a change. That is actually what this quote is telling us this morning. So wherever you are, as the election draws close, you know that you are getting set for the next transition. When we talk about transition, we're talking about either the government who is there continues or another government comes in. And it's very okay, because people had to make that choice. I hope you're not going to make your choice just behind the phone. You're not going to make your choice behind the keypad or hashtags. You're going to make your choice by going out there to vote and to make sure your vote is going to count, because that's how you vote. And of course, INEC themselves are bringing out a lot of ways to make sure you know how to vote, or ways for the vote, for you to understand voter education. That is very important. So you must go out there and ensure that you change the status quo, or you keep the status quo going if you don't go out.
Two situations that await or that humans face. Situation. The first is when you're in a position where you cannot, change anything, and another where you have the power to change something. And these two situations provides you with two choices that we're learning about them this morning: to accept conditions or situations the way they exist, because of course you can't do anything about it. But most predominantly, and most often than not, is the choice of changing situations, opportunities to change things. And this is where you take decisions by your hand, take decisions to alter situations, take decisions to decide what happens next. Yes, you may not have, had a hand over where you were born or the country you are born in, but you also have a responsibility of, deciding some of the major elements that transcend in that society where you live, in that country where you live. And just as Good Hope has said, one of those responsibilities as it behoves on us citizens is that of election period. And as we're preparing for the election, understand that yes, you may not have, had a hand, like I said, in the country you are born in, or things that have happened before this moment. But anything that happens after now is your responsibility. If you fail to act in what happens in the future, if you fail to, in a way or two, affect the realities of your tomorrow, then that's on you. So the choice you have now is to be intentional about what you do regarding who, becomes the next leader, who rules you first, what you eat, how you move, how you interact with people, based on the information that is made available to you now. You have that responsibility and that choice to alter your future.
Very well said. When we look at this issue, two critical issues of which in this day people continue to live in denial about. One, that we do not want to accept the condition as they are, while at the same time not wanting to accept responsibility for the changing the situation or the changing times. So when we do not want to accept the condition as it is, we always want to push the blame on others. However, life reminds us that one, we are responsible for any situation we find ourselves in, and therefore, when we talk about freedom in life, we remember there is a proviso that yes, freedom with responsibility, because where this freedom starts, maybe where another person's ends, and where one person's freedom ends could be where your own starts. So in all, it's all about responsibility to accept the things that you can't while working towards changing them. But the fact remains that there are no situations in life that are unchangeable. Where there is a will, there is always a way. So we urge you this morning to first of all realize that when you discover who you are by answering the question, who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? And where am I headed? The only primary foundation upon realizing these goals is to take responsibility for who you are, for where you are, and for where you're going.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we bring you the weather updates. Stay with us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
in-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities.
You're welcome back. Now you're welcome to our newspaper headlines and review segment, where we bring to you analysis from stories as it appeared on the newspaper headlines across all newspapers in the country. And I'll be looking at a few headlines from The Punch, The Vanguard, The Guardian, The Daily Trust, The Nation, and The Daily Sun. Starting off from The Punch, this is on Osun election. Sensitive materials arrive Osogbo. 30 core members mobilized. Soldiers guard Osun INEC office as 25,310 security personnel deployed for poll. Adeleke's wife lead protest against alleged arrest and violence. CSO's others raise fears over INEC's new result system. Now onto The Vanguard. Why we planned coup against Tinubu, says Colonel Maji. Why we planned coup against Tinubu, says he acted out of patriotism, frustration with Nigeria. Moving on to The Guardian newspaper. Opposition kicks as states hike permits, tighten campaign rules. Opposition kicks as state hike permits tighten campaign rules. On the Daily Trust this morning, on 2027 election, opposition revives coalition against Tinubu. Opposition revives coalition against Tinubu. On the Nation, battle for Osun, hot sub. And finally, on the Daily Sun, APC Akume dismiss Atiku, Obi, Duke, and others.
And joining us for deeper analysis on these news issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res. Mr. Res, you're welcome to the Sunrise.
Thank you for having me this morning.
All right, let's take a look at the story on the Punch headline. Which says that Osun election sensitive materials arrive Oshobo, 30,000 core members mobilized. That's the story on the Punch headline. Ahead of the August 15, 2026 Osun governorship election, INEC has received sensitive materials which are being stored at the CBN Oshobo branch under heavy security. The commission also disclosed that 30,000 NYC core members have been mobilized as ad hoc staff, while the voter register stands at 2.34 million and 95% of non-sensitive materials have already been distributed, with 14 political parties contesting and 18,426 policemen deployed. INEC says training of electoral officers is ongoing to ensure a credible and heat-free poll.
All right, Mr. Res, let's start this conversation. Osun has been in the limelight. Now we are counting down to Osun election. Materials has arrived. The security agencies are deploying their men.
Yeah, we are expecting that the earlier skirmishes that heralded the election that's going to come on 15th, that is on Saturday, today is Tuesday, a few days from now, the election will be ongoing in Osun State. And then based on the headlines, most of the materials needed for the election has been, taken to Oshobo. And security have been arranged. They have about 18,000 security men, which includes the police, the civil defense, and the EFCC. So these people are there to maintain order, ensure there is a hitch-free election in Osun State. We were worried earlier when the issue of distribution of PVCs started generating some problems where young people, some carrying machete, who are, swooping on people who want to collect their PVCs, and of course, taking these PVCs away. But with the intervention of the security agencies, and of course, with the problem, the sealing of the Osun account, and the intervention of Mr. President, it tends to have, stemmed the tide somehow. We do not know if there's going to be any further security challenges associated with that election. And if there's none, then I believe that all things being equal, there may be a free, fair, and credible election. But if some of the parties become so desperate, because it is based on being desperate about winning, that result in people adopting to the principle of Niccolo Machiavelli, not minding what happens, but minding where they are getting at, which is the end that will justify the means, that we want to win at all costs. So I believe that the election should be civil, and most of the things should be civil, so that Nigerians will select who become their leaders at various levels of government. And that is the expectation of Nigerians. And we will be hopeful that there won't be any further skirmishes or any further security breaches We have had the history of security breaches in the West. It has since independence, during independence, or pre-independence anyway. We have had several stories going to the Second Republic. We remember that of Ondo State when Akim Omoboriowo was there. People were killed and so on and so forth. So, but we do not expect that we'll have such thing or such boiling situation in the Osun State election. Now, we even had the other few months back, the Anambra election, we had a Kitty election, and they've all come and gone. The expectation is that Osun will come and go without serious security breaches. So Nigerians will be ready, or be expecting that INEC will prove themselves in all their claims, because INEC had claimed earlier, before now, that they're going to give Nigerians come 2027. And these off-cycle elections are the litmus paper to know exactly what we'll be expecting from them. So the Australian election, we're expecting that INEC will distinguish themselves, or distinguish itself as a body, and show Nigerians they are ready and unbiased, as had been, because Mr. President defended INEC. I thought he would have, actually left INEC to defend itself, but he already defended INEC that they are not biased. So I do not know why he was in a hurry. He's not part of INEC, although he's the appointing body. The presidency is the appointing body for the chairmanship of INEC. So our expectation is that INEC will distinguish itself in such a way that Nigerians will say we have actually gotten an INEC that is truly independent.
It is very important to see how INEC is preparing, how they are gearing up for the Saturday election, which is going to take place in Osun State. I mean, we have seen a lot of stories how the election, the ras that came at the process of announcing the election and as the election is approaching. And so far we are seeing that there's some calmness due to the deployment of several ad hoc staffs. We have about 30,000 NYC core members who are going to work as ad hoc staff. We have about 20 several numbers of police officers who are going to still oversee in trying to bring security in the areas of the INEC and it's very of the election. Sorry, it's very important to see how these preparations are coming together. And even though that there has been some rumors which we have seen over the weeks and actually events that happened, but we're seeing the INEC themselves getting ready and preparing for the next election that is coming.
Well, for me, I would want to highlight the issue of, or maybe not necessarily an issue, because it's something that is, often prevalent during elections. I'm referring to the ad hoc committee by or set up with serving core members. And honestly, I don't know how core members would feel about this, seeing the whole situation that is currently ongoing in Osun State. But I understand that it's one of the core responsibilities of a serving core member. Once you're in a state or during election periods, you are made to apply, and all that process. But one thing I would like to emphasize is safety. ANEC has come out to say across all four, agencies, the police, the Nigerian Police Force, the Nigerian Army, EFCC, and civil defense, that they have over 25,000 personnel set up. I hope this 25,000 will be enough. Prior to this moment, we've heard, just as Good Hope have said, we've seen issues that have emanated from pre-election practices, pre-election preparations, and then with the withdrawal of the UN emissaries to the election, and now hearing that, oh, we wouldn't get earlier they said they wouldn't be involving the Nigerian army in this process. So I hope this 25,000, not just about the numbers, is about placing them strategically, having strategic placements at points where you understand the terrain, or you understand the possibility of things getting intense in that moment. I hope these personnel are ready, because it's fast becoming a reality that this election is happening, and whatever that has happened prior to now is inconsequential, because come Saturday the governorship election in Osun State will hold, and INEC has made promises. They have set up committees, so we hope and pray that things turn out well with all these preparations that they are making.
All right, so very well said. Osun State for quite a while now has been in the limelight, not for very palatable reasons. We've seen the rhetorics concerning the off-cycle election in Osun State, where it's as if we're going to return to 1999 and 2003, where elections were do or die affair in Nigeria. Over time, we've come to believe that we've outgrown those modern approach to election. But here we are, seeing the seemingly attitude of not just the participants, but party faithfuls and even youth and people in Osun, especially given to the what we term the militarized civilians in Osun State, because we've seen individuals who are wielding machetes and dangerous weapons, in preparatory to this election. We've seen campaign meetings being disrupted by, rival interest and group. And then here we are this morning being inundated with the fact that the sensitive materials have arrived. But beyond the arrival of these materials, which we know will be very safe, at the CBN office in Osun, where they are very secure, and then given the number of armed securities that will be around. But one thing that is particularly of interest, beyond, let me mention the fact that we are being told that about 30,000 corps members will be deployed in Osun State. But the question remains that it is the responsibility of INEC and the government to ensure that these 30,000 corps members that will be deployed in Osun election are well and adequately protected. If one goes into history and understand the manner of election conduct in Nigeria, then, and the outcomes, you've seen situations where we end up losing corps members who were just, partaking in their civic responsibilities of serving their fatherland, ending up being victims, of elections outcome in Nigeria. However, we just hope that there is an adequate preparation at ensuring safety. But that does not mean to concede the fact that the whole outlook in Osun State at the moment is looking that like the Osun election will be heavily militarized, and is something that over time, given our experiences in especially Anambra State, that Nigerians were celebrating, thinking that we've come off that era where elections are so militarized, because we saw the civil manner in which that off-cycle election in Anambra State was conducted. We saw, yes, there was the presence of the military and police, but they were nowhere near the polling booths and polling centers. You saw security forces guarding, the roads and areas close to polling centers. But the way and manner things are moving on in Osun State, one will continually hope that this, at the end of the day, that it won't be heavily militarized. And we've seen the wife of the governor, the first lady of Osun State, leading protests in Oya, who, alluded to the fact that he had a client that was arrested and taken to Plateau State. By the time he got wind of it and went to, to get a bail for his client, and then they were interacting, they now discovered that a lot of the persons that were in cell with him in Plateau were people who were arrested in Osun State and were moved to Plateau State on the guys that allegedly that they were somehow, affiliated to rival political parties or the accord party, that once there's this perception that you're in support of a particular political party, you will be arrested and whisked away from the state and perhaps waiting release after the conduct of the election. So seeing this situation is very worrisome and is something that we do not, expect to spiral beyond Osun, and we'll still have time to see that there are adequate measures in place to check these things. But beyond the preparedness of INEC in telling us that sensitive materials have arrived, that adequate preparation have been made, that core members will be deployed, no one is talking to us about preparation in terms of ensuring that there is no vote buying. There is no form of voter intimidation, because these are the factors that continue, to impact negatively on our elections and its outcome. So, in this election, while we will continue to play with every stakeholder to be civil and go about their, business and campaign in a civil manner, but it is the responsibility of INEC, the security forces, to ensure on that day that though the lives of voters will be well secure, that people will go about, casting their votes for whichever party they want in a civil and orderly manner without any form of intimidation. But most importantly, like I did mention, is to ensure that these tendencies of vote buying are checked, especially given the rhetoric that has followed the campaign so far. We've heard highly placed Nigerians come out publicly to talk about winning Osun State at all costs, that people are using words and rhetoric that we would not want to associate with the election, because these are civil conducts. Like we did say yesterday, after this election, there is life after the election, and every one of them will continue to be residents and indigenes of Osun State. So we do not need to create a crisis that could, degenerate to a level that may be very uncivil and uncontrollable in Osun State. Therefore, we call on all parties, both the INEC, the security forces, and other well-meaning Nigerians, to ensure that this election is conducted in a very civil manner.
Moving on to the next story, this is from the Vanguard newspaper, and it reads, "Why we planned coup against Tinubu," says Colonel Maji. Colonel Mohammed Maji stated that he and his co-conspirators planned a coup against President Tinubu due to extreme economic hardship, poor governance, and deteriorating military welfare. The operation involved roughly 400 million naira in alleged funding linked to former Governor Timipre Silva, alongside 65 million naira spent on 6 logistical vehicles. Following their trial before a general court-martial, Maji expressed deep remorse and pleaded for a presidential pardon. Okay, I mean...
You see, initially, when this coup issue came first, although the military at that time had denied there was this coup scare, until after a while, possibly that was a means to conceal so that it will not affect their investigation, the investigations they were doing. So by the time they came out with the investigation, people were arrested and all that, they now came out to tell the world there was a coup. And today, even when they said there was a coup, some Nigerians were saying it was just a kind of a plan to, make people get afraid there was no real coup. But you see, it is now open that the people who are involved in the coup, especially Maji, Colonel Maji, who was spearheading the planning and all that, has come out to make confessional statements. You see, these are statements made in his trial, that he had reason why he planned a coup against the president, against the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, and he said it is because of hardship, because of harrowing experiences that Nigerian people are having. So he is now beginning to, detach his personal interest from what happened. He is now becoming a defender of the people. And that was why they planned a coup. So you see, wrong is wrong. Coup is mutiny against the state. Is now pleading for leniency. And I wonder how the law will not take its course. I wonder why anybody will begin to think about having leniency on, especially when they planned a fatal coup. Fatal, that is where people were supposed to be killed and, killed and sent out of the way for something to succeed. And even some of the aides to the former governor of Bayelsa State, who said their master traveled there, he's not running, he has not run away, he has this, and so on. Eventually, those things have been upturned to be lies. They told lies in defense of their master. The man was said to have sponsored, brought out money, and you have seen from the report that about 400 billion were earmarked to be used for the coup. A lot of people were, of course, supposed to come into the queue, including the allegation that the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, wike, was to be contacted, although the man who gave that angle of the story said that he did not eventually contact him. Ordinarily, if he was contacted and he didn't say anything, he would have been in for it. Because about Q is that you heard and you did not reveal. Or you did not participate and you don't reveal, but you heard, you are part of it. So, and that is the way, Q plotters are tried. If you hear anything like that against the state, you must get yourself out of it. Today, Maji, or whatever it's called, has completely opened up and is now telling you the nitty-gritty of what they're planned to do. And somehow, because of the hardship in the country, if there had been a coup, possibly a good number of Nigerians will herald it because people supposedly are suffering. You understand it? But they always say that the worst military, the best military administration, the worst civilian administration is better than any military administration whatsoever. So no matter how you want to look at it, the fact that somehow, to a large extent, some fundamental rights are being obeyed, it is better than dictatorship, where somebody says, do this thing, and that's the last order. If it is not done, something will begin to happen to such person that has flouted the order. But here, you have constitutional provisions that sometimes you go to court, all these court everywhere now. Nobody will be going to court to challenge these things because the military can stop or even tell the courts to give verdict the way they want it, and it will be done. If you are a judge, you don't do it, either they sack you, or they will even kill you, or they will even jail you. This is military dictatorship. So, and a situation would have been from frying pan to fire for Nigerians. We go back to military, it may be difficult to get back to civilian administration again, except God, not the will of God for Nigeria not to exist again.
this is something that when I read the news about it a few months ago, that there are some discoveries that have been made, because earlier when the news came out, it was debunked. Now it later had to resurface that there are names linked to the coup. Now, the people that are the Major General that has been court-martialed, that has been revealing these things, mentioning the amount that was used, in the process, about 400 million naira plus some money, allocated for vehicles. You see, that money can change lives. Why we're still talking about economy? Why they are still talking about that was for the interest of the citizens. Now you see how bad it is that money that was used or that would have been used for this is something that would have changed lives. Now my question is, how many lives would have been changed just with that money? So it does not matter whether, like Mr. Rex has pointed out, the worst civilian rule is better than the best military rule because of the dictatorship, how they are straightforward in their ruling. And it is what we have been seeing, and I think they are in for the time, unless there's a presidential pardon.
One thing I'd like to highlight is the reason why a colonel of the Nigerian army would be part of any coup whatsoever. And oftentimes when we hear, anytime we hear a coup against the government, it is often to overthrow. It is often because a certain sector do not appreciate the leadership style of that particular person and would want to overthrow his government and install another. But in this case, we're looking at a sect of people who organized a coup because they were frustrated about the happenings in the country, because of the worsening condition, as they put it, of the country. He mentioned how he's not able to feed his family, how he has 5 children, and then there are bills to pay. Yes, it does not justify the action. All right, the intent does not justify the action. But let's look at the intent for a moment. If things at any point were favorable, right, some person who had a personal vendetta would not have leveraged on the economic situation of the country to coerce an army general, an army colonel, and some other members to organize a coup. Yes, the coup was interrupted. It was court, and they are facing trial. But let's not also forget that these are men who are living with the harsh realities of the economic situation in the country. They have families, they have children, they have responsibility, and they got themselves entangled with someone who probably had a personal vendetta against the government. But with this, I hope that every other person gets to learn that it's better to air your grievances. And with the way the military works, you cannot question the authority directly. Whatever is given to you, you take. Whatever is bequeathed to you, it's yours. So you can imagine how he must have felt. However, the whole conversation went to the point of where he said, okay, do this, and then you get some money awarded to you, or just so you can stay up some sort of conversation so the government can make an adjustment where you ought to. There could have been better ways to relay their grievances. They could have had conversations, they could have spoken, or I don't know, whatever it could have been. But this is a stain on the integrity of the Nigerian army, understanding the level, the prestige at which they are, rated, the level at which they are rated, to have a colonel be part of a coup against a sitting government. And even as he has asked for the presidential pardon, I don't know what the laws permit for a coup with a military personnel, but whatever it is, I wish them all the best.
Well, it takes a military man to be involved in a coup. And in this very scenario, like you've rightly highlighted, there are laws guiding this thing. The very day you submitted yourself to be a partaker, and you either heard and did not report, you've somehow become complicit, and the laws are explicit on what it should be. If at the end of the day you're convicted that you're a part, the law is so obvious what it is. And I think the QPs in this very instant are somehow lucky that we're not still listening to martial music, because this should have been dealt with by now. The trial must have been over by now, but we're in a civilian rule or civil democracy where the rule of law plays out. So they will be given fair trial, and I suppose some of them are equally, the civilians are undergoing normal trial, while the military at the end of the day would face the military rule and what the military law says. So the day you submit to Q, you understand that if it fails, that failure results in death, and you should be prepared. However, the point in all this is that when you look at the reasons he has mentioned why they plotted or they started planning, because he's still at the planning stage, and I understand that at several intervals they planned, and then they forgot the issue and disbanded. Then at a certain point they had to come together and then start the planning again. But when you look at the reasons stated, and it is equally important to mention that in fairness to Colonel Maji, he said it didn't start from this very administration. It started from the previous administration of our late dear President Muhammadu Buhari. But the one thing that is obvious for me is that the factors he reeled out as to why they wanted to overthrow the government of the day. And when you go back to marry it with the reasons why, with the queues of 1966, speaking to Chukwuma Nzogu's queue, and then you move on till 1985, the Babangida queue, the queue that brought Babangida to power, minus the bloodless queue of General Sani Abacha, you will see that the reasons, even the Dinka queue or Oka queue, you will see that the reasons that they are now given still the same reasons why the military over time has made the incursion into our politics. So why we are discussing this issue, I think is worthy of note and should be something that our leaders should somehow be very mindful of, that these very factors upon which Chukwuma Nzogu, over made attempts and then staged a coup, and upon the same reason why the late Muhammadu Buhari, came to power, upon the same reason why Babangida's administration came to be, and who had this checkered history of military regime in Nigeria, are still the same very reason these QPs are being, are mentioning as to reason why they want to overthrow the government of the day. It's quite, pathetic, because it tells you that things have not really changed. Away from this, the other day, I was somehow privileged to see the campaign posters of Shehu Shagari in Nigeria. And you may be, mindful to note that his same promises he was making years back, decades back, are the same reason upon which the next 2027 election are being campaigned upon. So it means that while we are moving forward in years, that things have really changed in Nigeria. If Colonel Maji is telling us today that this, decision to overthrow a government is not stemmed from personal desires, though that's, in itself, should be more further interrogated, but when they are citing the patriotism, they need to see a better Nigeria. They need to see a Nigeria that is working, that people are still poor, that insecurity is being cited as one of the reasons, and then, of course, inadequate welfare for the military has always been reason why the military over the years, take power. So we should be very, very cautious of these issues and go back to rethink and begin to, rethink how we approach and handle issues, especially when it comes to welfare of the people in Nigeria. And again, when you look at these issues given to the controversies that has, made the headlines over the week, given to the position of the Catholic bishops in Nigeria and what Cardinal Naikan did say, you now begin to marry that with this. You see that we are still on the same spot. Yes, they may have taken a wrong approach because, mutiny or plotting a coup to overthrow a government is not the way to go. They will have better means, better ways to interrogate the government, like the Catholic bishops have done by engaging the government frontally, by letting them know that things are not working, that the people are hungry, that there is insecurity in the land. So when you see this situation, I think that one area that the government should be particularly concerned is the marriage of these intentions or spoken issues about Nigeria. Here they are talking about insecurity, they are talking about welfare of the people. And a fortnight ago, the Catholic bishops spoke to these very things. So we need to be very cautious of these things. Yes, they've erred, and he is asking for clemency or leniency from Mr. President. But the point is that a very worthy point has been mentioned. Irrespective of the fact that we want to argue that the reforms are working, that there has been hunger in Nigeria even before Methuselah, the point remains that we have to do whatever necessary to see that these things don't rear its head. Today, this coup failed. Will you be able to stem another coup if they begin to plot another one? So you have to ensure, and that's why I'm happy that Mr. President has increased remuneration for our soldiers. It means that they've observed, they are listening, and they are hearing, the reports as to why these men, are planning to overthrow the governments of the day. So I think that's a step in the right direction. But beyond that, I think for the military, they should equally go beyond the welfare and provide the needed equipment, for them to, engage in this whole, security challenges that is confronting Nigeria. And particularly, again, is the issue they mentioned, the welfare of injured soldiers. If one will continue to listen to and watch news, you will see the pathetic situation we've left our veterans, especially wounded soldiers, who fought for this nation. And these are part of the reasons they've raised. For me, one will continue to interrogate the issues raised, but the fact, obviously, is that, yes, they've done the wrong thing. They've erred by Nigerian constitutional rule and by military rule. They've erred. And irrespective of what the outcome is, we know what the law says when someone involves in coup, but irrespective of what the outcome is that the Nigerian people, the leadership need to sit down and think, have a rethink in direction in moving Nigeria forward, to see to it that these policies transform to better welfare for the people of Nigeria. And until then, if anyone would come up and tell us that, yes, they have the intention of changing the nation, is not born out of their personal desire, they will not have any reason to cite. Tomorrow you will see somebody coming to cite the unavailability of electricity in Nigeria as to reason why they want a change of government. You will see someone coming tomorrow to cite the dilapidated infrastructure in Nigeria as to reason why they want a change of government. Why these arguments may be legitimate, yes, would discourage any form of violence. And I'm happy that he has said that the time in custody has given him the fact to understand that there have been better ways to channel these grievances. But above all, the military hierarchy should note that there's need for fair hearing and creating appropriate channel for junior officers and the officers of ranks and file to be able to channel their grievances, send in their grievances to the military hierarchy without being stopped. And when this is done, we'll see there could be improvement, and this may be the least or the last time we hear of coups in Nigeria. But even subsequent administration that will take over from this administration needs to watch these things.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates. Stay with us.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome